In this world, everyone has the opportunity to become a god. Anyone can be classified according to their divine power into the following categories: divine beings, demigods, true gods, chief gods, and god kings. When a person reaches the age of 18, they awaken in the divine realm and then join their own major clan. Clans also have different levels, and talented people can join a clan with great potential, later evolving into superior gods. Zhang asked the guy why he was tired of living and how he dared to argue with him, because he always gets what he wants, and if he doesn't give up his divine power points voluntarily, he will destroy his god realm. This was Zhang, an arrogant school bully whom the heavens had mistakenly endowed with incredible power. His god realm harbored the power of a 5,000-strong army of orcs. The guy said, "Go ahead, try it if you dare." And this weakling is Han Wu, or rather, the guy whose body he found himself in, a piece of trash with the most disgusting representative, namely, a locust. And he began his story. You're probably wondering why a weakling like him dared to answer the powerful Zhang, who was unfairly gifted by fate. It all started yesterday when he found himself in this wonderful world where anyone can become a god. So, once he got here, he found himself in the body of a pathetic, spineless guy who, at the age of 18, awakened the sphere of gods with a representative of locusts. His grandfather said that his parents were lost in the chaotic sea of stars of the Imperial Academy, but they must be alive. He is almost certain of it, and if he gets the chance, he must try to find them. The girl told Han Wu that if he was willing to become her slave and feed her thunder god with his locusts every day, she would guarantee that he could finish school and get a high school diploma, and told him to think carefully about her offer. Zhang ordered the boy to bring him 100 points of divine power tomorrow, and if he didn't, he would lead his army of gnomes against his pathetic locusts, destroy his sphere of gods, and take away his last faint hope for a bright future. Han Wu immediately realized that the difficulty of this game had been turned up to hellish right from the start, because he only had locusts among his representatives, and that wasn't even enough for a secondary school diploma, let alone admission to the Imperial Academy in search of parents. And he decided that first he needed to deal with this annoying blonde guy, because he wasn't going to just stand by and watch someone ruin his life. And he thought that since he had ended up in this world, he should at least try to fix the situation he found himself in, because simply giving up would be disrespectful to the other newcomers. After that, he successfully connected to the realm of the gods. Once in the realm of the gods, he saw their representatives, a bunch of locusts relaxing on the grass, and he said that if he was to believe the memories of this body, then he had neither the talent of the chosen son of heaven, nor the ability to sacrifice his life before, which meant that they appeared after his transfer. The chosen son of heaven must be his cheat, which he received when he was transferred to this world, but he probably received the unique ability to sacrifice his life thanks to becoming a divine being. Perhaps thanks to these accounts, he will still be able to fulfill his grandfather's last wish. But that's only if he manages to survive the clash with the blonde man tomorrow. After that, he began to carefully study the information about his representative. And then he realized that he would have to take a risk and make a big bet. If he won, he would instantly become a master, but if he lost, he would lose everything and become a complete nobody. The next morning at school, the girl approached Han Wu and asked if he had considered her offer, and if he was ready to become her slave. She said that if he accepted her offer, she promised that no one would lay a finger on him until the end of the school year. But he refused her offer. She asked him if he understood what he had just said, because without her protection, he would simply be eaten alive. He said that maybe she was right, and they would indeed devour him before he graduated, but he still preferred to refuse, because even weaklings like him had their pride, and he really appreciated her caring for him so much. But he had made up his mind, and if she had nothing else to say, then she could leave. As she left, she only told Han Wu that he would regret his decision. After that, Zhang approached him with his friends, and asked him if he had brought the 100 points of divine power he had asked for, and they told him not to make them work hard, or they would destroy his pathetic sphere of gods. The guy put his hand on Han Wu, after which he told him to take his hand away. Then he asked him if he was tired of living and how he dared to argue with him, saying that if he did not give him the points of divine power voluntarily, he would destroy his sphere of gods. To which he simply replied, "Go ahead and try if you dare." Zhang didn't understand what was wrong with him today. Usually he was afraid to even raise his head, but now this. He thought about it and realized that it was definitely not about Qin Shuang. Everyone immediately gathered around Zhang and Han Wu, shouting and fighting, because they had never seen what a destroyed sphere of gods looked like, and his locusts greatly reduced the average power level of their class. So they asked him to deal with him quickly and force him to leave the school. They said that the blonde orc's army was among the top 60 representatives in the school, and they were curious to see it. Taking the card in his hands, he said that the blonde orc should not tell him later that he did not give him a chance, because he chose death himself. After that, he said that he even felt sorry to waste 10 points of divine power on someone like him. Invasion card. Costs 10 points of divine power, generates a portal between the spheres of the gods, through which one can invade the world of their opponent's sphere of gods. Once inside the portal, he saw a door in front of him and did not understand what it was. After the gates opened, he saw an army of orcs. In the name of the god of orcs, he commanded them, his subjects, to crush the fated army of locusts of his enemy and destroy the world of his sphere of gods. Watching all this, everyone began to discuss that Zhang Bin's army of orcs had been replenished with at least 1,000 more orcs, and that he was now at least in the top 50 of the school, while others said that every orc in his army was armed with iron weapons, which put him in the top 30. Then someone in the crowd noticed that there was some kind of unusual creature standing at the front of his orc army. Seeing that he already had an unusual creature, they immediately said that Han Wu now had no chance at all. The guy ordered his self-detonating locusts to attack his enemies. As soon as everyone saw the red locusts, they didn't understand why they were that color and whether locusts should be like that. One of the guys in the crowd said that they were self-detonating locusts, an unusual type of locust. But in the realm of the gods, Han Wu only had ordinary locusts, and he didn't understand how he had managed to get so many of them. Another guy asked, "So what if they're unusual? They're still locusts, and they don't stand a chance against the orcs. Don't expect much from this trash." The day before, he had to take a risk and make a big bet, so he bet 1,000,000 adult specimens for breeding and sacrificed the rest. 10,000 goblin warriors was a very tempting offer, thanks to which he would easily be able to cope with tomorrow's problems. But it was a one-time thing, so, in the end, he would remain just as weak, and a source of life is what would help his representatives evolve into stronger beings. But this takes time, and he would get beaten up tomorrow, so this option was not suitable. He realized that the third option would be best, as the reward would be directed at his main representatives, so it would not disappear after a while, if, of course, he was lucky and everything worked out. Seeing that he was lucky after all, he assumed that his orcs would survive a single explosion. But if he increased their number, something might work out, so he needed to experiment. Because of the self-detonating locusts and the dust they raised, no one could understand what was happening there at all. As soon as the god of the orcs saw that almost his entire army had fallen on the battlefield, he ordered the surviving orcs to quickly return to their native realm of the gods. But Han Wu, with a smile on his face, said that it was too late to run away and ordered them to catch up with them and, if necessary, invade Zhang Bin's sphere of gods. And at his command, they flew into the blonde man's realm. The god of the orcs asked the young man to order his insects to leave his realm immediately. He admitted his defeat to Han Wu and again asked him to remove his insects from his domain and leave his orcs alone. But the main character asked why he should remove them and whether it was not he who threatened to destroy his sphere, and he believes that it would be quite fair if he destroyed his sphere in retaliation. To which the god of the orcs replied that he would not dare to do so, and if he did, his parents would destroy him, for his father was a demigod, and his mother was about to become a demigod, and he would never be able to defeat them. Without letting him finish, Han Wu ordered his locusts to destroy his sphere, and said that they could hold nothing back. But with tears in his eyes, he begged him to stop, saying that he had lost and promising that he would never bother him again, and would fulfill any of his conditions, just so that he would stop them. After that, he said that he didn't want anything from him, and that he just wanted him to suffer the fate he wanted to give him. But from behind him, he heard someone's voice telling him to stop. Looking back, the main character saw that it was Master Lu who said that he had already won and there was no point in going so far. The god of the orcs asked the teacher to stop this madman. Kneeling, he begged him to stop and asked for help. Teacher Liu turned to Han Wu and told him not to pretend he couldn't hear him, to which he replied that he had heard everything perfectly well and asked what he was doing there. He then said that he was their homeroom teacher and that he was responsible for them, so it was only natural that he decided to stop this madness. After saying this, he asked him another question. Where was he when Zhang Bin and the others were bullying him and extorting his divine power points, and why didn't he intervene? He thought about it, because he wouldn't want to get himself into trouble because of a scumbag like him, since Zhang Bin's parents were demigods. But he replied that they would talk about it after he stopped. And the last question, if he were in Zhang Bin's place right now, would he intervene in their fight? After Teacher Liu's silence, he simply replied that he thought so too, and destroyed the blonde man's sphere of gods. After the fragments flew away, Han Wu asked the teacher to leave his domain immediately. As soon as the fight ended, Zhang Bin realized that he had indeed done it. But then the teacher entered the classroom, and told the main character to come to him immediately. Then he asked his classmates where the insolent boy was, to which one of them replied that he thought he had gone home. After that, Teacher Liu said that he would definitely have him expelled. At that moment, inside the sphere of the gods, Han Wu said that it was time to sum up the results of the fight. After looking at the information about his locusts, he realized that he would have to breed the self-destructing locusts, because they would still be useful to him. After that, he decided to attach a fragment of Zhang Binyi's sphere of God's core, which he had obtained after their battle, to his own core. He realized that this would be enough for him to hold out until he graduated from school. However, remembering the blonde man's words, he realized that he would not be able to cope if two demigods came against him at once, and judging by Teacher Liu's behavior, the school would not defend him, and he would have to rely only on his own strength. The main character decided to trade the orc's iron hammer, thinking that someone would offer something a little more useful than the hammer in exchange. But he did not expect a response so quickly, and he realized that these crystals increased the representative's resistance to fire, and if you think about it, it would also increase the force of the explosion. He decided to accept the offer, as it would significantly strengthen his self-detonating locusts. Now the explosive power of these little guys could be compared to that of a hand grenade. And then there was the flying magma, because the damage and radius of its destruction were impressive, and he began to think that now he had a bunch of fragmentation grenades. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Zhang Bin's enraged father made a scene about the fact that his son's God Sphere core had been destroyed and could not be restored, and their school had still not given him an explanation. But the principal only said that as far as she knew, it was their son who had invaded another student's God Sphere first, and that he had been bullying some students for a long time. But her words only angered him even more, and he decided to ask if she meant that only his son was to blame, and that neither the school nor the teachers had anything to do with it. Zhang Bin's mother believed that the student who destroyed her son's core should be punished, and that the school should at least expel him. Han Wu decided to use his growth acceleration skill to make as many magma locusts as possible. At that moment, Principal Shu called him, introduced herself, and said she needed to talk to him about something, because she had recently had a meeting with the parents of his classmate Zhang Bin, and they had demanded his expulsion. She began to explain how the blonde boy's mother had demanded that the school expel him, but as she had already said, they had already determined that it was Zhang Bin who had provoked this conflict and was the first to invade Han Wu's sphere of gods, and he had to accept this challenge. It was a case of self-defense, and they had no reason to expel him. After that, his mother asked if their school would continue to cover for the boy who destroyed the sphere of his own classmates' gods, to which Principal Shu simply replied that Mrs. Du seemed to be misunderstanding something, that Han Wu had always been an obedient and diligent student, and that they had irrefutable evidence of bullying by their son, Zhang Bin. But the blonde boy's enraged mother told her to stop talking nonsense, and asked one last time whether they would expel him or not, to which she replied that they would not expel him. After that, the angry father said that he could accept the fact that their school would not expel Han Wu, but as a father, he simply could not leave things as they were, and if they did not grant his one small request, he would no longer care about the reputation of their school. In the end, Zhang Binyi's father proposed to send 1,000 of his representatives against him, and he was no longer interested in the outcome of their invasion of his sphere of gods. He said that this would reassure him. After that, she apologized to Han Wu, because that was all the school could do. He would not make any major concessions. However, she wanted to warn him that even 1,000 representatives of a demigod were a formidable force, comparable in strength to 50,000 relatively strong representatives of some schoolboy, and asked if he could handle it, to which he simply thanked Principal Shu for her help, and said that he would come to school tomorrow and sort everything out. After their conversation, he realized that the self-destructing locusts alone would not be enough, and that he would have to speed things up a bit. After sacrificing nearly 5 billion locusts, he chose the third option. As soon as he made his choice, the Imperial Sword of Wind appeared before him. Then he asked for the sword, to which the main character replied that he would get it without any problems. And then Han Wu realized that because he had been doing nothing but accelerating the reproduction of his locusts for the past 2 days, they had begun to give him 100 million points of faith per day, and in the end, they began to gather in one place and transform into points of divine power. Taking into account the points he received for selling excess land, he would have 54 points of divine power. The equipment was divided into 4 categories. Ordinary equipment, made from pure materials without the infusion of energy. Sacred equipment, true masterpieces, created from rare materials using the power of faith, often possessing certain effects. Divine power equipment. Divine power crystals were used to temper this equipment during the forging process, and this type of equipment often has its own soul that developed on its own. Divine equipment. Items that embody the power and authority of the gods. Naturally, only these very gods could possess them. After the main character chose the whirlwind sword, he gave it to him. As soon as he took it in his hands, he turned to the respected god and said that he needed 3 more similar swords so that he could unleash his true power. Hearing this, he was greatly taken aback, because that was a whole 150 points of divine power. Did he really think that these points grew on trees? But he understood that tomorrow he would have to fight Zhang's 1,000-strong army, and that demigods should not be underestimated, so he decided to try his luck. Meanwhile, in the realm of the gods, Qin Shuang remembered how she was drowning, and Han Wu saved her. Embarrassed, she thought he would die because of his own stupidity, but her grandfather was a true god, and her family had 23 demigods, so with her protection, he would have nothing to fear. But then the main character called her, and she asked him if he had changed his mind and decided to become her slave after all, to which he replied that he just wanted to borrow some of her divine power. Hearing this, she asked what would happen if she lent it to him, how he was going to repay her with his trashy representatives, and told him not to think that he had become much stronger just because he had defeated Zhang Bin, because his self-destructive locusts barely meet the criteria for elite creatures and are of little value. Hearing this, he told her to just forget about it and said goodbye to her. After he hung up, she didn't understand why such harsh words had come out of her mouth again, because that wasn't what she wanted to say at all, and she was sure that he had now misunderstood everything. Then she called Han Wu and asked how much he needed to borrow and told him to send her his account number. After he bought 3 swords, he said that he had spent all his savings on them, and now he was in debt and would have to work to pay it off. Meanwhile, no one could believe that he had actually come to school. Wasn't he afraid that the demigods' 1,000-strong army would trample his sphere of gods? They wanted to see if he could remain as calm when the demigods' army began to destroy his sphere. The main character realized that everyone was expecting him to fail, which was not surprising to him. Hearing this, Qin Shuang asked if he had borrowed her divine power glasses in the hope of competing with the demigod, and she advised him not to waste his strength, because even a 1,000-strong army of demigods was not something he could handle right now. To which he simply replied that he had no other choice. She replied that it was all nonsense, and that he did have a choice. If he agreed to become her slave, she would ask her family to pacify Zhang, because there was only 1 demigod in his family, while hers had 1 true god, and 23 demigods, whom he would not dare to disobey. But he only replied that he appreciated her concern, but his answer would not change, and he left because he needed to prepare for battle. At that moment, Teacher Liu entered the classroom with Zhang Bin's parents. He pointed his finger at the main character and said that this was the guy. Hearing this, his mother cried out, "How dare he encroach on her son's divine realm?" But her husband interrupted her and told her to calm down, saying that they must not break their agreement with the school. After that, Teacher Liu ordered Han Wu to get up and did not make Mr. Zhang wait for him. But the main character, with a smirk on his face, said that he would prefer to wait for Deputy Xu Mei. After saying this, he asked if he really thought that the deputy had nothing else to do, that he alone would be enough as a witness to this battle, and told him to stop pretending to be important. Upon entering the classroom, Deputy Xu asked Teacher Liu why he was making such a fuss. Seeing her, the teacher immediately began to apologize for disturbing her over such a trivial matter, and said that he was just trying to teach his students a couple of useful lessons, to which she replied that he should not forget that he was first and foremost a teacher, not some demigod's lapdog. Zhang said that since Deputy Xu was here, it was time to begin. She asked Han Wu if he was ready, to which he replied that he was. Hearing this, Zhang Binye's father said that it was time to begin and took out the invasion map. The guys watching all this from the classroom said that his entire wolf cavalry consisted of only elite creatures, and the leader of his army was beyond elite, because the wolf cavalry was a combination of green orcs and wild wolves, and they were all equipped with high-quality gear, to which another said that Han Wu had no chance. Zhang told the main character that he would make him pay for what he had done to his son, and told him not to even think about getting away alive. Qin Shuang was lost in thought because the wolf cavalry consists of 2 types of representatives, but 1 rider in the form of an orc, and 1 wolf is considered 1 enemy unit by the tank sphere, and there are clearly more than 1,000 of them. She then turned to Director Xu and said that there were 2,000 representatives in his army, which was considered cheating. After that, Zhang ordered his cavalry to attack. Seeing this, the crowd of guys were stunned that the main character had almost 7 million elite locusts, because just yesterday, he had only about 20,000 left, and they did not understand how he was able to get 7 million in one day. Because even for locusts with their increased reproduction, these are terrifying numbers, and they said that even the weakest elite types of creatures, with the proper numerical superiority, can become a formidable force. However, Han Wu was unlucky that the battle was scheduled for the very next day, because these 7 million would be powerless against the wolf cavalry. They saw that he had already spent a lot of his self-destructing locusts, and the wolves and orcs only suffered minor injuries. The teacher said that if it weren't for his stubbornness and thick-headedness, he could have shown his talent in the future, but he was sorry that their school would have to say goodbye to such talent. At that moment, the main character ordered his magma locust to attack. Seeing this, one of the boys said that the explosive power of this species was much higher than that of ordinary self-detonating locusts, as they also sprayed lava, and they asked if this was also an elite type of creature. Principal Xu Mei asked if there were any students with sensory abilities, and if anyone could see information about this species. One of the guys said that his assessment showed that it was a magma locust, an elite type of creature. Qin Shuang and Deputy Xu Mei were very happy for Han Wu. But Zhang told the main character not to even dream that some insects could destroy his wolf cavalry and ordered his subjects to use their power. The crowd began to talk again about how a demigod is a demigod, and he cannot be defeated with such tricks, because even elite types of demigod creatures have a very wide range of skills and abilities, and Han Wu had less than 500,000 self-detonating locusts left, and the magma locusts were completely gone. He had nothing left to oppose the demigod. Zhang Binyi's father said that now he would show him what despair was, and as soon as he reached his sphere, he would be expelled from the school, and then he would have no patrons left who could protect the main character from his wrath, and he ordered his subjects to destroy his core. As soon as Director Xu Mei and Qin Shuang thought it was over, one of the guys shouted for everyone to look at Han Wu's sphere of gods, because someone was standing there. Seeing this, the guys immediately said that he had whirlwind swords in his hands, one of which was worth 50 points of divine power. 4 swords at 50 points each was a whole 200 points, and they didn't understand where he got so many, because they thought the main character was an orphan and they didn't know what kind of creature he was. But Director Xu explained to them that he was a representative of the wind sword race, and that such creatures were not born below the elite type. One of the guys asked Deputy Xu Mei, "Does that change anything? Because Zhang also has a lot of unusual types, and besides, he had a wolf captain whose power even slightly exceeded that of unusual types, and the captain could take care of this wind sword, while the rest of the wolves and orcs would simply go and destroy the sphere of the gods of Han Wu." She thought that he was certainly right, but the fluctuations of power emanating from the wind sword were not like those emitted by elite types of creatures. He was more like a hero. Zhang Binyi's father had trained for decades and still only managed to raise one hero-type creature. And this guy was just a school graduate. He didn't understand where the hero could have come from. He ordered his subjects to capture him, but not to kill him, because he wanted to take this creature for himself, and told them to destroy the boy's core and bring him the hero. On his orders, they attacked the hero, but he used a 3rd-level storm cut and a 1st-level table whirlwind, but they did not give up, and he activated the iron sword style. Seeing how he dealt with Zhang subjects, the men were stunned and said that this was too much. After that, he ordered the general of the wolf cavalry to raze the place to the ground. But after his words, he heard someone say to him, "Are you really going to break your word?" Turning around, he saw the director. Frightened, he said that he would not dare and ordered his wolf cavalry to retreat. After the battle, Deputy Xu Mei told the main character that he had done well, but that he should not relax just because he was lucky enough to have a heroic form of life, and that he should not think that heroes are invincible, because with his current level of strength, it would be difficult for him to even make it into the top 3 schools. But he just said that he had a small request for her, after which she asked what his request was. Then he said that he wanted to transfer to another class. Hearing this, Teacher Lu told Han Wu that he admitted that in the past he had not devoted much time to him, but from now on, everything would change and he would do everything in his power to make him one of the best. And, of course, he would make sure that the main character would receive all the necessary resources for his development, and asked him to give him another chance, because if he continued to develop at the same pace, he would definitely be able to enter a prestigious academy, and possibly even compete for a place in the highest academy, in which case he, as his teacher, would be generously rewarded, and he could not miss such an opportunity. But he firmly said that he wanted to change classes. Deputy Principal Xu Mei apologized to Han Wu and said that he couldn't just change classes because there were many school rules. She added that if he really wanted to, he could try to take a test prepared by the school, and if he passed, he could transfer to another class. Upon hearing this, he agreed to take the test. After that, Qin Shuang also wanted to change classes and was ready to take the test. But Teacher Lu said that if she was unhappy with something in her studies, she could tell him about it, and didn't have to act so rashly, and suggested that they talk about it thoroughly after class. Then she said that she had no complaints, she just wanted to change classes. Zhang Xiaolong told Deputy Shu that he also wanted to apply. But Teacher Lu asked why he had suddenly decided to change classes, since he was the class monitor, to which he simply replied that he was grateful to him for all the years of teaching, but that he had good reasons for doing so. Then he looked at Qin Shuang and said to himself that he would follow her, and one day she would definitely be his. Deputy Principal Xu Mei agreed with their statements and said that they would have everything ready by tomorrow and asked Teacher Lu to come with her. After class, Qin Shuang caught up with the main character and asked him where he got the heroic creature, but he just replied rudely that it was none of her business. But she said that it did concern her, because he owed her 150 divine power points, and if he couldn't pay them back, he would become her slave, so she had the right to know where he got the hero. After that, he said that he would repay her debt and could even give her 5 points as interest right now. But he would not tell her anything about the hero, because that's not how it works. Then he left for his realm of gods. Once he arrived in his divine kingdom, he realized that it would be impossible to assemble a large army in just a couple of days, and that tomorrow's test would be difficult. At that moment, a representative of the main character, the Whirlwind Sword, appeared, and said that the fugitive wolves and horsemen had hidden in the mines of their world, and asked if he could get rid of them. To which he replied that he knew that part of the wolf cavalry had not managed to escape with Zhang Gan and was hiding somewhere in his divine kingdom. But he understood that they could not be left alive, because they could start destroying his other representatives, but it would be wasteful to simply kill them. After that, he ordered him to capture them, but not to kill them, because he needed them alive. 2 hours later, they were all tied up and kneeling before the main character. After that, he began the sacrifice of 1 billion ordinary locusts and 24 members of the wolf cavalry. He was given 3 options to choose from, but he said that the alpha mechanism was, of course, good, but he would not be able to control it through his brainless locusts, and the oven, which the locusts would not be able to use to make anything, and the observation tower, which he would not be able to see from such a low height, and he realized that none of the 3 options were worthwhile. And then he remembered that he still had a couple of 100 orcs left, which he had received after defeating Zhang Bin, and he became curious about what they were doing. Then he activated his eagle eye. Seeing his eye, one of the orcs said he was grateful to him for giving them a wonderful life, and then he remembered that after the victory, he had given them only one order, to mine ore, and he realized that this tribe was originally intended for mining ore and creating something. But Zhang Bin had ignored all that, and turned them into ordinary warriors. The main character looked at them closely, and realized that they really did have a talent for it. And then he thought that if he could turn them into equipment manufacturers, then the furnace might come in handy. Hanwu gave them a smelting furnace, and he hopes that the orcs will live up to his expectations. Seeing this, they thanked their god and said they would not let him down. At that time, Teacher Lu gathered his colleagues and said that, as they already knew, the school was going to conduct tests for Hanwu, Qin Shuang, and Zhang Xiaolong to move to another class, and the school had entrusted them with preparing the tests. He then asked what they thought about it. One of his colleagues was very grateful to him for such a gift, because 3 of the best students in his class would be transferred to one of them. After that, he said directly that he did not care what tests they would prepare for Qin Shuang and Zhang Xiaolong, but he demanded that the test for Han Wu be made as difficult as possible, because they had to punish the student who didn't value his teacher at all. He added that he had never crossed them, and had always supported his colleagues in every way, so he asked them to give in to him this time. After asking his colleagues for a favor, he sank into his thoughts. Because yesterday, Xu Mei had almost eaten him alive because of the sudden transfer of these 3. And because of this, his class's academic performance for the semester had noticeably declined. And, in his opinion, he was obliged to put the main character in his place. But his thoughts were interrupted by the voices of his colleagues, who told him that they would not forgive themselves if they could not repay him for his kindness. As soon as they took the tests, Teacher Liu gave them to his students. But Hanwu got a level 10 test, while the others got a level 1, and he had to defend himself against 10,000 invaders, while the others were happy that they only had to defend themselves against 1,000 invaders. After that, Deputy Shumei asked Teacher Liu if he was being too biased towards the main character, to which he replied that it was the decision of all the teachers, not just his own. But the guy just replied that it was okay, because he just wanted him to demonstrate his abilities to his new teacher. The man said maliciously that he shouldn't be so cocky. Then Qin Shuang caught up with the main character and said that her offer was still valid, and if he agreed to become her slave, no one at school would dare to bully him. But he thanked her again for her concern, and said that they would see each other after the tests. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaolong thought that he was digging his own grave. After the test began, a crowd of boys gathered again to watch how Han Wu would cope with it, and one of them said that no one had pulled his tongue, and now he was paying for his pride. Seeing 10,000 red goblins with excellent fire resistance, the guy was visibly worried. After Teacher Liu saw that Han Wu was getting noticeably nervous, he said that it was his own fault for turning away from him, and now this whole army would sweep away his locusts and quickly reach his core of divine power. Then 2 disciples approached him and congratulated him on his victory, after which he said that it was not a victory but a useful lesson, because there can be no enmity between teachers and students, and soon the guy would understand this himself. But only Deputy Shumei believed in Han Wu. The main character directed his army of locusts at the red goblins, but they just caught his locusts, set them on fire, and threw them back at the boy. And Han Wu realized that ordinary locusts had no effect on them at all. After that, he attacked them with self-detonating locusts, but they only killed 400 red goblins. Meanwhile, Qin Shuang and Zhang Xiaolong had already completed their tests. Zhang Xiaolong returned after the tests, and Qin Shuang hurried to the director to find out how the main character was doing. Director Shumei said that the situation was unfavorable because locusts were inferior creatures, and even if they were carefully bred, they still could not reach the top. Despite this, Han Wu remained calm and continued to release more and more magma locusts, which destroyed 3,000 red goblins at once. The remaining goblins desperately tried to reach the crystal to destroy it. One of the students noticed that this time it was all over, because even with a hero, the main character could not withstand 6,000 red goblins. Qin Shuang also regretted it, as such a crazy army was bound to destroy her classmates' core. The principal immediately contacted the main character, thinking that if he couldn't withstand the onslaught, it would be better for him to admit defeat, because there was no shame in that, and in time he would be able to rise again. The main character had already firmly decided to change classes, and was ready to fight to the last breath. He did not consider himself defeated. His representative struck numerous blows at the approaching goblins, destroying them one by one. The goblins flew into a rage, roaring loudly and releasing fireballs that caused countless explosions on the ground where Han Wu was standing. All the spectators decided that it was all over, because the representative had probably suffered serious damage from these attacks. However, at that moment, there was an unexpected turn of events. The professor was delighted, thinking that Han Wu would finally learn his lesson from what was happening, because soon he would be left without his divine sphere. But one of the students asked everyone to look more closely. An army of orcs appeared from the center of the battle. They lined up, declaring that they would defend their god. The red goblins were frightened, as the orc army attacked them mercilessly. The students watching were amazed. They remembered that Zhang Bin had the same faction, and decided that with such talent, Han Wu would surely be among the top 10 this year. The orcs won the victory over the red goblins, and the main character was able to celebrate his success, having managed to win even in extremely unfavorable conditions. The principal and Qin Shuang were pleased with this result, unlike the professor, who was greatly annoyed by the main character's victory. With the return of the 3 students, all the teachers wanted to invite them to their classes, making it clear that they would provide them with the maximum possible resources. Zhang Xiaolong could only imagine that he would go wherever Qin Shuang went, regardless of which class it was. The main character was concerned about something, and asked the principal why his test was so difficult. The principal explained that the level of each student's test was chosen collectively by all the teachers of that course. The main character said he understood and politely asked to see each vote. She agreed, and gave him a summary of the opinions on the test for transfer to another class. All the teachers were dissatisfied with Teacher Liu, as his support against the student turned out to be a disaster. Han Wu approached the 2 teachers who had clearly voted fairly, and asked what resources they could provide if he joined their class. The first teacher noted that this test clearly demonstrated the protagonist's ability to develop orcs. If he joins this class, he will receive an army of 10,000 orcs. With this, he will easily enter the top 10 and have a bright future. The second teacher said that the development of his main representatives is the most important thing, and he has many resources that will help in the cultivation of insects. If the main character chooses his class, he will receive full support in the life transformation of locusts. After that, Han Wu informed Professor Tianwen that he would like to join his class. Upon learning that the main character was going there, the girl also decided to join this class. Zhang Xiaolong did the same, as he was going to follow the girl. The professor was delighted that so many students had chosen his class, as this was the way to receive the Outstanding Teacher Award. In addition, it was wonderful that such talented students had joined his class. As a token of gratitude, the professor gave the main character a special gift. he noticed that it was a letter describing the construction of a beehive, occupying 1 square kilometer of land and capable of producing 1 million insect-like creatures annually. This made him happy, because the gift seemed to have been created especially for him. He began to think about future strategies, realizing that after installing the hive in his divine kingdom, he would be able to bless it with 2 first-level relics. The hive would perfectly enhance the power of both relics and, as a result, the power of the eggs inside it. Thus, the main character would be able to receive 1 million magma locusts every year. With these thoughts in mind, he thanked the professor for his generosity. The professor replied that there was no need to thank him and that the best reward would be the results. The principal drew everyone's attention, stating that the test that day was just a simple test, so it should not be taken too seriously. But in 7 days, the exam would cover the entire school, as it would determine the distribution of resources among classes in the future. She advised on how to prepare her students. After that, in his divine kingdom, the main character checked the current situation. He had 2 million locusts, 5,000 self-destructing locusts, 300 magma locusts, 52 red blacksmith orcs, and the heroic life form, the Emperor of the Wind Sword. The main character began to worry as he analyzed the situation, because with such a level of power, if the exam were tomorrow, he would most likely get the worst result among all the students. He definitely needed to find a way to increase the number of magma locusts, and at the same time strengthen the ones he already had. He also noticed that the name of the orcs had changed. Now they were red blacksmith orcs. He flew off to see for himself what this meant. When he reached their gathering place, he noticed that the orcs had indeed changed. Now they had become elite creatures with various talents and significantly greater strength. This made him think how wonderful it would be if they belonged to his main representatives, in which case he could use his growth acceleration ability on them and significantly increase their numbers. 4 days passed after that. The main character had 7,300,000,000 locusts, and now he hoped to get something really worthwhile. He activated the ability to sacrifice the lives of all his locusts. The system gave the first option, a second-level sacred artifact, the Law of Gluttony. After charging in the core of the divine realm, the main race gains the ability to devour insatiably. If the total amount of energy consumed from food exceeds its own energy 1,000 times, it can complete its own evolution. The second option was a hero model. If given to an unusual life form, it would help it ascend to a heroic life form. And finally, the third option was a little bit of divinity. The main character was satisfied, as all 3 options were definitely good, and it was difficult to choose. He pondered the 3 options. The first could transform various locusts into an elite form of life, but he might not be able to afford it. The second option would allow one form of life to evolve into a heroic version. The third option would give him a power equal to 100 billion beliefs, which was like winning the lottery. After much deliberation, the main character decided to choose the first option, because he needed to start using the full potential of his main representatives. He had few ordinary locusts left, so he would have to raise them in a hive to start with. 3 days passed, and Hanwoo would never have thought that his locusts could grow to such enormous sizes. After that, he said he would call them Magma Locusts Plus. Later at school, Qin Huang approached him and asked if he had considered becoming their slave. She claimed that he had no support or resources, so it was impossible for him to stand out among the various demigods. She believed that his locust was strong, but ultimately it didn't matter much. She also said that she liked orcs, but they were not among his main representatives. The main character thanked her for her kindness and said that everything would become clear only after the exam. Qin Huang didn't like this at all, and she noticed that he was driving her crazy. Zhang Xiaolong watched from her desk, wishing that the main character would completely disappear from the girl's field of vision. The professor explained the importance of this exam for the future in terms of resource allocation, and asked everyone to do their best. He made it clear that he had several sacred relics, land holdings, nuclear fragments, and other resources at his disposal if necessary. He also emphasized the importance of carefully reading the exam rules. The first stage was a knockout system. This was followed by a ranking system, where everyone received a score of equal difficulty. Those who failed were directly expelled from the school. The main character noted that expulsion from school during elimination was very harsh, but the rewards had to be excellent. The top 100 received divine territory. The top 50 received a first-level sacred relic. The top 30 received a creation card. The top 20 received a first-rank building. The top 10 received a divine weapon of the student's choice. The top 5 received a transcendent seed capable of accelerating an elite form of life. The top 3 would receive the evolution of a divine core. First place would receive a unit of divinity. After reading all this, the main character was fired up with the desire to fight to the end for such rewards. After all the explanations, the professor announced the start of the general exam, warning that the first round of the qualifying test would begin soon, so everyone needed to get ready. The main character headed to his divine realm until he was completely teleported, calling on all his representatives to prepare for battle. He noticed the approaching enemies and realized that they were flesh and blood dolls. They were definitely ordinary life forms with elite-level combat power, as well as extremely thick and durable skin. Fortunately, they were slow. The main character ordered 50,000 locusts to explode in the form of lava. This caused numerous explosions among the monsters, who only growled in response. He was delighted because the smell of roasted meat was strong, and he wondered if he could feed his locusts with these monsters. He instructed the Red Orc blacksmiths to collect the bodies after the battle. 15 minutes later, he noticed that these were excellent additions, and thought that this was no longer an exam, but rather a food delivery service, and he hoped that everything would continue in the same vein. The teachers watched on the big screen and regretted that another student they had high hopes for had been knocked out. Tianwen said that 20 students from his class had been eliminated, reducing the number of students to a third. Another professor noted that his situation was even worse, as half of his students had been eliminated, and asked if the level was too high. The principal explained that her 3 deputies were competing for positions with the civilization of the demon abyss on the front lines. Therefore, there must be a reason for choosing a flesh-and-blood demonic doll as the invader, and since they were demigods, there was no point in speculating. Tianwen was encouraged because his student had turned everyone's nightmare into food for himself. He then asked if there were any other creatures that could resist the toxins in the flesh and blood of these demons. Another professor showed interest, because if locusts were able to ignore the toxins of demonic dolls, it was a great discovery worthy of research. Teacher Liu replied that it was just luck, because in terms of strength, this locust was trash. Tianwen made it clear that luck was also part of strength, and that these locusts had definitely been well-bred, so they could not be called weak, emphasizing that even though they were an unusual form of life, they had still crossed the threshold of unusual life forms. Teacher Liu asked if these unusual life forms were, in the end, just locusts. After all, their combat power was usually equal to that of goblins, which were ordinary life forms, and in other aspects, they were even worse. The professor made it clear that his colleague was being one-sided because he was comparing the disadvantages of locusts with the advantages of another race. He gave an example. Locusts can increase their population 100 or 1,000 times a year, and asked if goblins could do the same. He said that he would not discuss useless things and only wanted to see results, proposing a bet that Liu Mo's results would ultimately be higher than Han Wu's. Tianwen replied that the main character would definitely get the best results. Teacher Liu added that all teachers were witnesses, and the loser would forfeit 5 points of divinity. He said this thinking that the bet was already won, because Liu Mo was his nephew, and Tianwen would definitely not provide the same resources. The big screen showed that after the eliminations, 430 candidates had been approved, and the number of students selected for the exam was 300. Teacher Liu said that they were all useless cowards, as there were still 130 people who simply refused. Another professor asked him not to blame the students, because it was not uncommon to fail due to the level of difficulty. A third teacher said that it was even for the best, because they would only have to teach those students who could overcome their fear and survive this difficult battle. The ranking test began with the appearance of many skeleton warriors. The teachers wondered if that was all, because it looked more like a handout. The main character was excited because he had 1 billion hungry locusts, and suddenly there were so many skeleton warriors that it seemed like a joke. He ordered his locusts to completely devour this army. The skeletons, despite their glowing eyes, could do nothing. 2 hours passed, and the main character felt relieved because it was an excellent snack. However, a second wave of skeleton warriors began, but they were immediately destroyed by exploding locusts. The main character noticed that if the lava rose higher and higher, these skeleton warriors would not be able to swim in it, and the temperature would rise more and more. With this in mind, he ordered the Red Orc blacksmiths to pour molten lava from the great smelter. They immediately obeyed, killing all the skeleton warriors coming out of the portal. One of the professors was surprised because Han Wu definitely came up with great ideas. Tianwen said that it was obvious because he was in the best class. Teacher Liu was not afraid, as the main character had only reached the 7th wave, but Liu Mo was also at that level. At that moment, in Liu Mo's divine realm, he was surrounded by arrow towers, lightning towers, fire towers, and many other structures. It looked as if this student really came from a wealthy family. The professor was delighted because he had invested a lot of resources in his nephew. so that he would take first place this year. Then he heard another professor ask to see Qin Shuang's divine realm. Observing her realm, he noticed 100 lightning towers, as well as 300,000 elite natural thunder lifeforms and 100 giant primordial tree giants. This impressed everyone, because her family was truly powerful. Even many demigods did not have so many trump cards. There were even rumors that the girl was among the top 3 in the school. Teacher Liu flew into a rage, knowing that all this was because of Han Wu, and said that the boy would pay dearly for it. The 10th wave passed, and 18 students survived. The next wave would be qualitatively different from all the previous ones, so they were advised to be ready for anything. A shadow emerged from the red portal, and everyone was in disbelief, because it turned out to be a heroic life form. The creature was a bone collector from the skeleton race, a truly heroic life form. It continued to move forward, and all the bones on the ground began to tremble, enveloped in a pink aura. The bone collector raised his staff and created a huge skeleton. Then he raised his hand, ordering his creation to attack with all its might. The huge skeleton attacked, seeking only to kill, and stomped on the ground, causing an explosion. The teachers were surprised, because only 3 minutes had passed, and already 8 students had given up on the test due to its excessive difficulty. Teacher Liu was annoyed and began to accuse the main character of cheating, asking why the giant skeleton in the divine realm of Han Wu was so small. Indeed, the skeleton created there turned out to be insignificant and even trembled with fear. Tianwen explained that the reason was simple. The bone fragments in the main character's divine realm had been burned by lava. Therefore, the bone collector did not have the resources to create a huge creature. In the end, only the bone collector himself remained, who was destroyed by the representative of the wind sword with his iron sword style. The main character began to yawn, showing that everything was too easy, because he had just passed the 11th wave of the invasion. The professor refused to accept this result, and again accused him of cheating, hinting that the student knew in advance what the exam would be like. Tianwen asked what evidence he had. The professor accused him of protecting his own student and said he would complain to the educational authorities, emphasizing that everyone there was too sensitive. He claimed that Han Wu's fighting style was suspicious, because who would clean up the battlefield after defeating the skeletons? If he did that, it meant he knew in advance that a bone collector would appear who would need bones to create the strongest creature. He made it clear that he suspected Han Wu of knowing the tests in advance, which should be considered cheating and investigated by the school. The principal said that the content of the exam was determined by the supreme director before his departure, and even she herself did not know the details. She asked the professor if he thought the supreme director was capable of such stupidity. The professor panicked and replied that no, he was wrong, and Han Wu had only beaten the bone collector by luck. But he still insisted that even without cheating, his results were unfair compared to the other students. She asked if he understood, as a demigod, how absurd his words were. After all, the civilization of the divine realm was never based on justice, but only on survival, and comparing the results of different students was meaningless. Reminding him of fairness, she pointed out that the professor himself had used his authority for the benefit of his nephew, providing him with resources. Upon learning this, Tianwen became angry, as it became clear that the professor had given his nephew enormous resources. Now it was clear why he had made the bet, although it turned out to be a shot in the foot, as the main character passed the wave, while his nephew experienced enormous difficulties in his divine realm. In the realm of the gods, Liu Mo's army was completely destroyed, and he admitted defeat. Tianwen announced that the results were clear. Han Wu had passed the exam, and the professor's nephew had failed. He reminded everyone that all the teachers had witnessed it, and asked if he would give up 5 points of divinity. He handed over the card, stating that he would return the lost points sooner or later. An hour passed, and only 3 students remained fighting in the 13th wave: Han Wu, Qin Shuang, and Huang Fei. The teachers waited to see which of them would take first place. In Huang Fei's divine realm, he gave up on the 14th wave because the level had become absurd. Qin Shuang reached the 16th wave but also gave up. The principal was delighted to see that Han Wu had taken first place. The main character continued to fight confidently, using his magma locusts on the 20th wave, causing explosions everywhere. When a giant skeleton appeared, and the smaller ones were destroyed, a representative of the windsword appeared, and used his technique to cut the giant into pieces. 15 minutes later, silence reigned once again in Han Wu's sphere of the gods. After a while, the system announced that the 21st invasion would begin, specifying that the difficulty level would increase sharply, and asked everyone to prepare. The main character felt excited, because it seemed like a great challenge. He noticed that a colossal portal had appeared in front of him, and was surprised because it was much larger than usual. The Supreme Skeleton Lord appeared from inside. As the system had reported, the difficulty level had indeed increased dramatically. Even the teachers were amazed, because it was the Supreme Lord of the Skeletons. The main character watched closely and realized that the difference in power was enormous. Deciding that it would be best to stop, he raised his hand in surrender. The Supreme Lady became angry and asked why he was doing this, but the portal began to pull her back. She roared in rage and threw a bone fragment that flew past him and caused a giant explosion, even though it was just a simple attack. The main character wondered what it was until the portal finally closed and sent him back to the normal world, and he saw that he was in first place in the rankings. The final results showed that Tianwen's class scored 252 points and took first place, beating the second-place class by 20 points. Meanwhile, Liu Letian's class scored 192 points and came in 8th place. The teacher was furious at this defeat, believing that his students should have taken first place. The other students who had failed were worried because they did not want to be expelled from school. Han Wu was only concerned with celebrating, as he had come in first place. An hour passed, and the distribution of awards began. The main character received a resource card with iron ore, a divine territory worth 100 divine powers, a card to exchange for a first-level sacred item, a first-level temple, a divine weapon worth 100,000, a card for unusual seeds, another level in the divine dimension, one additional point of divinity, and finally, a reproduction card for representatives. The students were amazed when they saw the list of these rewards on the big screen. The main character thought for a moment, because he needed to carefully consider which rewards would be best to exchange using the cards. Tianwen said not to worry, because he would suggest the most suitable options. This pleased the main character, because his teacher turned out to be truly reliable. In his divine dimension, he used the territory card, expanding it to 20 square kilometers. In addition, he used the relic and all the items he had received. Looking closely at the weapons, he realized that the exchange card allowed only one choice, and it would be useless to give only one weapon to his representative. Thinking that the Red Orc blacksmiths might find a hammer or something similar useful, he found a battle hammer worth almost 1,000,000 divine power points, forged from the core of the Supreme Lord's infernal Hydra. The minimum requirement was the presence of a heroic fire life form. The main character understood that he would not be able to use it yet, and had to wait until one of the Red Orcs became a heroic fire life form. An hour later, still at the school, the teacher commented on the general exam, stating that those who remained at the school were the true elite. He also mentioned that he would like to invite the 3 best students to the stage to receive their awards. The 3 stepped forward, and the teacher explained that Han Wu had performed brilliantly, taking first place, and as a reward, he would receive any high-level resource of his choice. The main character wondered what was hidden in the resource chest. The system listed the options: Giant's Fist, Source of Life, Iron Mine Core, second-level Skill Freezing Arrow, second-level Buildings, Goblin Lair, and finally, the unusual life form, Ligre. Without hesitation, the main character chose the Source of Life. It was a fountain of life-giving energy that could be used in large quantities to nourish life and improve the environment. The teacher recognized Han Wu's choice as remarkable, because he did not stubbornly strive for power, but realized his strengths and sought to develop them. Later, someone approached the main character to congratulate him on suddenly becoming rich, and asked him to sell the divinity he had received in the exam, offering to exchange it for 105 million divine powers. The protagonist was surprised that this person dared to come and try to give orders, even if he had enough money to offer 5 million on top, and wondered why he needed it. The young man replied that there was no particular reason. He just wanted to know if Han Wu would agree to a deal for 105 million divine power, because that amount would be enough to focus on locusts or anything else. The main character refused the offer. The student insisted, saying that his grandfather was preparing to be promoted to a true god and needed divinity. If the main character sold this divinity, the student would provide a personal service in addition to the agreed divine power. The main character thought about it, because 105 million divine powers was a lot, and with that amount, he could significantly increase his army of locusts. He thought the offer was interesting until the phone rang. After checking the message, he was stunned. Qin Shuang had sent a request to sell her divinity for an incredible 150 million. The main character couldn't believe such an absurd amount, and thought that this girl definitely had too much money. She wrote that he really thought that 1 unit of divinity was worth only 100 million, and asked if he had no common sense. Although it was indeed possible to condense a little divinity for 100 million divine energy, this only happened if the god himself produced and sold it. Moreover, if the power of other gods' faith interfered in the process, the probability of successful condensation was significantly reduced. Therefore, the current price of divinity was 145 million divine power. But even then, there was no real market for it. The main character began to understand better after this explanation, and realized that the guy was trying to deceive him. With this in mind, he made it clear to his classmate that he rejected his offer. The guy got nervous and asked him not to get cocky just because he had taken first place on the general exam. But Han Wu no longer paid attention to this, because 150 million divine power had just been deposited into his account. He felt rich. After that, in his world, the protagonist ordered the construction of a first-level temple next to the Red Orc's territory, and the construction was completed immediately. As for the fountain, he imagined that it should be erected near the desert. Like the temple, this land would soon become fertile. Then he went to the Red Orcs and gave them a new artifact, the Hellish Warhammer. The Orcs were amazed and thanked him for everything their god had given them before. Han Wu took the seed of superiority in his hands and handed it to them, saying that from now on, this Red Orc blacksmith would be known as the Hammer of God. The main character trusted him that he would soon become a hero and be worthy of raising the hellish hammer. He was touched by such an honor and said goodbye to the boy, praising his god. As the boy flew away, he looked at the crystal his teacher had asked him to choose, but did not know its purpose. He had not yet had time to think about it when he received a call from Tian Wen. When he answered, he heard the teachers arguing about who was better, Han Wu or Liu Mo. The teachers had made a bet for 5 units of divinity, and Tian Wen was the winner. The teacher said he would like to award a divinity card equal to 150 million divine power. Then he explained about another prize of war, an egg laid by the heavenly demon insect king and processed in a special way. Even after death, it produced 10 magical embryos every day. He recalled that he had once said he was ready to support the main character with all possible resources for the development of the representative, and believed that this was the only way for the locust to make a leap in life. Han Wu thought about how he didn't have the support of other teachers, as they considered locusts useless. But he understood that if the locusts mastered the path of life leap and united with the heavenly insect demons, they would gain enormous potential overall. The teacher offered to choose any of the rewards, as it was part of the bet. The main character chose the magical embryo egg without hesitation. Tian Wen explained that the combination of the heavenly insect demon with the poison property was powerful, and it could carry a poisonous mist thanks to the first-level item, and the result would be absolutely satisfactory. The main character thanked him for all the information and said that he would live up to expectations. Additionally, he asked if there was a way to obtain a large amount of meat regardless of quality, as the prices in shopping centers were too high. The teacher advised not to feed the locusts meat and not to buy it in stores, as the cost was high and the benefit was low. He mentioned that the director had recently invaded the demon abyss, and there were surely many corpses of blood-thick puppets left there, and suggested asking about him. The main character thanked him for the recommendation and ended the call. As he continued walking, he imagined that the effect of the second level of gluttony was quite powerful, as his locusts in the divine world ate very quickly. Now, the standard production of the world could no longer satisfy their appetite. Therefore, the best strategy was to find a food source as soon as possible. Thinking about this, he placed the magic embryo egg under an ancient tree so that it would produce essence faster. 2 days passed, and he noticed that some of the locusts had apparently already eaten the magic embryo eggs. The main character waited excitedly to see what creature would emerge from the cocoon. He also wondered how much more time it would take, because 2 days had passed and nothing had happened. As soon as he thought about it, the cocoon began to crack, and he was glad that the time had finally come. A new representative appeared before him. It was a heavenly demonic insect. It was an ordinary creature. Its gift was cruelty, and its level of faith reached fanaticism. Han Wu was pleased, because even at the stage of an ordinary creature, it was 100 times stronger than a locust. He noticed that there was no information about reproduction, probably because each demonic insect had to be assimilated by a magical element. After using a few magic drops, he saw that his representative had doubled in size. In addition, the law of gluttony also applied to this familiar, and soon it rose to the level of an elite life form. After that, the main character used his sacred item, Poisonous Mist. It completely changed the appearance of his new pet. Now, it was an elite life form, a poisonous mist insect. Elsewhere, the Supreme Director was pondering how this could have happened. He was in a place where thousands of skeletons lay everywhere, wondering what to do with so many broken bones. Although the corpses were sealed in the map, if the divine energy inside it ran out, the dead would explode again. Suddenly, he received a call from Tianwen. The professor hurriedly reported that he had a student who wanted to purchase a flesh and blood demonic doll. The director asked why the student wanted demonic dolls. The professor explained that they would be used to feed the main representatives, because it was a locust, and it could easily devour these flesh dolls, as it had done during the elimination test. The director was surprised and asked if this was the same brilliant student who had fought a demigod a few days ago. He was amazed that such a small locust could be so useful. He added that it was a pity that the area was not suitable for locusts to live in. Otherwise, a large number of these creatures could be released there to eat the flesh of the dolls, thus saving divine energy. After saying this, he took out a card and said that it contained 1 million dolls made of flesh and blood, and instructed that it be given to the student. A day passed, and the professor called again, saying that the student had used up all the meat and asking if a regular supply was possible. The director couldn't believe that everything had been eaten in one day, and that on top of that, the student wanted a regular supply. He asked for some time to think about the situation. After coming to a conclusion, he said that there were indeed enough corpses, but he could not give them away for free. He offered to sell 100 demonic golems for 10,000 units of divine energy. 5 minutes later, the professor called back with the protagonist's response, saying that he agreed to the terms and wanted to start with a payment of 1 million in exchange for the meat. A few days later, Han Wu was ready again with the most powerful army, using his ability to make sacrifices. 3 options were offered as a reward for the sacrifice. The first was giant warriors, which were an extraordinary life form. The second was a 3rd-level poisonous explosion skill crystal. The third was a decomposition system capable of destroying matter and extracting pure energy from it. The main character considered all the options, taking into account the 12 billion elite life forms sacrificed to him. He thought about the giants, as they possessed high intelligence. Their strength was overwhelming, and even one of them could be sold for 10 million. However, he was also attracted to the second option, because the 3rd-level skill, Poison Explosion, combined with heavenly demonic insects, poisonous mist and relics, would form a perfect combination. But now his 3rd-level core simply cannot accommodate this crystal, so the second option is useless to him at the moment. After analyzing everything, the main character decided to choose the third option, as it was said that energy crystals were food for magical beings and were quite expensive. After choosing this option, a huge machine appeared before him. He decided to start with an experiment using a small amount of iron ore. After 5 hours, the result was 3 iron crystals. The main character took one in his hand to analyze it and realized that iron crystals could be used as food for some special races, and they were also useful for forging weapons. Each crystal was worth 5 points of divine power. Han Wu realized that in the long run, he would definitely be able to make a huge fortune. Suddenly, a voice rang out in his head, informing him that during the hunt, they had been attacked by undead creatures, and 3 of his companions had been wounded. At that moment, the leader of the Red Orc clan was in battle and asked for his god's support, if possible. The main character was surprised, as the temple seemed to be communicating with him, but he did not understand where the undead could have come from in his kingdom. To better understand what was happening, he used his divine vision and saw the Red Orc fighting the undead. However, he found it strange that the undead's clothing was very similar to that of the Supreme Lords. He also did not understand why the enemy was so easily defeating such a strong orc. The main character felt excited, because it was unbelievable. He tried to get information about the monster, but was stunned to find that the request failed, as the skeleton was not his follower, and he had no other way to see the data. Suddenly, the Emperor of the Windsword appeared to meet this new challenge and struck the first blow so quickly that the skeleton's head fell to the ground. However, the skeleton soon rose again, reassembling its entire body. Then the main character tried to force the skeleton to obey, but his hologram was attacked. The main character noted that this monster was too naive, because if the divine realm remained unshakable, then his divine form would also exist forever. He ordered his representatives to put pressure on these skeletons until they obeyed. 3 days later, all the undead were on their knees and finally surrendered. Han Wu decided to see if he could now obtain information about these monsters. This time, everything worked out. It turned out to be a weak lord of the undead from the skeleton clan. His talent lay in crystal bones, and his faith power was 1 million per day. The next day at school, the teacher asked if everyone was ready for a new test, warning that the next test would really widen the gap between everyone, directly affecting their admission to future colleges. The main character already imagined that his grandfather's last wish was to enroll in Imperial College in order to find his missing parents. This college was considered one of the best in terms of the civilization of the Divine Kingdom. The teacher announced that everyone would be transported to the demonic abyss, and that the specific content of the exam would be sent by email, One of the students noted that this abyss was supposedly always filled with a demonic aura that corrupted anyone who entered, turning them into servants, and that only the undead and demons could survive there. Xiaolong smiled, confident that the moment had come to finally defeat Han Wu. Suddenly, an unknown call appeared in the system. When he answered, it turned out to be Professor Liu, who said he needed help getting rid of someone. The student realized that it was Han Wu, and noted to himself that there was no point in discussing anything, because he would meet him at the upcoming exam anyway. Liu thanked him, calling him his favorite student, and said he had a gift that would be very helpful in the exam. It was a demon dragon card, an extraordinary life form, a race as powerful as the heroic life form. Thus, the exam began, and everyone headed to the demonic abyss. The requirements of the test were announced. In short, only one reincarnation of a creature could be used at a time. If the reincarnation died, the student returned to their true form and could summon one representative per day, with a total limit of 100 creatures. It was necessary to destroy more than 90% of the demon army. The weakest creature was considered to be an ordinary dead person, and the strongest was an extraordinary undead. The main character received a notification asking him to choose one of the creatures to appear. His options were a locust, a red orc blacksmith, the embodiment of a whirlwind sword, and a weak skeleton lord. He decided to bet on the skeleton lord, since it was a dead man, which meant he was immune to the demonic aura of the abyss. However, he was struck by the fact that an aura appeared around his body before he was teleported in the form chosen by reincarnation. The main character noticed that the demonic abyss was indeed a paradise for the undead and demons. Then he summoned 100 locusts. A dark veil began to rise, and he realized that, as he had suspected, demonic energy was indeed the enemy of creatures. After walking a short distance, he found the fruit of a bone demon and ordered his locusts to collect it. But as soon as he gave the order, he sensed something strange. Turning around, he saw a giant army of undead. As they approached, the main character felt excited, because it was the perfect moment to test his attack and defense in the form of a skeleton. 10 minutes passed, and the main character felt confident after checking his movements. He imagined that, despite all his efforts, the demon's fruits would only bring him 20 points. But the task required 100 points to defeat the demigod, and he had no chance if things continued this way. He ordered his army to collect more fruits, relying on quantity. 1 day passed, and now he had all the demon fruits in the abyss at his disposal. The main character opened the system because he had a plan. He offered to sell 100 bone demon fruits for task 49, and added that he was also open to exchanges. The first person to read the message was surprised and said that doing so was cheating. Another replied that it was not cheating, but resource integration, and agreed to take some of the fruit, offering 50 points of divine power. Another also wanted 50. Finally, Professor Tianwen demanded that the main character exchange only those resources that had been obtained in this plan and gave him a first warning. After 3 warnings, disqualification would follow. The main character just thought that he was indeed a business genius, because he found a solution to any problem. At this time, one person who had been turned into a familiar admitted that he was worried about where to find Han Wu, but now that the location had been revealed through messages, he wondered how he would survive. It turned out to be Xiaolong in the form of a dragon, along with his ferocious wolves. The main character noticed his rating dropping and felt irritated because his representatives were too weak, which meant it was extremely difficult to earn points. If he didn't complete advanced tasks, he would quickly be overtaken. Suddenly, he noticed an army of skeletons behind him and decided to head towards them. As he got closer, he let out a loud roar and noted that he wasn't sure if his appearance as the skeleton lord would allow him to control them. One of the monsters watched the main character closely, and the rest froze, staring at him. The main character wondered if they would recognize him. At that moment, the skeletons bowed before him. They were ordinary skeleton soldiers of the undead class, and their faith was true. Han Wu was surprised, not understanding what was happening, because more than a dozen skeleton soldiers suddenly obeyed him like true believers for no reason. Without thinking twice, he ordered his followers to get up and lead him to the camp. An hour later, his army had grown. Now he had a skeleton knight with the talents Iron Bones and Summon Skeletons. His faith was also true. Han Wu couldn't believe his eyes, because his small army had suddenly become incredibly strong. The skeleton knight reported that he had previously been part of the First Legion of Skeletons during the battle with the Flesh and Blood demon. After the squad disbanded, he had to stay behind. He also explained that due to the invasion of distorted corpses, zombies, and puppets, his soldiers were dwindling day by day, and he had to send the skeletons to search for the fruit of the bone demon. The main character understood the situation better, and was pleased that the new squad was under his command. Thinking about how to make them stronger, he checked the current rating, and found that he had already dropped to 178th place. Realizing that things were going badly, he decided to take serious action, announcing that he would distribute the bone crystals and leave the rest of the equipment to the soldiers. 10 minutes later, the army became stronger, and the main character set a new goal, a flesh and blood puppet demon. They approached the cave they were about to enter. He explained to the army that the mission stated that there were about 10,000 flesh and blood puppet demons in the lair, and their own strength was equal to 1,000 skeletons. They went inside, but soon noticed several creatures running towards them, trying to determine whether they were humans or monsters. The skeletons took up positions and began to destroy all the approaching puppets. The main character watched from afar, hoping that the slain flesh and blood puppets would turn into skeleton soldiers and strengthen his army. An hour passed, and now his army numbered 7,000 skeletons. This filled him with confidence, for only 3,000 flesh and blood puppets remained in the lair. The moment of the decisive battle had come. He ordered his troops to attack with all their might. 3 hours passed, and one of the soldiers returned, holding an object in his hands, which he presented to his master. The main character's points increased by 60, and he rose to 108th place in the rankings. Meanwhile, outside the cave, the wolf was sniffing around, and his master was raging because he couldn't find Han Wu anywhere. Xiaolong decided to check the rankings and noticed that his target had just received 60 points. This meant that he had defeated the lair of the flesh and blood puppet demons, exceeding expectations, but it was still clear that his luck would soon run out. Xiaolong headed for the demon's lair and, enraged, discovered that Han Wu had secretly created a clan of skeletons and intended to use it to score high points. Without wasting any time, he ordered his hellhounds to attack, and they leaped toward the main character. But the skeletons rose to defend their master. A battle broke out between the two sides. Xiaolong realized that in just 2 days in this dimension, Han Wu had descended into the demonic plane of the abyss and had already gathered enormous power. He understood that if he gave him a few more days, he would gather a colossal army. Realizing this, Xiaolong took part in the battle himself, taking the form of a dragon, but he was immediately stopped by a skeleton knight. The main character noted with interest that he had no complaints about his classmate, but would like to know why he attacked his creatures. In a rage, Zhang Xiaolong declared that he simply did not like his appearance and demanded his death. He unleashed a barrage of blows on the main character along with a roar and hit his target squarely. The army of skeletons was outraged, but the dragon considered them to be nothing more than a pathetic rabble, not even worthy of being killed. The skeletons continued to seethe with rage at the dragon's actions against their master until the main character rose again. Fortunately, his skeleton lord form had the ability to resurrect. He ordered his army not to stand still, but to gather all their strength and retreat as quickly as possible, leaving a warning that the next time he met Zhang Xiaolong, he would face certain death. Meanwhile, the little dragon checked the rankings again, and was surprised that Han Wu had not yet been eliminated. Looking more closely, he noticed that he was in 163rd place, which meant that he had somehow managed to escape death. This enraged Xiaolong, and he decided that even if it took an eternity, he would still destroy all the skeletons. He flew straight to the entrance of the lair, but when he arrived, he found it empty, with not a single skeleton in sight. He immediately ordered his wolves to comb the area within a 100-mile radius, and not let a single skeleton escape. Some time passed, and the main character remained with his army, distributing bone crystals to them. After the attack by his classmate, he had only 5,000 skeleton soldiers left, who still had to develop. These crystals made them stronger. The main character checked the system and realized that their power was still insufficient, especially considering that more significant feats were required for recognition by the Imperial Capital Academy. The next goal was a mission to destroy the tribe of the fallen demon. The reward for it was 80 evaluation points and a second-level skill crystal, a chain fireball. The main character knew that the fallen demon was a native creature of the demonic plane of the abyss, and was quite weak, but the mission still gave 80 points and might allow him to use the fallen demon to mass-produce soldiers later on. Therefore, he announced to the army that they were heading to the fallen demon's tribe. 2 months passed. In the teacher's room, one teacher noted that his student Huang Fei had assembled an army of over 100,000 demonized goblins, and his points had reached 3,200, securing him first place. Another mentioned that Liu Mo had also performed excellently, scoring 3,010 points and taking second place. Someone asked Professor Tian Wen why Han Wu, who had taken first place last time, was performing so poorly this time. Liu intervened, saying that he had already mentioned that the guy had only taken first place thanks to luck, and some short-sighted professor had decided to consider him a treasure. Tian asked him to behave more appropriately, because he was still a professor, and should at least maintain some dignity. Liu objected that he was not mistaken, because this student was indeed useless, no matter how many resources he was given. He even doubted whether he would come out of the test alive. Confident in his opinion, the professor offered to make another bet, as he was convinced that the main character would win. Liu asked if he was serious, and the professor confirmed that he was betting 10 divine points. The professor admitted that he did not have 10 divine points, but he did have divine responsibilities, and he bet on third-level divine treatment. Tianwen agreed and reported that Han Wu had begun to complete the task, which was worth 80 points, and was close to success. He noted that the 80-point task was extremely difficult for a high school student, and once completed, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of universities. Even if the final result was not outstanding, just appearing before the universities would be enough. Meanwhile, on the plain of the abyss, where millions of desert demons had originally been, there were now less than 100,000 left. The main character stood on top of the mountain, satisfied that his strategy had worked so far. He gathered 900,000 skeleton warriors and ordered them to attack, as it was time to collect the debt. The army began to attack the monsters until they were cornered. 20 minutes later, the main character raised the flag of victory. The skeleton mages used resurrection spells, and the corpses on the ground came to life. The new monster turned out to be a skeleton resurrector from the skeleton clan. It was a transcendent undead with the talents Hard Bones and Skeleton Resurrection. Its faith was universal. This struck the main character because skeleton revivers were even stronger than skeleton knights. The new creature laughed, summoning even more skeletons to the army, and they turned out to be even stronger than the usual ones. The main character ordered him to keep some items so that his army would not suffer damage. Suddenly, one of the soldiers approached and presented a trophy to his lord. The main character noticed that it was a sacred item, a fireball staff. After being charged in the core of the divine realm, it could give some members of the central clan the ability to use first-level fireballs. In addition, the item was immune to demonic energy erosion and increased various resistances to negative effects. The protagonist also noted that the source of desolation could cause life transition, and decided to test it on his locus later. Now that his army numbered over 1 million soldiers, he felt more confident in confronting Zhang Xiaolong's army. After checking the task in the system, he discovered that after receiving 80 mission points, his rank had risen to 401, and he had received a second-level skill crystal, Fireball. The next task was related to the indigenous people and was worth 70 points. Knowing his next target, he ordered his huge army to march immediately. 3 days passed, and the professors watched the abyss live. The system reported that Han Wu had completed several consecutive tasks and climbed to 4th place in the rankings. One of the professors told Tianwen that his student was truly incredible, managing to climb from the bottom to 4th place. Liu noted that even if he ended up in 1st place, he still wouldn't be the real first. Suddenly, the Battle Fury Academy sent a message expressing their desire to interview student Han Wu after the evaluation. At the same time, the Hidden Dragon Academy did the same, offering to set up a meeting. Green Mountain College also sent a message stating that if Han Wu agreed, he could skip the entrance exams and enroll immediately. Liu flew into a rage and asked Director Shu why he had only shown the invitations for Han Wu and not mentioned the others. The director replied that there were no other invitations for the other students at that moment. The professor couldn't believe it, because the main character was only in 4th place, and there were 3 other students ahead of him. The director explained that the conditions for admission to the university were a total of 3,000 points, and the completion of at least one task worth 80 points or more. At that moment, only Han Wu met these requirements. Soon, Qin Shuang also fulfilled both conditions and received an invitation from the Battle Fury Academy. The professor was no longer interested in university invitations, as there were fewer and fewer tasks, and the main character would not be able to take 1st place. With this in mind, he contacted Xiaolong and informed him that there were only 3 tasks left, and the evaluation was almost complete, urging him to work harder and finish before Han Wu took the lead. Xiaolong replied that he understood, and would complete the task worth 90 points before his classmate arrived. The main character decided to check the remaining tasks. One of them was worth 100 points, and required the destruction of the semi-divine Black Frog people. Another was worth 90 points, and involved the extermination of the Minotaur tribe. The last one was also worth 90 points, and required the destruction of the Forest of Roadside Evil. The main character knew that at the moment he had 3,480 points, exactly 130 less than the 1st place, and that he was in 3rd position. This meant that he needed to complete at least 2 tasks. On the other hand, he couldn't be called weak, because he had 20 million skeleton warriors, 2 heroic creatures, and 190 elite creatures, and he had a good chance of success. After that, he decided to deal with the Minotaur demons first. Meanwhile, several explosions occurred in the Minotaur tribe. Zhang Xiaolong fought them, but felt irritated because the battle was too difficult. Suddenly, a giant Minotaur appeared, roaring and crushing everyone around him. Xiaolong ordered a retreat, believing that under the current conditions, they would only deplete their resources. Another disciple agreed, because even if they joined forces, it would still be impossible to pass this level of the test. However, he was soon struck by the sight of a colossal army of skeletons ahead, and wondered what it was. They decided that they were simply unlucky to encounter so many undead creatures, until they noticed that the skeletons were fighting against minotaurs. Both realized that despite their numbers, their combat power was weak, and it would be easy to break through them. The main character realized their intention to flee, but prepared to prevent it. He summoned the bone controllers, and powerful skeletons entered the battlefield. The skeleton mage used his magic and incessantly summoned the dead, sending them into battle. Both opponents fell into despair when they saw the fallen lizardmen turning into soldiers of the skeleton army. Not knowing how to deal with this, Xiaolong decided to focus his forces on destroying them. But the giant skeleton gave the order for none of them to move, and both were paralyzed. The main character appeared on top of the giant skeleton and met Zhang Xiaolong and Shu Sun. Xiaolong was stunned to recognize him as Han Wu, as he believed that his main clan was associated with locusts. Receiving no greeting in return, the main character, observing politeness, said goodbye. At that moment, the giant raised his foot, and Xiaolong, screaming, was completely crushed with one blow. Shu Sun tried to explain that there was no conflict between them, apologized for any misunderstandings, and pointed out that his death would be of no benefit. The main character replied that Shu Sun's life would not be of any use either. The lion began to beg, offering all the treasures he had taken from the abyss, and asked for mercy. The main character agreed to the deal and let him go. Shu Sun immediately fled for his life. 5 hours passed, and the Minotaurs were completely defeated. Those who survived surrendered and swore allegiance to their new master. The task was successfully completed, and the main character's score increased by 90 points. Now his total score was 3,570, which was 40 points less than first place, with 2 tasks remaining. Suddenly, there was only 1 task left, which meant that someone else had already completed one. The main character panicked, trying to figure out who had succeeded, and saw that Qin Shuang had risen to 3,580 points, taking second place. He was happy for her and not surprised, because she was truly powerful. Now he only had the task of exterminating the semi-divine Black Frog people. But he had his doubts because the difficulty was too high. Nevertheless, in order to attract the attention of the top-level Imperial Academy, he had to win first place. The main character ordered his troops to advance to their next target, the nest of the Black Frog people. The Academy announced that 11 classes had already completed their trials, and only 3 of Professor Tian Wen's students remained in the abyss. They checked the leaderboard and saw Qin Shuang in second place, Han Wu in third, and Shu Sun in 7th, but they didn't understand why they were still in the abyss. Liu noted that they must be mistaken, because the only remaining task was to destroy a semi-divine being. These students decided to do so without realizing that if they failed, they would lose absolutely everything, as none of the 11 classes dared to complete this task, and no one in history had ever succeeded. Tianwen noted that this was what they had been preparing for. They were going to challenge the semi-divine frogman, completely trusting their students. She launched her attack, and her birds unleashed several electric discharges on the giant frog, striking everything around it. The powerful monster called them reckless and activated a protective shield. He declared that they had invaded his tribe and killed his people, and promised to curse them all. She became alarmed as the situation became dangerous, and a colossal force in the form of a bird rushed at her, causing her to fall and injure herself. She was forced to use her divine purification and recovered, regaining her confidence. Then she unleashed new lightning bolts at the chief's shield, which began to take hits from all sides. Her army of sparrows also helped, using electric attacks simultaneously and inflicting more and more damage on the shield until it completely shattered. The giant toad used the ability of a demonic toad that devours mountains. She couldn't believe what happened next, as the monster became absurdly huge, even though it was already colossal before. The demon toad immediately stuck out its tongue, grabbed Qin Shuang, and swallowed her. She refused to accept such an outcome, but due to the monstrous size of the toad, her lightning bolts became completely insignificant. Suddenly, Han Wu contacted her, and she was skeptical about the call in the middle of the situation. She decided to answer, and the main character asked where she was, noting that the surroundings looked unusual. This angered her, but he pointed out that in no more than 10 minutes, all her thunder sparrows would be destroyed. She initially questioned why she should agree, but quickly changed her mind and agreed, emphasizing that if they won, the divine body of the semi-divine black toad would be hers, and everything else would be his. The main character accepted the terms, and only asked her to give a quick divine order for the thunder sparrows to raise his elite troops. He sent the coordinates. The sparrows arrived at the location, surprising the main character with their speed. He showed them where he was and mounted one of them. The skeletons did the same, and they all flew through the sky, descending and attacking the enemy toads. The main character lamented that the skeleton soldiers were indeed too weak, as part of his army had been destroyed, but the total number of fragments had increased. Flying over the battlefield, he decided that it was time for the bone controller to act. His soldier concentrated powerful magic and summoned a new giant skeleton, much stronger than the previous ones. Using the bone fragments scattered across the battlefield, the enemy toads attempted to perform a ritual, but the giant skeleton destroyed everything with its colossal steps. The main character ordered the Bone Restorer and the demonic Bull Shaman to attack with all their might. They wasted no time and rushed at the enemies, destroying every toad they encountered. The Bone Restorer used his power and summoned many skeletons from the dead bodies of toads. The monsters were stunned by what they saw, and at that moment, lightning bolts from the sparrows rained down on them. The leader realized that he had underestimated his opponent and decided to fight seriously, using the dark magic of twilight. A black moon appeared in the sky, which frightened Hanwu, because the magic was terrifying and sucked the life force out of all the skeleton soldiers. The main character was worried about what to do, because all his representatives were there. Suddenly he heard a telepathic message from his other familiars, who said they were ready to fight for their god. The main character was delighted, because they were the Sword of the Wind and the Red Smith's orcs. The situation was perfect, as a new day had dawned, which meant they could be summoned. The gates opened, and his representative entered into battle with all the red orc blacksmiths. The locusts arrived behind them, declaring that they were ready to be sacrificed for their god. This immediately caught his attention, and he activated the sacrifice ritual on all the locusts. The reward was perfect. The Sacred Flame of Hope, a special item that dispels darkness, eliminates any negative effects, and gives positive energy to representatives. Raising the torch, he called upon the light of the sacred flame to dispel all darkness in the area. The monsters were alarmed, for their advantage had been destroyed. The main character smiled and decided that it was time to counterattack. The leader could not accept that the enemy had a divine object that destroyed his dark arts, because such a thing was considered impossible. Meanwhile, the main character hovered over the battlefield, dispelling the dark magic. Looking closely at the monster, he suspected that Qin Shuang had been swallowed by a demonic toad that could devour even mountains. Thinking about this, he ordered his strongest representatives to destroy the leader. The battle began. He illuminated the area, allowing Qin Shuang to unleash her most powerful attack on the leader, thanks to which the battle was won. She declared that, as promised, she would take only the chieftain's body, and everything else would remain with the main character. The demon toad begged for mercy, offering everything he had in exchange for his life. The main character decided that after the killing, he would get everything anyway, and his representative finished off the enemy. Half an hour passed, and they gathered all the treasures in the area. The main character asked Qin Shuang if she was sure she didn't want to keep some of the loot for herself. She replied that a deal was a deal, and therefore everything except the leader's body would go to him. The main character placed the crown on her head and said that he could at least leave it to her as payment for her help. Qin Shuang felt embarrassed but agreed. At that moment, the professor telepathically congratulated Han Wu on a job well done and informed him that the presidents of the best universities were interested in meeting him. He asked him to return as soon as possible. Tianwen urged both students to follow him, warning them not to say anything unnecessary, as they were about to meet professors who were at the level of true gods. When they arrived at the gathering place, the main character began to wonder whether the examiners would be able to notice his unique ability to sacrifice his life, since everyone present was a true god. The bald man spoke about Qin Shuang. He noted that she came from a family of true gods and possessed enormous resources. He mentioned that the girl had preserved the body of a demon toad and would likely create a lordly life form. After that, he asked how much divinity she had. Another examiner was surprised that the girl had not even reached the level of a demigod yet, but was already preparing a divine body for cultivation, and her chances of success were high. The most striking thing was that even officials who had been at the level of demigods for many years had not been able to achieve a lordly life form. The girl replied that she had 4 points of divinity. The main character, watching her, thought that she was very cunning, because she had managed to secretly accumulate 4 points of divinity, and probably had about 400 million units of divine power invested in her. She was definitely a person of wealth. The bald man continued, and said that her qualifications met the requirements of all universities. After completing her cultivation, she would be able to enroll in any of them and finally experience student life. She thanked him for his generosity. Then the man changed his expression and turned his attention to Han Wu, starting with the question of whether his representatives were really locusts. The main character confirmed this. The examiner immediately marked a cross in his report. After that, he asked if he really only had 1 point of divinity. The main character confirmed this again, and the examiner marked another cross. Then he asked one last question. He wanted to know how the protagonist had obtained the Emperor's sword and the weakened version of the Skeleton Lord's incarnation, which the protagonist had shown during the exam. The main character felt relieved, because the examiners seemed unable to see his true ability, and therefore he was not obliged to reveal it. With that in mind, he said he could not answer the question. The bald man apologized and stated that the student did not meet the requirements of their universities, and if he still wanted to enroll, he should continue to work hard. The principal, seeing this, felt regret, as it seemed that the 3 professors had failed to recognize Han Wu's true excellence. The protagonist himself just smiled and said that he understood, as he would continue to work hard. The bald man wished him luck in everything. Tian Wen explained to the protagonist that the best universities have very high standards and are extremely difficult to get into, but he also added that there are several elite universities that would be happy to accept him. The protagonist replied that this was not necessary, because his true desire was to enter Imperial University. After that, he left the hall and met Qin Shuang. She said that she was going to cultivate a noble lifestyle and then join one of the best universities as a reserve student, because the resources there were more suitable. Knowing this, she asked if Han Wu really intended to enter the Imperial University. The main character confirmed that he would definitely enroll there. He remembered that his parents had been lost in the starry sea of chaos, and therefore it was necessary to get into this particular university to learn more about it. Qin Shuang replied that she understood, as she herself was planning to enroll at the Imperial University in the capital. As a reserve student, she would undoubtedly develop greatly thanks to the resources provided to her. Probably, when they meet again, they will already be rivals. After that, she added that it was not too late for the main character to become her servant before entering the university. The main character turned away and noted that he had already earned a lot of money himself, so he saw no point in becoming her servant. In addition, he said that he had his own business to attend to and was about to leave. The girl said goodbye, thinking that although he was a little stupid, he was still cute, especially in his skeleton form. Later, in his divine realm, the main character began to absorb the map of divinity. His level was equivalent to that of a divine being. His divine talent was that he was the chosen one. He possessed many powers. At present, he had 219 unusual life forms, 49 million elite life forms, and 2 billion ordinary life forms. His representatives included the Wind Sword, Red Orc Blacksmiths, the Lord of Bones, the Bone Reviver, the Bull Demon Shaman, and many others. The main character was pleased because, thanks to his resources, he could improve the creature's equipment, significantly increasing their combat power. However, he was now interested in building a path of life leap for the locusts. Starting with the use of the fountain of self-immolation, he watched as a black cloud rushed towards the locusts. He noticed that their resistance and endurance had increased. In essence, this was a significant increase in their resilience and resistance to negative effects. This clearly meant an evolution in the direction of defense. Then he decided to use the heart of the Dark Toad to build a path of dark spells. Thanks to this, the locusts could fly stealthily and impose all kinds of negative effects on their enemies. Now they had gone down the path of killers and should be called dark spell insects. Suddenly, one of his representatives contacted him telepathically, apologizing for the stupidity of his people and explaining that during the decomposition process, they accidentally dropped the sacred staff into the recycling machine, apologizing again. The main character immediately flew at full speed, because it was a huge waste, and he had to check everything personally. When he arrived, he found the younger brother of the Hammer of the Gods begging for forgiveness, because it was he who had dropped the sacred staff into the decomposition machine. The main character told him to calm down and just remember this mistake so that it would not happen again. After that, he looked at the machine processing the staff. In exchange for using such a great item, the system provided 3 different things: 2 fire crystals, 1 gold crystal, and a source of sacred artifacts that could be used to improve and repair sacred items. The protagonist was surprised, because it turned out that it was possible to repair sacred items. He wondered if it was possible to restore his law of gluttony, which seemed to have been damaged. He noticed this while reviewing the options in his system. A notification informed him that ordinary life forms could evolve into elite ones by absorbing more than 999 times their own energy. He noted that it used to require 1,000 times, but now the requirement had decreased. From this, he concluded that with the help of a sacred source, the law of gluttony could be completely corrected. However, the source of sacred artifacts had to be extracted from the sacred objects themselves, and the protagonist had no idea where to get such a quantity. He decided to check what people were discussing online. The topic was that one user possessed a weapon that was both divine and sacred, but it was damaged in battle in the wilderness. Without this weapon, his combat power was significantly reduced, and he sought help from the divine realm to restore the artifact, stating that any amount of divine power would be acceptable as long as the item could be repaired. The first person wrote that this was impossible and should be abandoned. The second reported that he had once tried to repair it, but without success. The main character wondered if it was possible to use a source of sacred relics to restore a weapon that was both divine and sacred. With this thought in mind, he wrote on the forum that he might be able to help, and if anyone wanted to try, they should contact him personally. This person immediately called the main character, surprising him with the speed of his response. When the main character answered, the caller asked if he could really help restore his weapon. The main character noted that he would at least try, since the message had been posted a long time ago and no solution had been found, so he had nothing to lose. He asked the caller to trust him and send him some sacred relics. The other replied that he had already downloaded the Divine Kingdom's anti-fraud system, so there was no point in trying to deceive him. He then clarified what level of artifact would be needed, saying that he could provide anything below level 4, but if a higher level was required, it would take time to obtain. Han Wu was surprised that this man possessed level 4 relics, which meant he was quite wealthy. The main character smiled and decided that the first level would be enough for him. At that moment, a giant box appeared in front of him, which greatly surprised him, because it was delivered so quickly. He stood up, stunned, and thought that there were probably about 100 sacred relics inside. He even thought about blocking this man and running away with the loot. However, he abandoned this idea, as the anti-fraud system in the divine realm seemed too intimidating. He simply took the relics and sent them to the decomposition machine. 2 hours later, he received 109 sacred relics. He kept 9 for himself and entered the remaining 100 into the system, successfully sending them to the user who had requested help. Soon, this person called him his teacher, thanked him for his help, and begged him to help in his own divine realm. The main character noticed that this person's name was Zhang, and noted that he loved helping others most of all. He continued to direct energy. At another time, while at school, Tianwen was delighted to receive a 3rd-level divine item from Teacher Liu. Returning to the present, the protagonist contacted the professor. The professor responded by asking what the problem was. Han Wu said that it was nothing serious, and that he just wanted to clarify how to obtain resources to improve the level of the divine realm core, because he had searched online and found nothing. The professor explained that resources such as divine resources, divinity, battle fragments, and others were extremely rare to find online, as they were immediately bought up as soon as they appeared. He made an offer. If his student helped defeat Liu Lidian, he would receive his collection as a reward. The main character thanked him. The professor continued and said that there was another way to obtain resources. He himself had once faced a similar problem, as he could not carry good relics due to his low core level. In this situation, he turned to his senior, who took him to the Blood Arena, where the winner of each competition received a fragment of the Divine Realm's core. After this explanation, the professor asked Han Wu what he thought, reminding him that defeat would lead to significant losses for the army. But if he won, he would be able to obtain fragments of the core. The main character thought about how he had recently spent a lot of money on the evolution of his followers, and was looking for an opportunity to test them. Therefore, he decided that there was no problem, because the only thing he lacked was followers. The next day, they both arrived at the bloody arena. The main character noted that the place really looked majestic. The professor explained that they needed to wear masks that would hide them from demigods and everyone below that level, because they were in the outside world, where it was quite dangerous. The examiner asked them to fill out a form first. Meanwhile, the professor explained that the competition was divided into 3 categories, depending on the level of the participants: for divine beings, for demigods, and for true gods. Therefore, unless the opponent specifically requested a duel, fights between different levels did not usually take place. There was also no limit on the number of followers in the army. Defeat in the competition was declared when the mortality rate of followers exceeded 50%. However, some continued to fight, and the mortality rate reached 100%. Shortly after the explanation, the system informed the main character that he had been assigned an opponent and needed to prepare for the broadcast. He was pulled into another dimension, which surprised him as he did not expect such speed. Soon he found himself in a different place. His opponent began by trying to intimidate him, asking if he was a newcomer, and adding that he shouldn't worry, because the Rat Lord would quickly finish him off. The audience felt sorry for the inexperienced newcomer, who would immediately have to face the vicious rats. Hanwoo thought that his first opponent was a student of the rats and had a terrible reputation for his cruelty. The system demanded that the followers be released, as the match would officially begin in 3 minutes. The toothy opponent wasted no time and summoned his rats, declaring that he would destroy everything in his path. The main character smiled, deciding that his opponent really wanted to compete in numbers, and summoned his army of locusts. The Rat Lord laughed when he saw that his enemy's main followers were locusts, and became even more convinced that the battle would be over as soon as it began. At that moment, a notification appeared announcing the start of the battle. The rats prepared their bows and at the signal, released their arrows. The main character immediately ordered his locusts to activate their shields, successfully repelling the attack. The hairy guy ordered his warriors to continue shooting, but the main character ordered his dark insects to launch a surprise attack. His representatives flew over the rats' backs and, upon receiving the command, used their special ability against everyone at once, plunging them into a state of confusion. Then the main character ordered his demonic insects to destroy the enemies. The insects prepared their stingers and rushed at the still stunned rats. The audience was shocked, as the attack proved devastating. The main character's current survival rate was 99%, while the shaggy guy's followers held only 22%. He couldn't take it anymore, shouted that it was impossible, and begged for it to stop, admitting defeat. Following this, all the insects stopped their attack, and an object appeared from under the pile of dead rats. The main character came closer and noticed that it was a fragment of the divine core, which closely resembled his ability to sacrifice his life. The system announced that the game was over and that both would be transported back to the waiting room. The professor greeted the main character and noted that he had done well, winning the first competition and receiving a huge amount of divine power. He also suggested moving on to the second round, as his representatives had suffered almost no losses. The professor explained that with another victory, the main character would be able to receive 10% more fragments of the divine core. Hanwoo agreed enthusiastically, as his creatures needed to train anyway. 32 days passed, and he was pleased that he had won all the battles, even though he had sacrificed 100 million of his locusts to do so. However, the result was worth the sacrifice, because after 89 consecutive victories, he had collected many fragments of the divine core. With their help, he was able to raise his level to 7. Despite his joy, he understood that it was becoming increasingly difficult to get stronger, because the number of fragments needed to reach the 8th level exceeded the total amount of all previous levels combined. The professor noted that with the current strength of his representatives, the main character could try to challenge the demigods. Hanwoo asked if he would receive more rewards if, being only at the divine level, he dared to fight a demigod. The answer was affirmative. The reward was 10 times greater than in normal competitions. He was given an example. If the main character wins, his 90 consecutive victories will be multiplied by 10, which will bring 90 times more fragments of the divine core. The main character wondered whether it was worth the risk. The examiner showed him the registration form for the internal level test and asked if he had thought it through, since this was a test to move up to a higher level. The main character confirmed his decision and said he was ready. In the arena, everyone was talking about the grasshopper guy who had been in the bloody arena for about 30 days, and now dared to do whatever he wanted, even challenging the strongest. Some said that demigods possessed higher levels of divine core and wielded powerful artifacts, so the challenge from the grasshopper guy was insane. Others believed that he needed to lose badly in order to learn his lesson. The professor warned that at the moment, the odds of winning were only 1 in 100, and even the entire audience was against him. The protagonist took this calmly, and realizing that he couldn't bet on himself, asked the professor to bet 10 million on his victory. Tianwen watched with interest at such confidence, and added 5 million of his own, saying that all hope now rested on him. He also promised to hand over a magical weapon if victory was achieved. The main character thanked him for his generosity, but noted to himself that he did not care about the magical weapon at all, because he was simply thrilled at the opportunity to fight such a strong opponent. He went to his divine kingdom, where he had not yet added any sacred artifacts to the divine core, and pondered what to choose. The law of gluttony and the pearls of poisonous mist seemed too insignificant to him. Suddenly, the man who had helped him before contacted him and asked if his master had extracted the source of the sacred items that day. Han Wu confirmed this and asked if this person could really find sacred items of the 4th level or lower. The man assured him that he had a large supply of such items and could send them if necessary. The main character replied enthusiastically that he needed 2nd-level sacred items, preferably with the attributes of poison, earth, darkness, and fire. As soon as he said this, a giant box appeared in front of him. The main character concluded that this man was incredibly rich. He started by acquiring a 2nd-level sacred relic, a lava sphere of earth and fire. This relic possessed the attributes of earth and fire, which allowed it to strengthen the defense and endurance of its representatives, as well as speed up their recovery. The second item was a 2nd-level sacred relic, the Nail of Shadows. It had the attribute of shadow. When charging the core of the area, it allowed a compatible representative to master a 2nd-level ability, which consisted of nailing the enemy's shadow and restricting their movement. The main character found both items interesting, as they were suitable for the Submerged Locust and the Dark Curse Locust. For this reason, he decided to combine the 2 relics, causing a huge explosion in the sky. Then he summoned his locusts to absorb the new power, and they immediately became stronger, evolving once again. This gave the main character confidence, as future battles promised to be promising. No sooner had he finished his thought than the battle arena summoned him, demanding that he immediately report to the training arena. He immediately teleported there. Upon arriving at the battle arena, he saw a crowd wildly cheering for Mr. Elephant. The demigod was pleased, for he was lucky enough to meet an inexperienced newcomer in the bloody arena. He declared that the newcomer would die along with his representatives. He added that he admired the courage of a low-level creature who dared to challenge a demigod, but noted that courage was not strength, and that was why he would show how terrifying those above could be. After that, he summoned his army of giant mammoths. The spectators supported him, demanding that he crush everything and put on a show in this battle. He climbed onto his giant mammoth and demanded that the main character try to entertain the crowd. The main character agreed and ordered his swarm of locusts to appear. He felt confident in the locusts of the Dark Curse, as they had been bred by the fusion of the law of gluttony and the nail of shadow. The explosive submerged locusts also gained power from the combination of gluttony and the laws of earth and fire. His opponent found this amusing and decided that the battle would be spectacular. He ordered his army of mammoths to attack the approaching locusts. Han Wu did the same and ordered the locusts of the Dark Curse to attack. They released their stingers and completely immobilized the monster's shadow. When the attack hit its target, the enemy asked what cheap trick he was using, but he didn't have time to finish his sentence, as another swarm of locusts attacked with a toxic explosion. However, the Thunder Mammoth remained motionless, showing no reaction whatsoever. Its owner explained that it didn't matter if the locusts had become a transcendent form of life, because his giant mammoth would never suffer, even if it remained motionless forever. The main character asked if he was sure about that. At that moment, a colossal explosion thundered in the arena. Mr. Mammoth realized that Han Wu was trying to win by numbers, and decided to prevent this by ordering his army to attack as soon as possible. The main character did the same, and ordered his warriors to explode, causing new explosions near the mammoths. The demigod decided to resort to 3 divine arts: armor, blood energy, and healing. His wounded mammoths began to rise, putting up significant resistance against the explosions. He admitted that he had not expected to have to use divine arts, and therefore acknowledged Han Wu's power. For this reason, he declared that after destroying half of his army, he would allow him to surrender to avoid heavy losses. The main character just smiled, and noted that his opponent was thinking too narrowly, because he had something else. He declared that surrender was not an option, and summoned the clan of demonic bulls. They rushed to attack the mammoths, and the enemy was frightened when he realized that Han Wu really did have an ally, the demon bull. Before everyone's eyes, his mammoths fell one after another. Then the gates opened, and it was the skeleton clan's turn to attack, led by the Skeleton Lord, the Bone Lord, and the Bone Restorer. The main character entrusted the Bone Restorer with deciding the outcome of the battle, which aroused the jealousy of the Bone Lord. The servant rushed to the fallen mammoths and began to use magic to raise them from the dead. Lord Mammoth began to worry, as these skeletons were too annoying, but he emphasized that this was not enough to shake the demigod, and ordered his representatives to attack using the combat spear skill. His mighty mammoths were supposed to completely crush the enemies. The main character ordered the clan of demonic bulls to retreat, and commanded the Lord of Bones to go forward. He stood in the center of the arena, gathered all the bones present, and his size began to grow to unreal limits. The enemy turned out to be gigantic, many times larger than the huge mammoths. Mr. Mammoth was intimidated by this heroic creature, but he used his ability to multiply, causing his mammoth to also grow to colossal proportions. After that, he rushed at the giant skeleton and tried to pierce it with his tusks, but the blow was blocked. Moreover, the enemy shouted, lifted the mammoth with all his strength and threw it to the ground. Then he jumped up and attacked with his fist. However, the mammoth managed to block the blow with its trunk and threw him to the ground in response, then raised its legs, trying to crush him. But the Lord of Bones managed to jump back in time, avoiding being crushed, and kicked the mammoth in the face. The main character ordered an end to the battle, and his representative obeyed, jumping on the monster and delivering several attacks in a row, grabbing one of its tusks and breaking it in half. Mr. Mammoth was horrified by the situation and called on his creatures to rise up and react. But the Lord of Bones gave him no time, grabbed the second tusk and broke it as well. Han Wu admitted that he was surprised at how well the Lord of Bones' training in hand-to-hand combat had worked, especially considering his gigantic size. Before he could finish his thought, the representative kicked the mammoth, sending it flying straight towards its master. The latter ordered the army of giant mammoths to surround the enemy and wear him down. The army obeyed and began to advance on the Lord of Bones. But he easily delivered a kick, blowing up some of the mammoths on one side, then kicked the others away and finished the series with several punches to the ground, scattering the mammoths across the arena. However, the mammoth army was still very large, and many managed to reach the representative, kick him in the leg, and knock him to the ground, after which everyone rushed at him with attacks. The enemy shouted, demanding to finish off the giant skeleton at any cost. But the main character did not remain idle, and ordered his demonic bull to save the Lord of Bones. The army arrived at the battlefield, attacking the enemies, and the skeleton mage seized the moment and used resurrection magic, raising the dead mammoths and turning them against the enemy. The spectators were shocked by the battle, as the Lord of Elephants' creatures were already outnumbered, and the young man with the locusts achieved complete destruction. Lord Mammoth admitted defeat and surrendered, and a fragment appeared above the pile of bodies. The main character approached to pick it up and noted how heavy the fragment was, as it came from a demigod. Suddenly, someone called out to Han Wu and informed him that the administration of the Blood Arena wished to meet with him, after which he was instantly teleported away, without even having time to comprehend what was happening. Once there, he was told that he had nothing to fear, as no harm would come to him. He was forcibly dragged there, and the administration explained that they had been watching the fight, and that it had been a magnificent demonstration of talent, proof that he was worthy of becoming the heir to the Blood Arena. It was said that the arena was a test to select the master's successor, and that anyone who managed to win the tests and take a high place in the rankings would be eligible for this role. After that, he was asked if he wanted to become that person. The main character was stunned by this news, caught off guard, because an incredible number of creatures and races gathered in this arena every day. The amount of divine power obtained here was also enormous. He did not understand how such a great opportunity had come to him so easily. Taking a deep breath, he decided that before making a decision, he needed to find out how many heirs already existed in the arena. He asked about the advantages and responsibilities of being the heir to the Blood Arena. The hologram soon noted that Han Wu was not interested for his own benefit, which was surprising. Because of such sincerity, everything was explained to him in detail. It turned out that there were currently 349 heirs, 221 divine beings, 118 demigods, 9 true gods, and only 1 supreme god. It was explained that, as an heir, he would receive the eternal coordinates of the Blood Arena and would be able to teleport to any area of the arena without any equipment, paying 1 million units of divine power for each teleportation. In addition, he would also receive a license to build a special blood arena in his divine kingdom to create representatives. The main character learned that when the number of heirs reached 500, the blood arena would begin the succession ceremony, which would take place right in the arena. The best among the 500 heirs will become the master of the blood arena. The main character quickly realized that, given the nature of this arena, the ceremony would not be easy, because 500 people would have to fight, and only the last survivor would become the master. However, he considered his current position, having entered as the 350th heir, and concluded that it would take a long time to reach 500, and by that time he might already be the supreme god. The arena leader asked again if he was ready to become an heir. The main character agreed. After that, a notification came with congratulations that he had become the 350th heir to the bloody arena. Suddenly a laser struck his chest, leaving him confused, and a light appeared above him. The teacher who was in the room ran up and told Han Wu that he was really lucky because they had managed to make a real killing there. The main character was confused until Tian Wen handed him something and asked him to keep it safe. He looked at the phone screen and couldn't believe there were so many zeros, because he now had 1 billion in his account. He noted that it was difficult to imagine how to spend such an amount, but suggested that it would be worth buying a suitable magical weapon first. Han Wu asked if he was sure about that because he was still only a divine being, not even a demigod, and therefore did not know if he could control a magical weapon. The teacher reassured him, noting that he would never suggest anything harmful, and mentioned that he knew a good store that he could recommend. The main character considered this an excellent coincidence, as he was just looking for a new weapon. Suddenly, Mr. Mammoth appeared, running up to him, calling him a grasshopper boy and declaring that he had finally found him. The main character hid behind the teacher, asking him to save him. The teacher protected him, assuring him that no one would dare harm his student in his presence. The bearded man asked him to remain calm, explaining that he had not come for revenge, but only wanted to be friends. He gave his name as Zhang Meng and said he was a freshman at Imperial University. The main character greeted him and asked if he was really from there, which explained why he was so strong. Zhang Meng noted that Han Wu was still too young to take the exams and asked which university he was planning to apply to. The main character replied that he was not planning to apply to any university yet, as he was still a schoolboy and could not take the exams. Zhang Meng was shocked and thought it was impossible, suspecting a joke. He asked why he would lie, adding that the teacher behind him could confirm it. Tian confirmed the information, mentioning that some universities had even invited the main character, but his goal was the Imperial University. However, the professor from that university showed no interest in him. Mr. Mammoth said he understood and praised him for his ambition, as Imperial University was the most powerful of the top 3. He wished him luck and explained that he would report this case to his university that night, and that the administration would probably contact him and ask him to update his representative data as often as possible in order to get on the university's reserve list. Han Wu cautiously asked himself if the man really wanted to help him just like that. The bearded man laughed, noting that it was obvious because he saw enormous potential in him, but also emphasized that the path to becoming a demigod was long, and it was much easier to have partners you could trust than to go it alone. He also explained that after recommending him to the university, and if he was accepted, he would receive a bonus in the form of resources, so the benefit would be mutual. Han Wu said he understood and thanked him for his help. The demigod noted that it was not difficult, and only asked him to continue working hard. He advised him to put more effort into developing the main representatives, and in the future, into heroic life forms. After that, the main character headed to Wanbaolu Street, to the treasure pavilion. The professor accompanying him asked to enter, and inside they were greeted by a beautiful woman who asked what level of equipment they had come for, or if they wanted to meet the master blacksmith. They went inside, and the girl mentioned that she had already contacted Master Ni Jian, and informed him that Tan Wen had come to see him. The main character noted that the name Master Ni Jian sounded more like the name of a good hairdresser than a blacksmith, and wondered if he was really a professional blacksmith. After walking a little further, she politely invited them to enter the portal. They exchanged glances and decided to cross it. On the other side, Tony told Tian Wen that this time he had brought a very fat sheep. The main character smiled, wondering if it was too late to run away. The professor stood in front and asked the blacksmith to be more serious, as there was a student nearby. The strong man decided to explain how everything worked here. His shop was friendly to everyone, but there were no special discounts for students. This upset the main character, because there should have been student packages, since it was not easy to earn money, and he had to work hard to save up 1 billion. The professor noted that despite Master Tony's harsh words, he was an excellent blacksmith. The strong man was delighted by these words, because after so many years he heard praise from the professor for the first time. But deep down he wondered who the professor had called rude. He invited the main character into his tent to show him his work. The place turned out to be huge and made a strong impression on Han Wu. The master explained that each item bore his personal seal of approval and was created by him. While they were looking at the goods, the professor asked the main character what he liked best. Considering the possibility that he would have to pass the Imperial University exam in the future, the main character turned his attention to a Gupot that cost 4 divinity points, which amounted to less than 600 million units of divine power. Without hesitation, he chose this 2-star magical artifact. The Gup pot contained a space where up to 100,000 insects could be placed for a purification ceremony. The insects would fight each other, and the last survivor would have a certain chance of leveling up, potentially reaching a heroic life form. The professor approved of the choice because although the Gup pot itself was not particularly powerful, it was ideal for Han Wu. Master Tony said that the artifact was worth 4 divinity or 580 million units of divine power, and asked if it was worth the price. The main character was shocked by the price, but Tianwen drew the blacksmith's attention, asking him to take less or give the item away for free, threatening to report him. In the end, the blacksmith agreed to set the price at 600 million and added a 0 artifact, the Eye of Detection. After that, the two left the shop satisfied with their purchase. But the blacksmith called out to his guest, saying that he had created a new special artifact based on the remains of a lost civilization, and suggested that it might suit his style. The professor took the item in his hands to examine it, and after carefully analyzing it, became angry with his friend, believing that he was trying to deceive him again. According to him, the ball had no power. Master Tony asked him to remain calm and explained that it was an artifact called the Greedy Wolf, originating from a long-lost civilization. This wolf often liked to rob, and it was known that artifacts could not be reused by another owner. Therefore, after the robbery, the items turned into nothing more than junk. The ruler of that civilization was extremely upset and mobilized all the master craftsmen, who ultimately created the divine artifact, Greedy Wolf. He announced that he was ready to offer the main character a special discount, and, since it was an artifact from a lost civilization, asked for only 1 billion units of divine power. The main character considered the price cheap, because it was an artifact that had caused the fall of a powerful civilization, and wondered if it was a joke. The burly man clarified that the artifact did have some drawbacks. It could devour other artifacts, but it did so 10 times slower than usual. After absorption, it inherited some passive abilities, but could not learn divine spells. The professor asked if this was a waste. The blacksmith replied that it was not, and asked that he be insulted as much as he liked, but never to insult his work. The main character immediately declared that he would buy the artifact for 400 million. Tian asked him not to do so, as 400 million was a huge amount of money. The main character thought that the Greedy Wolf could devour artifacts, which meant he could take them from enemies and strengthen the artifact. He told the professor that he had misunderstood everything, and emphasized that he sincerely appreciated the work of Master Tony, who was able to create the Greedy Wolf from just a few fragments. But he added that he was poor, and only had 400 million left, so he asked to sell the artifact for that amount. The burly man asked if he really valued the item that highly. The main character confirmed that of course, he did. Knowing this, Tony decided to sell the item for 400 million units of divine power, since money could not buy trust, and so he handed over the item, considering the deal complete. After that, the main character returned home and began the ritual, dripping a drop of blood onto the gut pot, the Greedy Wolf artifact, and the Eye of Detection. The blood gathered in one place, which pleased him, as the vessel recognized him as its master. At that moment, a frog appeared from the object, and the main character ordered it to begin training immediately. Then he wondered why the Greedy Wolf showed no reaction, and thought that perhaps it required more blood, like a vampire. Suddenly the artifact glowed brightly, and a wolf appeared before him. The main character wondered if it was really the Greedy Wolf, because it looked more like a stupid dog. The wolf immediately declared that it wanted to eat artifacts, which made the main character think, because the law of gluttony affected the creature immediately after it was summoned, and he himself had no way of obtaining artifacts, as he was completely poor. Throwing the only crystal he had at that moment, he saw the wolf immediately pounce and devour it. Meanwhile, the main character decided to check what his other creatures were doing. The locusts were training. The red orcs were mining ore. The demonic bulls were studying materials on building structures. The Sword of Wind continued to meditate to increase its power. The skeletons were feeding on crystals. The main character knew that thanks to the source of sacred items he had obtained earlier, he had finally managed to restore and improve the law of gluttony to the 3rd level. The effect at this level turned out to be very strong. It became possible to develop an elite form of life simply through nutrition. His eyes lit up when he imagined that after a few more improvements, even ordinary life forms would be able to develop into unusual ones. This meant that locusts could evolve significantly if they received enough food. A week later, it was time for a new sacrifice. Raising his hand, the main character declared that he would sacrifice 13 billion locusts. A giant whirlwind appeared, and he immediately noticed that the reward for the sacrifice of 13 billion locusts was much better than the previous one. The first option was 10,000 night demon hunters, an unusual form of life. The second option turned out to be a 3rd-rank artifact, a steel blade. It allowed the main representatives to summon a steel blade as a weapon, increase their strength against beasts by 15%, and added the divine art of sovereign. The third option was a 2nd-level sacred item, a stone of enlightenment. It gave the main representative a chance to take on a semi-human form. The main character considered the last option incredible and chose it. The item immediately appeared in his hand, and he immediately split it. A ray of light descended from the heavens and struck the elite locusts, transforming them. The main character was shocked by what he saw, because now he possessed the Locust Man, an unusual life form with talents, flight, low intelligence, and a humanoid body. He was amazed that the new creature's faith power was 50,000 units per day. At that moment, he received a call from the professor. Tianwen informed him that the Imperial University had issued a notice that the main character would have to take the test again, and that the admissions professor would come to the school the next day to check on him, asking him to prepare in advance. The main character thanked him for the warning. The next day at school, a guy approached him, asking about the situation in the divine world, and saying that if he needed any resources, he could let him know. Although he couldn't get them directly himself, there were many demigods in his family. This made the main character happy. He asked if it was possible to get fragments of the divine core, as he needed a certain amount to rise from the 7th to the 10th level. His friend replied that it would not be a problem, but noted that they were extremely expensive, and even considering their friendship, the price would be 400 million units of divine power. The main character acknowledged this and thought that poverty really limits human development. Then his classmate offered an alternative, saying that his family was willing to replace 1,000 skeleton knights, an unusual form of life that could compensate for the cost in divine power. The main character agreed to the deal without hesitation, because it was about skeleton knights. His friend felt slightly annoyed at such a hasty agreement, thinking that perhaps he should have offered a bone controller instead, a heroic form of life. At that moment, Tianwen entered the room, calling out to Han Wu and informing him that the examiner from the Imperial University was waiting for him in the staff room. Upon arriving there, the protagonist saw the bald man again. The man noted that he remembered him as a student who had failed the test, but managed to get an internal recommendation. However, according to him, this was of little help, because the exams at the Western University were much more difficult than those at school. The man also explained that in order to prevent cheating, only the main representatives admitted to the test would be allowed, and as far as he remembered, the main character's creatures were locusts. After these words, he asked if the student had any questions. The main character replied in the negative. The examiner explained the essence of the test. It was necessary to invade a small civilized village on the edge of a field called Dolan. This place had a strong hierarchy and a system of professions that directly affected both the representative and the master. Once the system recognized him as a demon disaster, the professionals of Dolan would hunt him down to completely destroy him. The task was simple: kill at least one of the masters guarding Dolan. The main character asked how many troops and masters were in this city. The mustachioed man replied that although the city was not large, the average population was 10 million, more than 10% of whom were professionals, and there were also 5 heroes there. Everything else had to be figured out on his own. He was given 1 hour to prepare. The main character informed his professor that he would like to exchange his recently acquired class points for 3 first-level sacred items. He was allowed to simply choose. Returning to the core of the divine world, he placed the missing fragment. His divine core rose to the 10th level and the space expanded. Then he decided to equip himself with 3 sacred items. The first was a first-level item, poisonous iron. After loading it into the divine core, there was a chance that the main representatives would gain the poison attribute and develop poisonous iron. The second item was a first-level sacred earth core. After loading it into the core, there was a chance that the representatives would gain the earth attribute and strengthen their defense. The last item was a goblin's short bow, a sacred item, and divine weapon. After loading it into the core, representatives could gain the ability to summon a goblin's short bow as a weapon. The Master God also gained the ability to summon this bow. All items were successfully loaded. The main character was encouraged because most of the locusts had acquired poisonous irons, half of the locust people had strengthened their defenses, and almost all of the locust people could now fight with bows. Therefore, he expected an easy test. An hour later at the school, the examiner informed Han Wu that he and his representatives would be teleported together to the outskirts of Dolan. He touched the crystal and felt a strange sensation, as if he had been thrown into the test site. Immediately after that, several notifications appeared, stating that an intruder had been detected, and that he was being asked to leave the current dimension. Otherwise, he would be recognized as a demon and destroyed. Since he did not retreat, the system identified the main character as a demon, the king of locusts. A panel screen opened in front of him, indicating that he was a demon, the Locust King, of the 60th level, and showing his equipment and abilities. He was surprised that the system could even see the levels of the two newly born heroic locusts. The Locust Man turned out to be of the 60th level, possessing a number of talents and abilities. The main character tried to understand what the 60th level meant, but it was difficult without precise guidelines. At that moment, his representative reported that they were being attacked by creatures. The main character immediately jumped on his back and ordered him to check out the enemy. There he found Thorn, a second-class adventurer, stunned by the absurd number of monsters appearing. Next to him was Fist of Fury, a first-class adventurer who encouraged his comrade. He noted that the more monsters there were, the greater the reward they would receive, and once they had accumulated enough money, they would be able to upgrade their classes. Nearby was a ghost, and next to him was an adventurer, the Water Sage. There was also a fire mage who believed that the locusts were too weak and would die no matter how many appeared. Thorn warned the others to be careful, as it was impossible to predict what would happen next. The main character arrived at the scene and saw these adventurers killing his locusts. He decided to use his firefly detection eye and was the first to identify Thorn, who was level 37 and a warrior. The main character noticed that all 4 adventurers had the same style of badge. The difference was that Thorn's emblem was silver, while the other 3 were bronze. From this, the main character concluded that this man was the leader of the group. The adventurer was clearly surprised by the absurd number of locusts that had appeared and ordered his group to retreat, claiming that it was impossible to kill them all. The main character ordered the Locust Man to test their strength. He landed on the ground and made it clear that no one would leave. The adventurers were shocked, realizing that this was a third-class monster. They all rushed to flee, and in an attempt to buy time, Thorn used one of his most powerful attacks. But it left only a scratch on the Locust Man's body. One of them admitted that they were powerless against such a monster, and at that moment, he was kicked, knocking his sword out of his hand. The representative decided to pursue the remaining adventurers. Soon all 4 were captured. After that, the main character appeared before them with a threatening aura. One adventurer begged the ugly monster to stay away. Hearing this, the main character flew into a rage, considering himself handsome, and not understanding why he was called ugly. He declared that they could stay alive if they answered one question. It was important for him to know how they saw him. The fighter replied that he would never answer a monster's question. For this, the Locust Man punched him in the stomach. The main character was even surprised, because he only wanted to scare the prisoner, but his representative actually attacked him. The girls screamed in panic when they saw their friend fall unconscious, but the main character ordered the poisonous insect to silence them. Thorn asked what the main character was really trying to achieve. The latter changed his expression and said that he was only repeating his question. How did they see him? The swordsman replied that he had large eyes and long antennae. The main character realized that this was a description of the giant Locust Man. Obviously, this area deliberately discredited his image in the eyes of the invaders. 3 hours passed, and the main character untied Thorn, saying that he had gotten everything he wanted and that Thorn could now leave. The guy ran away as fast as he could, knowing full well that he had to urgently report everything to the Adventurers Guild. Naturally, the main character flew after him and thus learned the location of the others. He regretted that he couldn't allow his location to be revealed so easily, so he cast a sleep spell on Thorn, saying that he should get some rest. Hanwoo thought about it. According to Thorn, there were millions of adventurers in the city, and if they attacked directly, he would most likely lose everything. He concluded that he had to strengthen the combat power of his army to at least level 60 and above. He noticed goblins nearby. Although they were weak, they were better than nothing. All the goblins were low level, but their leader was at level 62, having reached the 3rd rank. The main character was interested in how he had obtained his class. The leader explained that he had eaten many class fragments left behind by adventurers, and thus gained his power. The main character was pleased with this knowledge, realizing that if his locusts ate 39 class fragments, they would also be able to obtain a class. He immediately summoned his locusts and gave them 2 orders: to watch the Adventurers Guild and to collect class fragments. After 3 days, he had accumulated many fragments and decided it was time to begin the fusion. He began the ritual, and a choice of classes appeared before him: mage, fighter, warrior, and archer. He chose the latter, deciding that the long-range attack method would be ideal for the Locust Man. The main character was satisfied, because the bow suited his representative perfectly, and now he hoped to be able to absorb another corresponding first-level class in order to advance him directly to the 3rd rank. At that moment, one of his locusts reported that it had discovered a cave from which a terrifying pressure emanated. The main character asked them to take him there. Upon arriving at the location, he immediately sensed the terrifying aura emanating from within. It even contained traces of divine power, and it was definitely worth investigating. He entered the cave accompanied by 2 locust men. Looking down, he noticed a giant dragon sleeping in the depths. He remembered the professor once saying that some civilizations from other worlds isolated enemies they couldn't kill. Obviously, the black dragon in front of him was a poor creature sealed by a powerful being. The locust used his detection eye. It turned out to be the black dragon Elphys, level 103, sealed. The creature's original level was 149. His profession was a rebel belonging to a special race. The rest of the information remained unknown. Suddenly, the dragon opened its eyes, stunning the locust. The main character ordered the representatives to stop, but they trembled with fear. Elphys stood up and accused them of daring to interrupt the meal of the great rebellious black dragon. After that, he prepared to attack, and the main character hurried to retreat along with the others. Numerous explosions followed. 5 minutes passed, and the main character returned to the dragon's lair, asking if it had finished venting its rage. The black dragon prepared to attack again, calling Hanwoo worthless trash for trying to take advantage of the situation, and claiming that such behavior would never be forgiven. The main character retreated again, knowing that there were still 4 minutes left. 10 minutes later, Hanwoo reappeared and told the dragon that he had no intention of provoking him. On the contrary, he wanted to help. Elphys declared that he had figured out all his tricks and demanded that he leave immediately. Otherwise, he would have to swallow him whole. Then, the main character grabbed his bow and shot an arrow, noting that the dragon was unlikely to be able to swallow anyone while imprisoned. The arrow bounced off the scales. The dragon noted that such attacks were pointless, because the black dragon had absolute protection. Hanwoo summoned his sword and struck, saying he was willing to pay to see for himself. The blow left only a barely noticeable scratch. The enraged protagonist demanded to pour 10,000 units of divine power, realizing that he needed to at least slightly damage Elphys in order for him to agree to cooperate. Now the attacks became much more powerful, and this time, blood was shed. The dragon flew into a rage, accusing him of daring to wound a higher being in such a way. The main character coldly remarked that he still had many weapons, and that if Elphys continued to waste time with empty words, he might die. Then the dragon asked what the main character was trying to achieve. He replied that his dream was to kill the hero of the city of Dolan, but that this was impossible with his current strength. He could not stand up to this hero, and that was why he needed help. The dragon said that he had been sealed in this place for many years, and had no way of escaping. He explained that the chains binding him were a special artifact created by the guild itself, and that even his dark power could not destroy them, let alone a simple sword. Hanwoo asked if the dragon was sure that the chains were indeed artifacts. The dragon replied in the affirmative, claiming that he would never stoop to lying. Upon learning this, the main character summoned an item, for he had a solution to this problem, and ordered the wolf cub to appear. Its aura began to corrode the chain until it was destroyed. The dragon was amazed by what he saw and begged for help in breaking the remaining chains, emphasizing that the great black dragon Elphys had ordered him to do so. Hanwoo irritably clarified what he had just said. The dragon repeated his request to free the great black dragon who commanded him. The main character reminded him that he had just broken one of the chains and demanded proof of goodwill, since the dragon had done nothing for him yet, and even dared to claim that he commanded them. Then the dragon asked what he wanted. If his goal was to kill the hero, then he already agreed, and again asked him to destroy the chains quickly. Hanwoo changed his mind and demanded that the dragon serve him for 100 years as a reward for his liberation. The dragon flew into a rage, calling him a madman. The main character made it clear that he could save him as easily as he could kill him, and if the dragon was not willing to help, he could still be used as a stepping stone to become stronger, because he had heard that dragons were treasures from head to tail, and even their bones were worth a fortune. Elphys was intimidated, and having no other choice, agreed to serve him for 100 years, begging him to break the chains quickly, because he did not want to remain in captivity for a second longer. The main character stopped him, saying that there was no need to rush, because first they had to sign a contract. The dragon was outraged, accusing him of trying to enslave him because dragons can never be enslaved. The main character summoned the crystal and noted that he had already sensed its weakness from afar, and would only allow this resource to be consumed after the contract was signed. Seeing no other way out, the dragon signed the contract with his paw. When everything was settled, the wolf cub jumped and devoured the remaining chains, as they were artifacts, destroying them. The cave completely exploded because of the dragon, who was happy to finally be free. After that, a meeting was held at the town hall of Dolan. The holy hero marshal announced that the black dragon had just been freed, and asked everyone to join forces to destroy it, as the seal was still weak. Rose, who was also a holy hero, noted that the dragon would likely hide to regain its full strength. Since the city's surroundings were vast, she suggested asking all the adventurers of Dolan City for help. Another hero stated that the dark energy emanating from the black dragon would lead to the strengthening of many monsters. This was Jaime, the hero of the Sword of Ice and Fire. He emphasized that they should take the first step and start acting before the monsters rose up. Carl asked if one weakened dragon was really a cause for such serious concern, and turned to his dragon slayer brother. He replied that one simple dragon was no reason for such commotion, for he had already killed one of the wind elementals single-handedly, and although it was difficult, it was not impossible. Gordon said he understood, but warned that this dragon was different, because according to the records, it belonged to the race of rebels, which meant it should not be underestimated. Ben asked if they were underestimating his power, since he himself was a dragon slayer of the Fourth Revolution, chosen by fate itself to destroy these monsters. The bearded man fell silent upon hearing this. Ben simply asked everyone to take care of protecting the city, and he was going to deal with the fugitive dragon himself. The archer supported him and said he would go with him. At that moment, the main character was gathering various monsters, taking advantage of the black dragon's presence. He addressed everyone, asking if they wanted to continue living under the oppression of the adventurers' slaughter. He told them that the great rebel, the black dragon Elphys, had called on all monsters to unite and form a monster alliance to fight against the Adventurers Guild. The monsters doubted whether it was possible to gather the strength for such a cause. The main character understood that the power of his representatives was limited, and if he wanted to win, he had to use these shrimp and crabs to keep them under control. With this in mind, he told the monsters that he could help them become stronger, as the alliance offered a reward in the form of power crystals. In other words, any monster of any race could exchange equipment and shards. A few days passed, and the black dragon offered his blood to help the main character reach the third level. However, he admitted that the loss of blood made him dizzy, so he demanded 500 black crystals, claiming that it was not too serious. Han Wu turned around and told him not to pretend to be weak, reminding him that 500 black crystals was a lot, and he would pay them in installments. After that, the system notified him of his promotion from the second transformation of his profession to the third, the profession of a black dragon warrior. His talent was called Black Dragon Blood. The effect was a 50% increase in physical strength, a 50% increase in resistance to all elements, a huge increase in power, and a stronger connection to the attribute of darkness, as well as the ability to transform into a black dragon. The main character found this interesting and asked to activate the transformation. His body instantly changed, taking on a new form. Now his level was 125, and the number of representatives reached 85, including divine beings. His class became Black Dragon Warrior, along with many other changes. He thought that now he would be able to stand alone against the heroes. Suddenly, the black dragon became agitated, and the main character asked what was wrong. At that moment, rays of light appeared in the sky, and two heroes appeared before him. Ben looked at the dragon and noted that he expected nothing less from a pureblood. He stated that his own class would increase significantly after killing the dragon, and asked his companion to erect a barrier so that no one else could interfere. The archer replied that he would not allow anyone to approach. He used his skill and created a huge shield that covered the entire area. After that, he noticed that the level 125 Locust King was nearby and did not expect such a powerful monster to exist so close to the city. But he added that it didn't really matter, because he wouldn't let anyone interfere in the fight. Han Wu was pleased, because he wanted to test his new abilities by killing a hero, and it turned out that the heroes had come to his door themselves. The main character imagined this and used his detection eye on the green archer. He discovered that the hero's name was Carl Smith. His level was 131. His profession was wind sailor in the fourth transformation, and he possessed many skills. The main character immediately jumped and threw his swords. However, the hero dodged and soon appeared behind him, striking from both sides. Han Wu wondered why there were two of them and ordered his locusts to destroy the barrier immediately. At that moment, Ben's aura overflowed, as if several dragons were about to attack Elphys. The battle began as a fight between two dragons, until the enemy appeared behind him and struck with his sword, sending Elphys to the ground. The hero approached his head and asked the dragon spirits to take the black dragon back to the city of Dolan. After that, he asked his colleague if he needed help. He replied that he could handle the locust demon on his own and would soon join him in the city. Hearing this, the dragon hunter began to leave, taking the black dragon and the spirits with him. The main character flew into a rage and ordered his swarm of locusts to break through the barrier at any cost. His minions obeyed and began attacking the shield, which soon cracked, causing Carl to wonder if the barrier was really collapsing. He began to use his techniques to kill the locusts, but became alarmed because their numbers were enormous and his mana was quickly running out. Therefore, he needed a way to escape. He shouted an order for the insects to die completely, but their numbers only grew until the huge army reached him. They covered his entire body and devoured every inch of flesh, leaving only bones. At that moment, the evaluating professor informed Han Wu that he had done an excellent job of completing the task, and noted that the portal would open for his return. The main character asked to wait, as he could not return yet. The bald man asked if he was going to rescue the captured dragon. The main character confirmed that he was, as the dragon was his imprisoned partner. The professor explained that once in the city, he would have to face not only Carl as before, but 4 heroes and millions of armed adventurers at once. Even a demigod would have little chance of survival, let alone a minor deity. Han Wu said that he understood the situation, and therefore officially requested permission to release all races within his divine domain, so that they could fight on his side. In exchange, he agreed to increase the difficulty of the task by capturing the entire city of Dolan. The examiner was surprised, as it took tremendous courage to challenge an entire city, but he approved the request nonetheless. After that, the portal opened, and representatives began to appear. The Emperor of the Windsword, level 140. The Red Orcs, Hammer of God, were level 113. The Clan of Demon Bulls had a level of 135. And finally, no less significant, the Lord of Bones, level 75, the Bone River, level 86, and the Lord of Skeletons, level 132. The main character understood that there were many adventurers in the city, and although his creatures had high combat power, there were few of them, so he figured he needed to find a way to keep low-level adventurers away. He ordered his locusts to send a message to the allied monsters. At that time, in the forest, the wolf gathered with the goblins and declared that the black dragon was dead, so there was no point in the alliance. He also mocked the locust servant for daring to come with an invitation to storm the city for rescue, and suggested simply killing him and taking his power crystals. But as soon as he said this, his head was cut off. Seeing this, the goblins were left in fear and confusion. Han Wu noted with regret that they were just a bunch of ants, for not only were they devoid of honor, but they also wanted to kill him, as if seeking death. One of the goblins was outraged, daring to ask how he dared to do such a thing, since they were already vassals of the Black Dragon. The main character released a wave of energy, throwing him to the ground, and added that he was not asking them to attack the city, but ordering them, making it clear that disobedience would lead to death. Immediately, everyone bowed, praising their god and declaring that they were ready to follow orders. Having finished this, the main character ordered all his troops to attack the city. At that moment, the Black Dragon was imprisoned inside the city. Another traveler approached the adventurer, the dragon hunter, and informed him that the dragon's execution ceremony had already been organized in the square. He also mentioned that Rosa was wondering why Carl had not yet returned. 12 hours had passed, and the hero of the wind had not yet appeared. Thinking about this, the adventurer concluded that perhaps the boy had been delayed on his way, and decided that after the ceremony was over, he would go after him himself. But as soon as he realized this, he was startled by a loud noise. The city guards announced that a huge horde of monsters was attacking the city. All adventurers were ordered to prepare for battle, except for women and children, who were to take shelter underground. It was clear that the monsters were trolls, goblins, and other creatures. They had all joined forces. The guards shouted, urging the mages to use spells to shoot down the flying monsters as quickly as possible. But immediately, numerous arrows pierced their chests. These attacks came from the locust people. The mages responded with spells, but despite the powerful explosions, the locusts simply flew away. At that moment, a huge goblin raised his hammer and struck the gate, trying to destroy it. The main character immediately ordered his skeleton commanders to attack, while simultaneously resurrecting a new army. They immediately obeyed and began to revive those who had fallen in battle, then rushed towards the humans. Finally, the huge orc managed to knock down the gate. Rosa was already waiting for this on the other side. She summoned several thorny vines, which rushed towards the giant goblin and entangled him. Soon, the dragon hunter appeared, set fire to everything around him, and blocked the goblin's path, preventing them from breaking through the flames. Meanwhile, Gordon ordered the adventurers to hold their positions. The mages prepared and unleashed their powerful spells, causing numerous explosions in the goblin ranks. Ben, who was standing next to the Black Dragon, demanded that the adventurers successfully repel the invasion, and promised to reward them with a bloody spectacle involving the dragon. The main character wasted no time and ordered the Bone Lord to act. He stood next to the numerous bones littering the battlefield, and a new body began to form from them, a giant skeleton. The creature moved toward the burning vines, grabbed one, and tore it out, clearing the way for the entire army to enter the city. Han Wu found himself among them and turned to Elphys, who was nearby, with a request to save him. At that moment, the dragon opened its eyes and asked how he had managed to get there. The heroes watched from afar, marveling at his audacity, for he dared to cause such great trouble. Gordon leaped forward, rushing into the attack, believing that the vile monsters should be wiped out. But suddenly, a demon bull appeared and delivered a crushing blow, asking how he dared to insult his god. Rosa decided to intervene, summoning the thorny vines again. But then a red orc appeared with a divine hammer. His blow set all the vines ablaze, and Rosa was confused, trying to understand what had happened. Ben was also dissatisfied with the turn of events, as there were only a few minutes left, and he asked how he dared to ruin his plans. Then he summoned his dragon spirits and ordered them to die right now. One of the spirits prepared to devour Han Wu, but the giant skeleton delivered a powerful blow. The dragon tried to respond, and they began to exchange blows. The skeleton lord, watching this, merely noted that he was very hungry and immediately jumped onto the dragon's back, clamping his teeth down. The dragon could only scream in pain, unable to attack its own back. At that moment, Ben appeared. He was outraged that a pathetic skeleton dared to try to devour the dragon's soul, and he delivered a crushing blow, sending the skeleton lord to the ground and even tearing off his arms. However, the skeleton's body immediately regenerated, and he jumped on the dragon again, clamping his teeth into its body. The hero stood in complete shock, unable to believe what he was seeing and trying to understand what kind of monster this was. The main hero immediately summoned the greedy wolf and ordered him to bite through the chains. Elphys told his faithful partner that he had the word of the great black dragon and promised to always remember this act of kindness. He wished to serve him for several hundred more years to repay the favor and asked to eat some black crystals to regain his strength. Suddenly, something behind him caught his attention. He saw the red orc of the divine hammer being brutally attacked by vines. The main character immediately ordered his army to come to the rescue, realizing that things could not continue this way and that complete destruction awaited him. Elphys turned to his dear friend and said that he wanted to give him a gift, his own name. From that moment on, Han Wu also received the title of Great Rebel. Then Elphys cast a spell with his eyes. The system reported that the rebel had been received, but its effects were still unknown. Feeling all the new power in his body, the main character aimed at the Dragon Slayer and launched a full-power attack. The blow was blocked, but still caused the hero to bleed from the destructive force. The Skeleton Lord, who was nearby, took advantage of the confusion and delivered a powerful blow, piercing Ben's chest. After finishing him off, he began to summon from the dead body, and a heroic mutated life form appeared, a bloody skeleton. The main hero, losing his patience, kicked Rose in midair, throwing her to the ground. In a rage, she declared that she did not believe in the death of the Dragon Slayer. Han Wu replied that she shouldn't worry, because she would be next, and told the god's hammer that it was time to take revenge for the attacks he had received from this woman. He thanked his god and approached the heroine with his hammer, instantly killing her. The main character looked at the other battles and saw the Emperor of the Windsword fighting the hero. He decided to help by striking a blow, but the attack was blocked. However, this distracted the enemy, and the representative was able to get closer and deliver a crushing blow, knocking the hero back and knocking him to the ground. Gordon, overcome with panic, saw all his comrades fall and desperately tried to flee. But the bloody skeleton of Ben stood in his way. The hero froze, horrified at the sight of his friend in such a state, and it was because of this delay that the demon bull approached and finished him off with his club. After this denouement, the main character ordered the entire army of monsters to comb through the city and bring everything they found to the crystals. The goblins celebrated joyfully, wishing their master many years of life. Han Wu wished his dragon friend a speedy recovery. Elphys thanked him for his concern and said he was ready to follow him. At that moment, the examiner professor contacted the main character, congratulating him on completing the task and creating a miracle, and informed him that the teleportation portal was ready and that he had 3 hours to distribute the military trophies. The main character thanked him and asked to build a stable portal from this place to his divine kingdom, offering to exchange all the military trophies. The professor replied that the desire to build a civilization was understandable, but asked if he had considered the risks, as his divine kingdom could be disrupted. Han Wu said that he had already taken everything into account. The professor agreed and promised to help stabilize the portal within 10 days. 10 days later, Han Wu informed the Skeleton Lord that he was leaving Dolan under his command, instructing the Skeleton Tribe and the Demon Bull Tribe to protect it and prevent attacks by professional adventurers. He requested that if the city could not be saved, they should simply teleport back to the Divine Realm without losing too many members. The Skeleton Lord replied that he understood the instructions. When everything was decided, the portal opened so that Han Wu could return. When he arrived at school, he walked down the hallway, and the teacher asked him what had happened to his eyes. The main character did not immediately understand the question and decided to look through his phone's camera, noticing that his eyes had turned black and yellow. He assumed that this was related to his special profession, a rebel. He decided to check the system to find out more. However, the system blocked access to the information, stating that at least the level of a demigod was required to see talents. The main character felt annoyed because he was still far from that level. At that moment, the bald teacher appeared and announced that Han Wu had successfully passed the test and received a recommendation to the Imperial Academy, but he had to fulfill certain conditions for admission. One of these conditions was the presence of special abilities and the fulfillment of at least 2 of the 4 requirements that would be counted. There were 4 conditions. The first was the presence of family nuclei, as elite life forms born naturally. The second was the creation of a heroic life form. The third was the possession of 4 or more points of divinity. The fourth was to possess the life form of a saint or lord. It was emphasized that 2 of these conditions had already been met, and only 2 remained for admission to the Imperial University as a reserve student. The main character did not like this at all, because the requirements were too difficult. However, the teacher only asked him to try, because the doors of the university remained open. Then Han Wu decided to ask Tian Wen if there was a way to quickly earn divinity points. But he replied that it was too late now. If he had asked the question a day earlier, he could have even saved a little divinity. But now it was completely depleted. He explained that in 28 days at school, Han Wu could have earned 1 point of divinity, and asked him to stop looking at him suspiciously. He swore on his own honor that he was telling the truth. After that, while in the divine dimension, the main character didn't see many options and slammed his hand on the ground, creating a huge tornado of sacrificial life. However, he ended up with 0 divinity points and decided it would be better to try again the next day. The same thing happened in the following days, until a week later he began to regret it. He once had a divinity card in his hands, but he did not appreciate it and exchanged it for 150 million units of divine power. Now, he regretted it. He firmly decided that if he got another chance, he would hold on to the card tightly and never sell it. At that moment, his system sent him a notification. It was Yuan, calling his master and asking if he had already received the source of the sacred relic that was supposed to be delivered that day. The main character understood that this man was a true god, and might even be able to lend him a little divinity. With this thought in mind, he asked to borrow a few points. The recipient of the message thought for a moment, because his master was not a true god, but rather a senior demigod, and he doubted that he would repay the debt. But he could not offend such a great man. The main character was delighted to see that he had received a gift, and did not even expect such speed. However, upon opening it, he discovered the ruins of a divine abyss and wondered what it was. Then he decided to search for information on the internet. The ruins of the divine abyss were a place abandoned by a divine civilization. Radiation caused by excessive research turned life forms into mutant monsters. These monsters absorbed radioactive minerals, which crystallized in their bodies, forming genetic stones. These stones were valued and used to grow representatives popular among demigods and true gods. Han Wu was amazed, because his new acquaintance was thinking big. This opened up the possibility of competing with demigods and even true gods for genetic stones. He wondered how many points this ticket could bring him. Then he checked the artificial farms of mutated beasts and felt satisfied because he had a decomposition machine. This meant that low-quality radioactive minerals could be processed, and if such beasts ate them, they would quickly mutate and be able to condense genetic stones. For this reason, he decided to go to the city outside the divine dimension. Wearing a mask, he acted cautiously, because the place was unfamiliar to him, and safety came first. At that moment, a man approached him, deciding that the main character was visiting the ruins of the divine river for the first time. He said that an honest and reliable guide would be needed for the journey. The main character thought for a moment and asked for at least one reason to hire him. The man replied that he knew 18 gathering places for mutated beasts in the ruins, and that each of them had its own characteristics. He also explained that he knew all the supply points in the city, and understood which merchants were honest, which were cunning, and which liked to cheat. This guaranteed profitable deals on the purchase of genetic stones. The main character was satisfied and only wanted to know if there was a merchant nearby who could sell radioactive ore. The man smiled mysteriously, understanding the reason for the visit, and said that perhaps the main character did not know, but recently, a god king had bought some low-quality ore. Because of this, the mutated beast died before the mutation was complete, and the farm, into which 1 trillion units of divine power had been invested, was destroyed. At that moment, someone pointed out that the only problem was that the purchase had not been made from him. The main character turned around and saw the person who had spoken. The man greeted him and introduced himself as Hay. The blond man standing nearby explained that this man was the largest mine owner in the ruins of the Divine River. He smiled and said that he was indeed the largest merchant in the city, as more than 70% of all ore-emitting stones belonged to him, and he assured them that he did not have any low-quality products. The main character asked for samples, as he needed to test them in the divine world, requesting 10,000 units of divine power for each level of ore purity. Hay replied that this was not a problem. Later, in the ruins of the Divine Rift, the main character already possessed 21 radiant ore stones, for which he paid 40,000 units of divine power. He considered the price to be good, although he did not know for sure about their effectiveness and had to test them first. At that moment, a first-level mutated beast appeared. The main character immediately noticed that it must be a wild wolf that had undergone mutation. It seemed that their lifespan was only 20 days, and in order to prolong their existence, they had to absorb the radiant ore and become stronger. Realizing that this was the perfect moment to test the ore, the main character ordered his Pikachu to step forward. The wolf ran up and began to lick the ore off the ground. Immediately, a horn began to grow on his forehead, and his entire body began to rapidly increase in size, completely changing his appearance. The main character was amazed to see that with just one lick, the wolf had reached the second level. Then he threw a new piece of ore directly into the beast's mouth, and after swallowing it, it changed again, becoming even more powerful. Han Wu was amazed, because in just 10 minutes, the mutation had risen from the second to the third level, and he wondered what would happen if he applied it to his representatives in the divine world. Suddenly, the wolf exploded, and a red sphere fell to the ground. The main character noted that the radiation was indeed dangerous, and that mutations should be used with caution, as they could lead to an explosion from excessive force and obvious side effects. He noticed that a genetic stone had fallen out. In order to carry it into the divine world, a third level of clearance was required. Its effect was to cause genetic mutations in the teeth of representatives, making them large and long. The side effect was a reduction in the lifespan of mutated creatures by 3 years. Suddenly, a man appeared and said that if the boy was smart, he would give him the genetic stone and another green stone, otherwise he would regret it. The main character turned around and couldn't believe his eyes, because it turned out to be the demigod Gon, the father of the first student he had encountered at school. He wondered how he had ended up next to this man. The main character was relieved that he was wearing a mask that hid his appearance. Thanks to this, he decided to ask what would happen if he did not give up the stones. The demigod threatened him with death and summoned several wolves ready to attack. Han Wu immediately bit his hand and activated his transformation into a black dragon. The wolves were stunned by this, but it was too late, as the main character began to destroy them one by one. The demigod activated his enhancement in the art of the god of rage, ordering the wolf cavalry to attack again. The beasts obeyed and ran, but the main character simply jumped, and the wolves were confused, because his target was now in the sky, and it was impossible to reach it. The main character called the old man a fool, wondering what he would do now. Gan considered this a petty trick and became indignant, raising his hand and using magic to forcefully pull him down. The main character felt his body being pulled toward the ground and collapsed, realizing that demigods really did have many tricks up their sleeves. He had to flee while being pursued by wolves, and only when he saw a sign that said, "Do not approach," did he decide to head there. The demigod ordered his cavalry to stop. Only then did Han Wu understand the reason for the warning. There were several ugly mutants nearby, which immediately rushed to attack. The main character became alarmed and ran again, because all these monsters posed a serious threat, and he decided that fleeing was the best strategy. At that moment, the beast noticed the wolves and began to attack them. Zhang did not leave this unanswered and counterattacked with a punch, finishing off the mutants and indignantly asking where the boy had gone. But then he looked to the side and sensed a slightly frightening aura, which is why he decided to leave. At that moment, the main character found himself by the river. He felt relieved to have escaped and was tormented by thirst. Suddenly, a fish jumped out of the water, and he was stunned by what he saw, because it turned out to be a fish with legs. This meant that the river was also contaminated with radioactive waste. The main character decided to look at the map, hoping to find the river, but realized that he was lost. At that moment, new mutants began to approach him, and he tried to calm down, because since he was already there, it would be better to get some more genetic stones. He threw his red stones at the monsters. When they ate them, they all exploded, and the main character realized that obtaining genetic ore was not so difficult. After a while, night fell, and he became worried because it was getting dark, and it was unsafe to be out in nature at that time. He decided that it was worth climbing to the top of the mountain because he thought there might be something interesting there. As far as he knew, this area was abandoned, which meant there should be buildings there with no one inside. It was much safer to rest in an abandoned building than in the forest. The main character turned into a black dragon and flew to the specified location. As he got closer, he noticed that it was indeed an abandoned castle. Going inside, he realized that the place was empty, but he remained cautious as wild animals could live there. He noticed papers lying on the floor and felt fluctuations of energy coming from inside. Upon checking, he saw people performing some kind of ritual and wondered what it all meant. One of the men in black said that despite being condemned for his investment failures, the God King had paid hundreds of billions of units of divine power to make this ceremony possible. Therefore, the operation had to be successful. He also emphasized that time was running out, and so the ritual had to be performed immediately. The night passed, and the stones were placed in a magic circle. A huge light rose above the castle, and the circle became gigantic and hovered in the air. People rejoiced, for it meant that everything had worked out, and they had truly been able to touch the seal of an ancient civilization. The main character was alarmed, because the internet said that the project in this place had been abandoned and sealed by a divine civilization due to the high level of risk. And it seemed that the rumors were true, as the God King used a farm of mutated beasts as a cover, secretly researching the ritual to destroy the seal. The main character decided to sneak closer, rejoicing that the ruins had restrictions. Only creatures with a divinity rating below 10 could enter. This was probably why the God King himself could not enter, which made the situation easier. At that moment, the beasts raised their heads to the sky, as something unusual was happening. Suddenly, a warning appeared, stating that the unlocking had detected that the activator was not the supreme warrior of the Divine Gorge civilization, and was considered an intruder. Therefore, the unlocking process was suspended, the anti-theft mode was activated, and a 6th-class mutant named Gamora was released. In addition, it was indicated that the formation had been damaged, and the source of the mutation had forcibly broken the seal and was now being suppressed. This caused headaches for the people performing the ritual. Hanwoo was confused, not understanding what was happening to these people. At that moment, something appeared. It greeted the players present and declared that it was the source of the mutation, thanking them for helping to free it from its chains and weaken the seal. In return, it promised to give them a gift that would actually make them vessels. Everyone panicked, wondering who it was. The creature explained that unfortunately, only one could become the vessel, and suggested playing a little game. A strong green glow appeared, and the creature began to approach them. The source of the mutation explained that the goal of the game was to grow a mutated beast capable of defeating a 6th-class mutant. To do this, he gave each participant 10,000 units of high-purity radiation ore, which was to be used for experiments on the representatives. One of the men said he did not want to become a vessel, demanded to be released, and threatened that otherwise he would free the representatives from God's power and completely destroy this place, deciding to do so right on the spot. However, he failed because for some reason he was unable to contact the divine world. At that moment, Gamora appeared and absorbed this man, revealing herself completely to everyone. Then the main character politely asked for permission, explaining that he could not contact the divine world on his own, and therefore was unable to summon representatives for the test. Everyone was stunned, wondering who this young man was and why he was here. The source of the mutation stated that he would not regret such a test and opened a portal to the divine world. The main character became alarmed, because the situation had become complicated. The system was designed so that representatives could be brought out of the world, but he himself could not enter it, which meant he had no way to escape. 3 hours passed, and one of the people noticed that the situation had become extremely bad. Most of his creatures had died after consuming the radioactive ore, and only a 10th had improved slightly. Less than a 5th of the representatives remained alive. The main character realized that the decomposer was a real find, because he managed to obtain 6,000 high-purity radiation crystals, sacrificing only 100 million locusts. This allowed the protagonist's mutated beast to reach the 3rd level. He counted on the strength of the representative, who had the ability to regenerate, because all the crystals were intended for him. 3 months passed. The cultists could not believe their eyes when they saw the 6th-class creature created by the main character. The source of the mutation became excited and ordered Gamora to undergo a test. The monster easily devoured the other monsters, and then, at the command of the green mutant, absorbed all the cultists. It was the protagonist's turn. Hanwoo used many gene stones, which led to excessive mutation of the representative, and now his life could not last more than a day. However, the source of the mutation ordered Gamora to attack. The locust rushed into battle, and Godzilla responded with a fierce blow. Zhang, the mutated grasshopper, soared into the air and began to recover. Gamora screamed and activated her power. The battle lasted 18 hours and ended in victory for the Locust. The source of the mutation recognized the confrontation as outstanding and addressed the main character as a vessel. The monster decided to unite with him in one body. Han Wu panicked, but soon saw the system screen, which indicated that he himself was now the source of the mutation. A green glow confirmed this and called itself Kamiava. It rewrote the accelerated growth ability, replacing it with a direct mutation, and assured him that they were now one. The main character just wanted to know how to get out. Kamiava explained that the seal had been broken, the guardian beast was dead, and they were free. They were transported to the castle where it all began. But the noise attracted the attention of demigods and gods. The main character panicked, but managed to activate the coordinates of the blood arena. The demigods stormed into the castle, demanding treasure, but found nothing. One of them noticed the Locust's body and suspected the truth. Soon another demanded to continue the search for the seed. Meanwhile, in the arena, the main character realized that teleportation costs 1 million divine power points. At that moment, a system appeared, announcing that the main character had been challenged by another divine being, an evil dragon. It asked if he wished to accept the challenge. The system also reminded him that if he refused the challenge 3 times or was defeated, he would lose his status as heir to the blood arena. This cheap intimidation annoyed him, and he decided that if his opponent wanted a fight, he would give him one. The main character accepted the challenge and immediately crossed the portal. A warning appeared on the huge screen for the opponents to get ready, and the entire audience shouted that the evil dragon would win. At the same time, there were cheers of support for the Locusts, urging them not to let anyone down. The crowd also shouted demands to release the Lord of Bones and make the evil dragon fear the giant skeleton. Han Wu heard the spectators bet 500,000 units of divine power on the dragon's victory, and noted that they shouldn't cry after such a loss. The evil dragon found this amusing, as his opponent's main race was Locusts, who usually used an army of skeletons to deceive. But this time was different, because he had met a worthy opponent. The main character began by calling on his swarm, demanding fewer words and more action. Palmy agreed and summoned an army of half-dragons. The battle began between the dragons and the Locust people, but this did not satisfy the dragon, and he felt that he had been underestimated, because he wanted to see an army of skeletons. Han Wu replied that first it was necessary to defeat the army of Locusts, otherwise there was no point in showing the skeletons. This enraged the enemy, and he ordered the dragons to unleash their flames. At the same time, the main character ordered his army to defend themselves and simultaneously summoned the heavenly demon Locust, who appeared silently and began shooting at the dragons. Palm gave the order to counterattack, summoning the half-dragon hero, who also began shooting arrows at the cursed Locusts. The enemy mocked them, considering their resistance futile, for Locusts were merely insignificant creatures that would die without a fight. Han Wu was pleased, for his goal was to sacrifice them. He wondered whether to summon the army of demonic bulls and raised his hand to summon the army of the divine kingdom. But Kamiava appeared, asking how he could tolerate such insults, which made him question his choice of operator. He asked her to clarify what she meant, and the source of the mutation replied that she wanted to see the Locust race teach this foolish half-dragon a lesson. The main character noted that, unfortunately, Locusts could not compete with dragons. The green slug asked if Locusts were really that weak, reminding him of who had devoured the 6th-level Gamora. After all, with the source of mutation he possessed, there were no weak races, only races content with self-destruction. He demanded that the ability of directed mutation be used to put an end to this arrogant dragon. The main character called one of his Locusts over and thought, although he did not want to follow this advice, he wanted to try out the new ability. A yellow aura began to appear in the air, and the source of the mutation asked in which direction he wanted to change his representatives. Han Wu noted that this type of Locust was suitable for the role of a tank. Therefore, he wanted to make them more resistant to damage in order to replace other members of his species. The first option was to mutate their armor, which made the bodies of the mutated Locusts thicker and stronger, allowing them to withstand 10 times more physical damage, but reducing their lifespan by 50 days. The second option was to mutate the glands, causing the modified Locusts to secrete large amounts of mucus, increasing their resistance to elemental attacks but shortening their lifespan by 90 days. The last option was a complete mutation, in which the Locusts became larger and stronger, but their lifespan was reduced by 24 hours. The main character understood that the half-dragon's attacks were fierce, and many Locusts were dying every second. To survive, he had to take a risk. He chose the third option. Immediately, his modified Locusts mutated and turned into giants, which rushed at the dragons and knocked them far away with their first blow. The main character was pleased with the result, and ordered the rest of the modified locusts to undergo mutation. All the locusts began to grow and change their bodies. The same thing happened to the demonic locusts, because the main character also ordered them to accept the mutation. Thanks to this, they could now fire multiple volleys and attack at full speed. Palm did not understand what was happening, and wondered if the army had been pumped up with steroids. Everyone began to wonder where the judge was, because this was clearly cheating. Han Wu just laughed and ordered his locust men to undergo mutation. After that, armor appeared on their bodies, and they began to fiercely attack the half-dragons, who were forced to retreat. Then he ordered them to completely destroy the half-dragon hero. Hearing this, the enemy fell to the ground, begging him not to do so, as he was surrendering. The gamblers shouted in indignation because they had bet 500,000 divine power, and this trash had caused them to lose everything. The main character listened to these cries with pleasure, because he had warned them in advance that they would cry after losing. With this victory, he received another fragment of the divine world, as well as a mark in the bloody arena. After that, in the divine world of Han Wu, he was introduced to a special blood arena building where his representatives could strengthen their skills. The winner received a chance for promotion, and there was also a small chance that the hero model's instructions would be ignored. And then the unusual life form could be directly promoted to a heroic life form. The main character noticed that defeating the heir changed the probability from extremely low to just very low. He was struck by this absurdity, and was also surprised to see that the core of the divine world had become brighter. The source of the mutation asked why he was surprised by such a small change, because compared to its true value, it was only the tip of the iceberg. Han Wu agreed, noting that the boss was right and that the improvements would continue. Kamigawa replied that this was true and ordered him to kneel. This greatly upset the main character, and he imagined that when he became stronger, he would definitely destroy that disgusting green slime. Then he activated the life sacrifice to see what reward he would receive this time. The first opportunity was a 4th-level relic, the Armor of Abstinence. If charged in the core of the divine domain, the clan would gain the ability to summon this armor. The second option was a 3rd-level building, an observatory. Located in the divine world, it allowed one to clearly observe events at a distance of 10,000 kilometers. The third opportunity was a book on making flesh puppets. It allowed the use of the flesh and blood of powerful beings to create a puppet with powerful biological characteristics. Once created, the strength and abilities of such a puppet remained constant and could not be enhanced. The protagonist thought that the latter option was remarkable and decided to choose it, hoping for a significant improvement. 6 months passed in the divine world, which corresponded to 10 days outside. The main character believed that the investment of 10 million divine power had completely paid off. Just one glance at his new creation made his eyes shine. He imagined that the power of this flesh doll was equivalent to one of the strongest heroic life forms. He also noted her resilience, comparing her to a wolf, and named the new member of the army Zhang. After that, he decided it was time to face a real test. He informed his grandfather that he had already enrolled in the Western Imperial University, but asked him not to worry, as he was still going to visit Chaos Star University to get news about his parents. 3 days later, he found himself at the Imperial University. He was struck by the place and wondered if it was really the best university, because even among the passers-by on the streets, more than half radiated the power of demigods. At that moment, someone caught his attention, asking if he was Han Wu, a student enrolled at the Imperial University. The main character turned around and confirmed that he was. The man greeted him and said that he had come to pick him up. Politely asking him to follow him to the airship, he promised to take him to his new place of residence. The main character decided to follow him, and they took to the skies. After flying for a while, they arrived at their destination, and the man said he would take him to the dormitory. The main character was curious, and asked where the other students were. The professor replied that this place was intended only for him. Han Wu couldn't believe it, because it was excessively luxurious. The man said goodbye, wishing him a good rest, and reminding him to come on time tomorrow. The main character decided to absorb the divinity as quickly as possible, because there must have been many talented people in this place. The next day, he continued walking through the corridors, listening to gossip. People were discussing that a new transfer student had appeared, who was probably just trash, because good students went through a special process without any problems and did not need to enter through the back door. Hearing this, the main character felt uneasy, because it was obvious that they were trying to pressure him. Without thinking twice, he flinched when he noticed a woman sneaking up on him and asking if he was Han Wu. The woman explained that she was the teacher of the reserve students class. She introduced herself as Lena and offered to show him where the classroom was. Together with the main character, they entered the classroom, and she asked for silence. Qin Shuang, who studied at this university and in this very class, shouted Hanwu's name. The other students, noticing this, were surprised, because it turned out that the goddess knew the guy who had entered through the back door. The teacher demanded silence and announced that the new student's name was Hanwu, and that he had studied at the same school as Qin Shuang. One of the boys, dissatisfied with this, spoke up loudly, wanting to know why the new student had been accepted into the reserve class. The teacher replied that she did not know exactly what he had learned at other schools, but made it clear that in her class, students had to raise their hands before speaking. She also assured them that if anyone did not understand something, she would find a way to teach them properly. Her gaze was intimidating, which frightened the student, and he apologized for his hastiness. She said it was okay, but warned him not to break the rules again. In addition, she suggested that the students ask Hanwu himself how he got a place in the reserve class. Shu Te, trying not to irritate the teacher, cautiously asked the main character to explain how he got there, because he wanted to challenge him to see if he was worthy of being in that class. The main character raised his hand and said he would decline the challenge. This angered Zhu Te, and he called him trash, unworthy of even accepting a simple challenge. The whole class supported him, calling the main character a coward. At that moment, Qin Shuang slammed her palm on the table and demanded that they stop, noting that Hanwu had never provoked anyone, so there was no reason to slander him. The protagonist just watched and thought that this was to be expected from Qin Shuang, because wherever she appeared, she was always surrounded by a pack of petty minions. After a while, the teacher left the classroom, and a group of students headed towards the main character's table. However, his girlfriend stood in front of them and demanded that they get past her first if they wanted to intimidate someone. They replied that it was none of her business and asked her to step aside. At the same time, they turned to Hanwu, saying that if he wasn't a coward, he shouldn't hide behind a woman's back. The main character took a deep breath and stood up. Shu Te approached and said that a simple transfer student who entered through the back door should not be studying here. He accused him of not even being worthy of being in the same class as everyone else and demanded that he leave the reserve, threatening that otherwise he would force him to leave. The main character turned to Qin Shuang, noting that it must be very difficult to study with such a bunch of abnormal people. She replied that they usually behave normally, and she herself does not understand why everyone is ganging up on him. Hanwu decided that this was good, because she clearly didn't know them very well, and could therefore beat them up without remorse if necessary. Qin Shuang warned him not to underestimate Shu Te, because his main representative was a rare and natural elite Iron Man. She suggested that even her Thunder Sparrow might be weaker. The main character replied that if she was afraid for them, she shouldn't worry. But Qin Shuang said she didn't care. The student asked if he understood correctly that the main character was going to hurt him, because even a few ordinary representatives would be enough to destroy the newcomer. He suggested going to the training field. Qin Shuang didn't understand why Hanwu was so stubborn, and wondered how she could help him without hurting his pride. When they arrived at the location, the system politely asked them to choose a combat mode. The options included Heroic Battle, Extraordinary Battle, Elite Battle, Legion Battle, 5-on-5, and 10-on-10. The main character noticed that there were many forms of combat, and chose 10 against 10, considering it a good opportunity to test his 10 strongest representatives. Both entered the arena. Zhu Te wondered if his opponent was arrogant or simply foolish, since he had chosen 10 against 10 instead of a legion battle. The main character immediately began to summon his flesh puppets, which shocked his opponent. The latter was puzzled as to what kind of creatures they were, because they truly belonged to the heroic form of life, but at the same time radiated a strange aura. Therefore, he decided to take the battle seriously, because he could not disgrace himself in front of his goddess. He summoned his Iron Men and noted that their formation posed a threat even to Lord-level warriors. Outside, Qin Shuang watched what was happening on the big screen and wondered where Hanwu had found such representatives. Next to her stood a boy who used his eye to analyze information about the battle, and he reported that Hanwu was actually using puppets. All the puppets created by were equivalent to the form of heroic life, and the main character did not understand how something of this level could be used in this battle. The other students noticed that he must be very rich, since he created 10 puppets at once, and each one cost about 30 million units of divine power. They wondered if it was because of this money that he got here through the back door. One of the observers began to wonder how someone, completely alone and without any support, could have obtained so many resources. She decided it was better not to delve into it, because all she could do was watch, and she could ask later. The battle began, and Shu Te ordered his Iron Men to attack, starting with a series of powerful blows. He declared that soon everyone would hear how the monsters were being turned into mincemeat. But the main character mockingly remarked that Shu Te had fallen asleep or could no longer continue. Shu Te did not understand this provocation, but when he looked back at the arena, He saw his soldiers being easily overwhelmed and struck one after another. The robots were forced to switch to full defense. The students couldn't understand what kind of monsters these were, capable of withstanding the attacks of the Iron Men, and then responding with the same techniques, severely damaging the robots. Qin Shuang did not hide her surprise when she saw that Han Wu had become much stronger than before. Meanwhile, the main character's council asked if the guy wanted to continue. This angered the enemy because he hadn't even used his trump card yet. He ordered the Iron Men to unite. Han Wu found this amusing and noted to himself that the robots would now merge, as if in a children's game. He even thought that the boy must have watched Transformers too much as a child. The robot's new appearance was completely different, making the main character feel nauseous from the excessive glare. The arena shook from explosions until the huge robot was finally formed. Zhu Te burst out laughing, assuring everyone that now the enemy would be scared, because the new creation had 10 times more attacking power than the usual Iron Man. The robot prepared itself and went on the attack, striking all the puppets at once. Zhu Te loudly declared that he would show the true power of a representative of the reserve class of the greatest university of all time. The main character mockingly questioned whether he was really that strong. Then Zhu Te gave him a second chance and warned that if he heard pleas for mercy on his knees, he would spare the remaining members of the clan, emphasizing that the offer was only valid for 10 seconds. He began the countdown, but Han Wu said 0 and declared that he wanted to see what would happen next. This infuriated his opponent, who warned that he should not be blamed for the consequences. But as soon as he said that, all of the main character's monsters were suddenly completely healed. Then they jumped and began attacking the metal armor, biting it on one side and pulling out cables throughout the structure. The students concluded that the battle was not only brutal, but also humiliating, as even the robot's head had been torn off. One of the opponents fell to the ground, shouting that it was simply impossible, and the main character calmly emerged from the portal as the winner. Qin Shuang was about to say something, but another person called out to the grasshopper boy. He turned around and saw the guy hugging him, assuring him that he knew he would pass the academy's test and not let him down, because he was the one who recommended him. The main character recognized him as Brother Meng and was surprised at how he looked decades younger. The Mammoth Man was delighted to be recognized and explained that he had only changed his appearance by shaving his beard, as his previous look had frightened girls too much. The other students overheard the conversation and rushed to apologize because they did not know that the main character was a recommended student and accused him of getting in through connections. The main character asked them not to worry and said that everything was fine. Zhang Meng warned that he was a freshman at Imperial University and also Han Wu's protector, making it clear that anyone who dared to touch the boy would have to deal with him. He then took the protagonist to another place to introduce him to his friends. Climbing the stairs, he told his two companions that he had brought the boy they had been talking about. One of them, Xia Tian, introduced himself and said that he was also a freshman at the academy and was happy to meet him. The girl introduced herself as Ye Lin and asked if it was true that the main character had defeated Xiangman in the arena. The main character greeted both seniors and admitted that he was new to the university and that defeating their friend was just luck. She made it clear that luck was also a strength and shared what she had learned. The next lesson for the reserve class would be a survival simulation in the outer world, in a zombie city, which was a low-level secret dimension. Having said that, she expressed her desire for the main character to bring them something. The main character noted that the 3 senior members seemed to be experts on demigods, and wondered why they needed a mere novice. The girl just laughed, thinking that he was not a novice at all, and explained that the zombie city was a low-level secret dimension of the university, which, according to the rules, could only be used for important classes for reserve students. Therefore, senior students were not allowed to enter it. Mr. Mammoth agreed, explaining that if he were allowed to enter, he would completely destroy the city. She laughed and agreed with this statement. The girl also mentioned that this secret dimension contained an extremely rare resource, the Fruit of Wisdom, which could help non-human races improve their intelligence. They were willing to pay 1 divine point for each fruit. The main character thought that he really needed these divine points, so he decided to help. He was also given a seed that would prove extremely useful for the next big task. Later, at night, Han Wu lay thinking that after accumulating 6 divine points, he would be able to prepare for the ritual of ascending to demigodhood. But he did not expect the path to be so long. The main character remembered that the teacher had talked about the possibility of preparing for the ceremony of becoming a demigod as soon as he reached 6 divine points. However, a demigod with 6 points was a hybrid and could only merge with low-level divine power in the future. For this reason, students at the Imperial University did not waste their potential in this way, and usually continued to develop further. It was also explained that after increasing divinity by 6 points, the required amount increased. For the 7th point, it was necessary to absorb 2 divine points. For the 8th, 3, and so on, up to a maximum of 10 points. Demigods who had advanced to the stage of 10 divine points had the greatest potential. Thus, in the future, the main character could even merge with 5 divine powers. The protagonist was amazed by the amount of important information she shared, and also realized that she had high hopes for him. For this reason, he decided to do everything possible to earn those divine points. A few days later, one of the students asked Han Wu if he had heard that in the next main class, they would undergo a supernatural survival simulation and go to a low-level secret dimension called the Zombie Tower. He also learned that some veterans buy the resources that newbies find in this place. Zhu Ti challenged the main character to a bet, as it was an important class. The main character asked what exactly the bet was. Zhu Ti suggested betting on who would get the best grade. If he got the highest grade, Han Wu would no longer be able to approach Qin Shuang, and if the main character won, then Zhu Ti would no longer have inappropriate thoughts about her. The main character was stunned by what he heard and thought that Zhu Ti probably had something against the director, as he did not understand how he could have entered university with such a level of intelligence. He also noted that it didn't matter what Zhu Ti thought, because in the end, Qin Shuang didn't have feelings for him anyway. Zhu Ti replied that he didn't care. The main thing was that Han Wu stayed away from her, and he was willing to pay any price. At that moment, Qin Shuang approached and clarified that she had heard everything correctly. If the main character won, Zhu Ti would no longer bother her. The young man was annoyed and admitted that he loved her very much, but did not understand why she did not want to accept his advances. However, when Qin Shuang demanded an answer, he confirmed that if Han Wu won the competition, he would no longer have such feelings for her. The girl asked her classmate to accept the bet, as it would help her. But the main character clarified that they were all geniuses here, and it wasn't his fault if he lost. Qin Shuang replied that it didn't matter because she was confident in his victory. At that moment, the teacher asked if everyone was ready, reminding them that they should already know the information about the main class. She explained again that this was a supernatural survival simulation, and therefore the difficulty would be higher than in secondary classes. After that, she announced the start of the test. The system notified everyone that the survival simulation in the external dimension had been activated, and to avoid detection by the consciousness of the outside world, all services related to the divine realm would be automatically blocked. The gods were affected by the aura of the outside world, and their physical nature was reduced to that of ordinary humans. In addition, a scoreboard was opened. This was followed by an introduction to the scenario. Zombie Town was a beautiful place where hospitable zombies happily ripped out the brains of their guests and ate them to express their hospitality. When night fell, they went out to hold a carnival. The students complained of hunger, but did not understand why the spatial ring would not open, since they had enough food inside. The main character thought that they were all deities and could live for 10 days or even half a month without food. However, since the divine artifacts were damaged, everything pointed to this being part of a survival test. The main character assumed that at least the most important abilities remained intact, so everything would be fine. In this case, he was referring to his ability to direct mutation and his ability to sacrifice his life. He told Qin Shuang that he wanted to explore the city. She agreed, struck her palm on the ground, and summoned one of her giant birds, intending to fly together, but the main character said it wasn't necessary. After that, he transformed into his dragon form, and the two of them rose into the sky. They landed shortly after arriving in the city center, and the protagonist noticed that everything there looked quite intact. There were even cafes and restaurants. At that moment, he heard Qin Shuang's stomach growl and laughed. She asked him not to laugh, but the main character just suggested going into the restaurant to see what they could eat. When they went inside, they were greeted by a waiter who offered them a menu. Han Wu explained that they were travelers from another city and, unfortunately, had no money. However, the bearded man took this aggressively, pulled out a weapon, and demanded that the beggars leave the restaurant, asking if they thought they were zombies wandering the streets at night. Qin Shuang was enraged by this treatment, but the main character asked her to remain calm, explaining that they were now ordinary people, and if they were shot, it would all be over. At that moment, the main character remembered that the elder Ye had given him a seed, saying that it would be useful in this world. Because of this, he decided to try showing the seed and see if it would interest the man. The restaurant owner's expression immediately changed. He looked at the precious seed with respect and offered 10 gold coins for it. Han Wu asked him to prepare food for them first, as they were starving, and the man agreed. They were both amazed by the amount of food served. While they were eating, the main character took the opportunity to learn a little about the place. The restaurant owner explained that it was a magical city where humans and monsters coexisted. People hunted zombies for money and other resources. The zombies in this world had a frightening trait. They could eat human brains. Every night, countless hordes of these creatures roamed the streets, chasing every living thing they saw and even invading homes. People could only survive with the help of swords, firearms, and various magical plants. An example was the seed of the main character, which, according to local estimates, belonged to the 3rd rank. The main character thought about it, because what was happening seemed familiar to him. In his previous world, he often played a game with a similar scenario, where he was one of the best players. He assumed that 1st-rank plants were equivalent to ordinary living beings, while 3rd-rank plants possessed power comparable to that of extraordinary beings. The main character's companion Qin Shuang asked how to get more of these seeds. The tavern owners explained that they could be bought at the town shop, but they were very expensive. It was also possible to obtain them by killing zombies, although these monsters posed a serious danger. The main character realized that staying on the street at night was deadly dangerous, and decided that he needed to find a place to stay urgently. The bearded man advised them to go to the mayor and buy property to become official residents of the city. It was also possible to stay at the inn, but he strongly recommended not going outside after dark. The main character and his companion decided that buying a house sounded reasonable and headed to the mayor. On the way, an incident occurred. Another student entered the tavern and asked for food, but the owner yelled at him and shot him in the arm. The victim panicked, and the system showed that he had lost 500 points. This incident frightened Qin Shuang, and she mentally thanked the main character for not allowing her to argue with the owner, who had shot without hesitation. When they reached the mayor's house, they learned that one of their seeds was worth 1,321 coins, and the other was worth 1,160 coins. The mayor also said that the cheapest real estate in the city was worth 1,200 coins. Qin Shuang was alarmed because she did not have enough money, but the main character assured her that he would cover the shortfall. The mayor suggested that they buy a house together, noting that the most beautiful houses are only sold to couples and cost 2,350 coins. When they saw the house, they were amazed. The building looked luxurious and even had a swimming pool. They agreed to buy it without hesitation. However, the mayor soon explained that according to the traditions of this city, joint ownership of a house is only possible for spouses. Hearing this, they both became embarrassed. The mayor asked if they really did not want to become husband and wife, because otherwise the deal would be impossible, as the city adhered to strict morals and did not allow men and women to purchase housing together without marriage. After an awkward pause, Qin Shuang, not giving the main character a chance to object, agreed, and they both confirmed their willingness to marry. The mayor was delighted, called them the perfect couple, and gave them a form to fill out, after which their marriage became official. As a gift, he gave them the keys to the house, 130 pea seeds, and 50 copper flower seeds, congratulating them on their new life. Leaving the mayor's house, Qin Shuang hastened to clarify that she had agreed to this marriage only for the sake of the deal, and asked the main character not to take it seriously. He just laughed, showing that he understood everything perfectly, which only made her angrier. As a result, they became official residents of the city, and received 1,000 points each, which put them in first place in the overall ranking. When they arrived at their new home, the main character was amazed. The building was truly luxurious. She did not attach much importance to the house, because such a dwelling was nothing compared to what she herself owned. Going up to the 2nd floor, she went to take a shower and go to bed, feeling very tired. At this time, the main character decided to test the special abilities of the pea seeds and 50 copper flowers that the mayor had given him. About an hour had passed since planting, and he decided to take a short walk around the house, heading to the room to tell Qin Shuang how the seeds had reacted. However, upon entering, he found her in her underwear, which made him extremely embarrassed. A second later, he was shown the door, and all his attempts to apologize were futile. Once outside, the hero began to think about the seeds and came to the conclusion that if they were growing so fast, they must have enormous power. Suddenly, he heard light footsteps behind him. Qin Shuang approached, wondering what he was so unhappy about. He turned around, blushed, and became embarrassed, which only reinforced her guess about the reason for his behavior. The girl felt awkward and decided it would be better to forget about what had happened. A strange sound distracted them. Qin Shuang activated her light technique, illuminating the surroundings, and they saw a whole horde of zombies approaching with empty eyes and greedy mouths. The hero decided that the moment was right to test the power of the plants. However, the first shots of peas were weak and barely knocked the dead back. Disappointed, he strengthened the plants by adding a darkness bonus, which made their sprouts much larger and their attacks more powerful. Now the zombies began to fall one after another, bringing the hero points and even rare items. Using dark energy proved to be very exhausting, and soon they were surrounded again. Qin Shuang understood that there was no time to waste, because her rival, Shu Te, had already acquired his own estate and scored about 1,300 points. If the situation did not change, defeat was inevitable. The main character thought about how to speed up the destruction of his enemies, and realized that plants were living organisms, which meant they could be forced to mutate. He activated a targeted mutation, opening up 4 possible paths. The first was to increase the attack range, the second was to accelerate the rate of fire, the third was to create multiple heads, allowing firing from several barrels at once, and the fourth was to develop roots to strengthen the base. The hero decided to try all the options. After the mutations, the plants changed shape and became many times more deadly, destroying the undead without stopping. Soon, a new enemy appeared, a stronger zombie holding a flag in its hands. He threw the flag toward the plants, but missed, and was soon torn apart by the mutated sprouts. The hero picked up the flag, deciding that it would now belong to him, and remembered the copper flowers. They could mutate too. The first mutation allowed him to increase the speed of coin production, while the second expanded the radius of energy absorption. The hero was delighted by this thought. Now his income would increase significantly. Qin Shuang, who was watching the scoreboard, was happy to see that they had overtaken Shu Te. He couldn't believe he was in second place. Overcome with rage, he summoned a 4th-level dragon grass seed. 2 hours later, a giant dragon grew from the seed, destroying dozens of zombies with a single breath of fire. Shu Te's points rose to 1,610, and he once again surpassed the hero. He was angry and despised his opponent, considering him a worthless orphan, incapable of competing with the descendant of a true god. At dawn, the sun rose over the city, incinerating all the remaining zombies, which could only come out at night. Qin Shuang sat atop a huge pile of gold coins, amazed at how strong their plants had become. The hero explained that he had mastered directed mutation, an ability that allowed living beings to become stronger. The girl considered this gift perverse, but she had to admit its effectiveness, even though their results were still inferior. After all, Shu Te had 21,000 points, while the hero had 128,000. Han Wu asked her not to worry, because this was just the beginning, and later they would be able to exchange their plants for better ones. Night fell again, and now their plants had reached the 2nd and 3rd levels. The girl watched from the roof of the house, noting that the situation was becoming dangerous. A new horde was approaching, consisting of 3rd-level night zombies and ferocious 4th-level dancing zombies. The main character realized that it would be difficult for them to deal with such creatures. Then the guy suggested acting cautiously, turning off the lights and stopping any noise, because zombies are drawn to sound and light. The mansion was plunged into darkness. They watched from the darkness as the horde, having lost its direction, moved toward the neighboring house. Convinced that their enemies were distracted, they decided to take a chance and earn points by destroying the zombies. The girl summoned an energy sphere and launched it at the enemies, catching them off guard. The remaining monsters launched a counterattack, but the plants that had come to life in the flower beds opened fire, shooting at their opponents. One horseback zombie broke through at high speed, but was thrown back and destroyed by a fist plant. The main character noticed that Sun Chinian was developing too quickly. The difference between them had already reached almost 100,000 points, and he didn't understand how this was possible. At that moment, Sun appeared nearby, enjoying the situation. A new wave of zombies rushed towards his domain, but the oak archers destroyed all the approaching enemies. The young man, caught up in the excitement, waited for new opponents, deciding that first place should go to him. The main character noted to himself that he did not expect to meet such a reckless person, and his companion thought that perhaps it was not envy, but irritation. After all, defeat would mean that annoying guy Shu Te would continue to bother them. Meanwhile, the 4th-level dancing zombie approached closely, calling 2 more to his aid. Now the 3 creatures were heading straight for the mansion. The main character noted that the enemy had crossed Sun Qianian's line of defense. One of the zombies stepped on an invisible spring trap, and a powerful shock threw him right into the hero's territory. Realizing that delay was dangerous, the hero ordered the pea shooters to open fire with all their might. However, the attacks proved too weak for a creature of this level. The girl suggested retreating into the house, but he refused. Defeat would mean losing everything. He decided to take action himself and transformed into his dragon form. He struck the enemy with force, but it barely staggered. The hero realized that he could no longer hold back, and putting all his strength into it, unleashed a series of rapid attacks on the enemy. His technique worked. The zombie's head separated and fell to the ground. The system notified him that he had destroyed a level 4 dancing zombie and received a seed of the same level. a pair of crocodile boots, a dance music record, and 500 points. However, the hero was dissatisfied. The battle had been too difficult. His shoulder was almost dislocated, and the reward seemed meager. At that moment, two students were watching him from afar through binoculars. The girl noted that the visibility was excellent, but it was impossible to see the rating table. Her friend confirmed this, adding that Han Wu was indeed on the team of the famous goddess from the reserve class. The girl watched his actions with interest and wondered if he would be able to obtain the fruit of wisdom in a city full of zombies, because not everything is limited to growing plants and killing monsters. She smiled, anticipating who would take first place and get the viewing rights. Suddenly, their teacher Lena approached them and asked who they had bet on. Frightened, they replied that they were betting on Han Wu. Lena smiled and told them to follow her. Now they would be able to watch. The girl and the others went to the office, where the teacher called up a live broadcast of events inside the zombie city on a large screen so that everyone could watch what was happening in more detail. The main character continued the battle in his dragon form, giving mental commands to the explosive pea shooters to fire continuously. The plants obeyed, firing fiery charges while he flew away to avoid being hit. One of the observers noted that the firepower of these plants was comparable to that of the Second Order, which was an outstanding result in itself. The girl watching the battle began to understand why her friend Mammoth had been defeated by Han Wu, because the young man really did possess incredible strength. However, she could not understand why a third-level zombie had invaded his territory, because logically, this should not have been possible. The spring plants caught the zombies again and threw them into the main character's territory. The observers considered this action unfair, as it looked like intimidation. They wondered who could be sponsoring these reserve students with such power. The teacher explained that a student named Sun Chinian had no patrons, which caused even more surprise, because such power without outside support seemed impossible. Senior E became irritated, considering what was happening to be disorderly and a sign of the degradation of the new generation, in which reservists had lost all dignity. He was curious about who Shu Te was and why this student was ranked significantly higher than Sun Qianyan and even Han Wu. The camera switched to Shu Te, whose dragon plant was destroying hordes of zombies. His smug expression was perceived as a challenge to Han Wu himself. The observers were shocked to realize that they were looking at a fiery dragon plant, an extremely rare creation. They understood that Shu Te was under the protection of their sworn enemy, Huang Shengjun, who had previously killed many in the zombie city in order to obtain rare resources. The girl confirmed that Shu Te and Huang Shengjun had entered into a private agreement. In exchange for sponsorship, the student would give 70% of all the resources he obtained. Such an agreement was met with universal contempt. Soon, Huang Shengjun himself appeared in the room. He realized that they were discussing him and suggested making a bet to see whose protege would perform better. The young man considered this pointless, since they already knew about Shu Te's support. These words enraged Huang Shengjun. He spoke contemptuously of his classmates, accusing them of cowardice and a miserable existence, even after entering one of the best universities of the divine civilization. Mammoth couldn't take the insults and tried to rush forward, but his friend stopped him, reminding him that everything was happening in front of the teacher. The girl calmly replied that their so-called useless club was created precisely to help students from poor families obtain resources. She accepted the bet, promising to find out which reserve student would show the best results. Huang Shengjun agreed, demanding 10 points of divinity as a stake. Senior Ye accepted the challenge without hesitation. Teacher Lena acted as a witness to the bet, reminding everyone that no one would be allowed to complain after the bet was settled. The boy was nervous because he knew that Shu Te had received powerful sponsorship, but there was no turning back. She believed that the support given to Han Wu was also very significant. The teacher warned that if the main character was the first to uncover the secret of the zombie city, he would have a huge chance of winning. The second day of survival began, and another 2,000 points were added to the score. The main character, exhausted, lay barely moving. Qin Shuang noted that he was doing well and set about cleaning up the battlefield, glad that Han Wu's abilities had been preserved in this distorted world. Otherwise, they would have faced defeat. The main character smiled, inwardly rejoicing at their success. But Qin Shuang was annoyed by his excessive confidence, and she pushed him away with her foot. He just thought that strange things sometimes happened between them, but he still felt affection for her. Their conversation was interrupted by Sun Chinian, who watched them sarcastically, wondering how they could afford such recklessness, since Han Wu was only in third place. After checking the system, she discovered that they were more than 200,000 points behind the first place. The main character did not panic and decided to act according to his own plan. His gaze was drawn to a 4th-level seed lying on the ground, an enchanted mushroom. This mushroom emitted an energetic gas with hypnotic properties. Any zombie exposed to it became a puppet of the mushroom, turned against its allies, and underwent mental subjugation. The main character learned that any zombie that consumed this special fruit would be completely subject to the effect of suggestion. The second item was a 4th-level cannonball capable of destroying 3rd-level zombies in seconds and dealing area damage. The hero was amazed to realize that these plants could turn enemies into obedient puppets, and also serve as an effective weapon for scoring points. Qin Shuang suggested going to the shop to sell the loot and buy new high-level seeds. The hero agreed, and almost called her his wife, but stopped himself in time, deciding that now was not the time. The girl was embarrassed, although she understood that he had done it on purpose. An hour later, they left the shop. The hero noted that he considered the dance record he had found to be a valuable artifact, but the merchant did not even accept it. The girl explained that the night raid had brought in 243 gold coins. Not a bad result. In addition, the shopkeeper said that the mayor of the city was collecting a collection of melee weapons and might exchange the pole they had found for a rare blade. The hero agreed with her decision without argument, calling her the mistress of the Han family. She remarked with slight resentment that the surname should be Qin, since it was her family that would become hereditary. The hero countered that then he would have to become a son-in-law in the bride's house, which clearly teased his companion. The girl became angry, but he only mentally noted that any manifestation of violence was prohibited here. Soon they arrived at the mayor's house. The mayor carefully examined the pole and recognized it as a rarity, offering to choose any weapon in exchange. The hero's gaze fell on a beautiful sword. As soon as he touched the blade, a wave ran through his body, as if his dragon blood was responding to the call of steel. He decided that this sword must be his. However, the mayor said that one spear was not enough for an exchange, and asked him to add something else. The hero offered a dance record and 3rd-order seeds, everything he had of value. The mayor said the record was useless, but the seeds piqued his interest. He hinted that the record might be useful to the former dancing queen who lived nearby. The hero thanked him for the advice and decided to visit the woman. On the way, they passed by Shutei's mansion, which was luxurious and pretentious. The owner of the house stood in front of the gate, disappointed that he had lost to the hero and fallen to 3rd place. He could not accept defeat and vowed to prove his superiority. The main character, holding Qin Shuang's hand, felt only satisfaction at his rival's irritation. Shuti was boiling with rage, promising himself not only to win, but to destroy his opponent's pride. Continuing on their way, they arrived at the house of the mistress, Cell. She appeared with a young man named Sun Chinian and immediately showed her dissatisfaction, believing that the hero had come to demand compensation for the recent incident. However, the hero had no intention of quarreling with anyone. He noted to himself that the woman, once known as the Queen of Dance, truly possessed refined grace. He showed her the item he had found, an old record, and just wanted to see her reaction. The woman, keeping her cool, said she would not change her habits for empty pleasantries. Then the hero demonstrated the artifact itself, hoping that she would still appreciate its rarity. Sun Chinian, watching this, only smiled, believing that it was impossible to reconcile the parties with the help of an old, worn-out record. The woman immediately recognized in the hero's movements the long-lost dance step of the King of Dance. Realizing this, she showed great interest and was willing to pay any price. This fact drove the blonde-haired young man to despair, because if the main character demanded his expulsion, everything would be over. Out of fear, he tried to remind her of their friendship, hoping to soften the situation. However, the main character calmly handed the book to the woman and promised to send more notes if he found them. The woman thanked him for his generosity, apologized for her previous rudeness, and expressed her desire to become closer in the future. After that, they said goodbye. Soon, a notification appeared that a friendly relationship had been established with a resident of the city, the dance queen Hannah, and the friendship level had reached 99, which brought 30,000 points. The main character was surprised. Such a reward was incomparably greater than for destroying random zombies. He realized that the true path to victory in this city lay not through battles, but through establishing connections. Qin Shuang wondered what had happened, because she also received a notification about her friendship with Hannah, opened her personal store, and received 10,000 points. The hero realized that because of their alliance, his wife also received bonuses, and considered it an excellent deal. Qin Shuang blushed, calling him shameless, and walked ahead, hiding her embarrassment. The main character decided to take a look at the assortment of Hannah's store. For 10 friendship points, you could buy 3rd-level clover seeds. For 20, you could take a dance course. For 35, you could get a divine dance outfit. And for 90, you could get the fruit of wisdom. The last item was the one that the senior students demanded, and the hero decided to purchase it after the exam. As night fell, he prepared for the next wave of zombies. His 4th level plants had undergone a targeted mutation, so the hero was confident that he would earn a lot of points. When the zombies appeared and moved towards the mansion, the plants didn't give them a second to react. All enemies were blown up instantly. The hero noticed that no high-level zombies had appeared that night, which meant that his point gain was insignificant. Then he saw Hannah waving her hand on the other side of the street. She had taken out the strong zombies, wanting to show a friendly gesture which annoyed him. Deciding to scout the area, he took on his dragon form and took flight. Finding several zombies, he attacked them with his new sword, and gold coins rained down from the monsters' bodies. Our hero found this amusing, but soon realized that it was not worth wasting his strength on weak prey, and went in search of 4th level enemies. 4 hours later, he stopped at the top of the tower and opened the ranking table. Now Sun Qianyan was in first place with 831,000 points, Shu Te was second with 757,000, and the hero himself was in third place with 723,000 points. The gap between them had narrowed significantly, which pleased him. By morning, when he returned to his mansion, he noticed a man standing at the entrance. The man introduced himself as Rick Grimes, captain of the city guard. He had watched the hero the night before and was impressed by his courage, so he invited him to join the city guards. The hero listened with interest to the explanation that their task was to defend the city from hordes of zombies of level 5 and above. This excited him, as such battles promised a lot of points. He accepted the invitation, and soon received a notification about establishing friendship with Rick Grimes, which gave him 60,000 points, as well as the opening of a merit store for joining the city guard, adding another 50,000. All this allowed the hero to suddenly rise to first place in the rankings. Rick said goodbye, promising to meet in the evening. Soon, Qinshuang ran up to the main character, delighted that he had taken first place, and hugged him. The main character barely had time to respond when he heard a knock at the door. He opened it, wondering who could be coming so early. A blonde girl stood on the doorstep, blushing shyly and saying that he had been amazing last night. The main character didn't understand what she was talking about, and asked who she was. The blonde said that his actions last night had greatly excited her. Qin Shuang found this strange, and began to suspect what exactly the main character was doing if different girls were constantly coming to their house. The blonde, who called herself Jessica, asked who the girl in pink was, to which she replied that she was the main character's wife. Then Jessica approached the main character and asked if he was bored being married at such a young age, offering to become his mistress if he didn't mind. After that, she said goodbye, mentioning that they would see each other again in the evening at the city guard meeting. The main character smiled and said goodbye too. Qin Shuang didn't like this at all. She noticed that his expression betrayed his reluctance to leave the city, and, angered, she called him a scoundrel, accusing him of spending the whole night entertaining other girls. In her opinion, that was why his glasses had deteriorated so quickly. The main character was confused, realizing the misunderstanding. He hastily explained that he did not know this girl and had only gone out at night to hunt zombies, which the guards had seen, so they came to invite him to join the city guard. Qin Shuang was embarrassed when she realized she was wrong, but she still asked why he didn't say so right away, because the appearance of an excited girl at their door made her think the worst. The main character asked her not to jump to conclusions out of jealousy, because everything he does is only to catch up with Shu Te and help her win the bet. Qin Shuang cried out that she was not jealous at all, and that it was none of her business. After the misunderstanding, the main character warned that he would be killing high-level zombies with the city guards, so he would be leaving the courtyard, leaving her some high-level seeds to help her. She replied that everything was fine and asked him to be careful at night. The main character reassured her, saying that there was no need to worry, because last night he had tested the black sword and could now easily deal with 4th-level zombies. The girl called after him not to let the cunning foxes seduce him. Late in the evening, the main character gathered with a squad of city guards. Jessica immediately clung to his arm, asking if he had missed her during the short time they had been apart. Johnson introduced himself and told Jessica to calm down, reminding her that the main character already had a wife. Another member of the squad approached and asked what his combat specialization was. The main character instantly transformed into his dragon form and soared into the sky, explaining that he was capable of transforming. The girl was delighted, deciding that this man was definitely her type, and asked the captain to allow her to lead the main character into battle, as she liked working with handsome young men. Rick agreed, instructing her to accompany the main character, but warned that battles with zombies are extremely dangerous and caution is required. Jessica pulled out 2 pistols, showing that she was fully prepared for battle, which surprised the main character, as they were 5th-level plants. One shot flames, and the other shot ice. Johnson also prepared himself, merging with a giant 5th-level nut. His body began to change, becoming extremely muscular. The blonde swordsman merged with his watchtower, a pine tree. Soon, Rick appeared in his final form, announcing that the zombies were already approaching, and immediately rushed into battle. Jessica, overcome with excitement, began shooting, ordering the monsters to take her bullets and striking everyone who stood before her. Johnson wasted no time and attacked the zombies with his hammer, but noticed something strange. Vines began to emerge from the monster's head, heading towards him. Rick came to his aid and ordered him to retreat. David appeared, saying he would take care of that side. The main character watched in amazement, as this was his first encounter with such a high-level battle in this city, and he couldn't just stand aside. He attacked the monsters, proclaiming himself the god of slaughter. While he was fighting, his attention was drawn to a movement. Jessica ran towards him, jumped on top of him, and, gasping for breath, shot at the approaching zombie, warning him that the resistance of a 5th-order zombie was many times higher than that of a 4th-order zombie, and even when wounded, such a monster did not lose its ability to attack. Hanwoo was surprised to learn all this, and thanked her for saving his skin. She asked him not to be stubborn, suggesting that he first provide support by staying close to her and attacking the zombies around them again. The main character obeyed, killing the nearest monsters, earning 3,000 points for each kill, and receiving items in the process. After 3 hours of battle, he returned to his normal form, feeling quite tired, and noticed that the members of the squad were still holding on, asking if they were taking any stimulants. Jessica joked, asking if he was really tired when the battle had barely begun, and teased that if so, he wasn't even fit to be her lover. He could only imagine that if he were in his divine body, fatigue would be impossible, but in human form, it was difficult. Suddenly a voice sounded in his head, asking if the master could guess who it was. Hanwoo immediately recognized the source of the mutation and asked if he finally had time for him. Kamiyama noticed that he sensed a woman and heard that his body was not good enough, then asked how a woman could possibly refuse his master. For this reason, he decided to give permission to dominate that voluptuous woman with outstanding curves, revealing that this permission was called a genetic lock. He only said to hold on tight, as they were about to embark on a new journey. With these words, the lock that had been holding back his power opened, and a powerful energy pierced his entire body. The main character felt boundless power. The source of the mutation informed him that he could now cause temporary mutations in his body by consuming any type of strong biological cells. The main character imagined that he could merge with plants to become strong and resilient. He decided to try swallowing one of the pills. His body began to overflow with power, and he soared into the air, emitting a bright light that began to disintegrate all the zombies nearby. Jessica was amazed as Hanwoo glowed. Nearby, Rick ordered everyone to focus as the hordes of zombies grew larger, attacking several at once. Suddenly, a new giant zombie appeared and attacked Hanwoo, and Rick immediately ordered everyone to defend him. Johnson rushed to help but was hit with a blow that stunned him. Everyone began to worry when they saw this because the 6th-order zombies' defense was too powerful, and they were ordered to retreat. The main character simply watched as the monster's fist approached him and allowed it to come closer. The light from his body grew brighter and destroyed even the giant zombie. The squad rejoiced, saying that the main character was truly amazing, and began tossing him into the air. The system announced that friendly relations had been established with Jessica, a resident of the city, and 50,000 points had been awarded. Friendship with Johnson and another 50,000 merit points had also been established, as well as friendship with David. In addition, a personal shop was unlocked for all 3 of them. He also received 23,000 points for destroying a level 6 zombie. The source of the mutation asked the host what it was like to unlock such power. The main character admitted that it was incredible, but soon became alarmed when the slime warned that it had bad news. This infuriated him. He wanted to know what the bad news was because he had nothing left but the divinity he had worked so hard to obtain. The source said he didn't need it, and the bad news was only that the ability had side effects. He felt relieved, because his divinity would not be stolen, but he still shouted that he had not been warned in advance about such side effects, and asked if he would become crippled or something like that. Kamiyama asked how the master of the supreme source of mutation could be such a coward, explaining that the side effects did not threaten his physical body, but that the genetic lock could not be used continuously, and only needed a little time to recover. The main character found this suspicious, but realized that if he just waited, everything would be fine, and asked what would happen if he used the ability before recovery was complete. The slime warned that his physical body was fragile, and that he could now only use this ability once every 10 days. If he used it more often, his genes would become disordered and permanent mutations would occur. The main character said he understood and didn't want to know the details, because it was all strange. At that moment, Rick shouted, asking if he felt any discomfort. Hanwoo turned around and said that he was fine. Jessica ran up to him excitedly, as she found his performance incredible, considering him worthy of being her lover, and asked if he wanted to spend a wonderful night with her. He felt embarrassed by this proposal until Johnson intervened, asking her to stop pestering him, as Hanwoo had expended a lot of energy and was probably tired, suggesting that he rest while Johnson dealt with the remaining zombies himself. The main character admitted that he was indeed tired and was going to rest a little. With that, he began walking through the city, thinking that he would not be able to use the genetic lock for the next 10 days, so he needed to improve his basic combat skills. He remembered the city guard's private store and wondered what might be interesting there. Opening the system, he quickly noticed the plant fusion technique, as it was ideal for filling the gap in the genetic lock's recovery period. The source of the mutation was curious, and asked if this pile of junk would satisfy him, since plant fusion was nothing more than a primitive method of transplanting different life forms. This upset Hanwoo, as the technique cost 70 friendship points, and the slime made it useless. But there was nothing he could do, as the lock took too long to recharge. Kamiyama said that wasn't the case, explaining that his weak body was to blame, and asked if he believed that with a small modification, he could take the plant fusion technique to a higher level, mentioning that it would cost 2 divinity points. But it was useless, as he admitted that he had no money. Then Kamiyama said goodbye. This annoyed him, as he hated greedy people, so he lowered the price to 1 point of divinity, saying he couldn't go any cheaper. The main character felt proud inside, considering himself the king of bargaining, and agreed to the deal at that price. The slime snapped its fingers, and the main character's head was filled with a flood of information. He realized that the plant fusion technique had been improved, and now allowed up to 3 plants to be fused at once, with an additional option for 6th level seeds, which was truly amazing. However, Kamiyama warned that he would want that point of divinity back later. The main character said not to worry about it, and began to fiddle with the system, remembering that his attribute was darkness. He placed the 5th level plant, the King of Death Adalia, in the first slot. After that, the 4th day of survival began, and he was awarded 4,000 points. The protagonist looked up and noticed that the scoreboard had expanded, realizing that Qin Shuang had appeared in the rankings and could defeat Shu Te in less than 2 days. He was in first place with 1,400,000 points. Sun Chenyan was in second place with 1,200,000 points. Shu Te was in third place with almost 1 million points, and Qin Shuang was in fourth place with 736,000 points. After that, he returned to the mansion and, satisfied with the results, asked if his dear wife was busy. She was sitting on the floor and noticed that he was all happy, so she asked if he had had fun with that hot girl. He replied that his mood had nothing to do with that, but she threw several items at him, saying that they belonged to him and he could sell them. The main character said he no longer needed them and asked her to keep everything for herself, wondering why she was being so formal since they were a couple. Qin Shuang began to tap him on the head irritably, reminding him that they had agreed to share everything equally, and told him to take his share, because she was not the kind of girl who liked to take advantage of others. After that, she left, saying that she was going to learn to dance with the hostess Hannah. He said that was fine, only asking her to come back early. Internally, he thought that she was a really smart girl, because she knew how to earn points by befriending the townspeople, and he was proud of that. 9 days passed, and Hanwoo met the city guard again. He noticed something strange and asked what was wrong, as everyone looked worried. Jessica replied that there would be a lunar eclipse that night, which happens once a month. Because of it, the zombie invasion would be much stronger than usual. And during the last eclipse, a girl named Jasmine was lost forever due to the difficulties. Rick shared that Jasmine's death was his responsibility, and promised that no one would die tonight. Everyone yelled at him not to say that, and the girl grabbed the main character's hand, warning him that she probably wouldn't be able to protect him tonight, and asking him to promise that he would run away if he found himself in danger. This made Hanwoo think, because he was the weakest in the group, and would surely be the first to die if they encountered danger. That's why she was worried. With these thoughts in mind, he replied that he was a man, and that he should actually be the one to protect her. Jessica was satisfied with this answer and asked him to be careful. Aware of the dangers that would arise that night, he ran to the eyewear store to see if there was any useful equipment. The store offers the following items: artifact armor for 12,000 points, night vision fruit for 2,000 points, invigorating flower for 1,500 points, physical enhancement herb for 1,000 points, 5th level golden dragon herb for 120,000 points, and finally, man-eater for 5,000 points. His current points total 95,000. He spends all his available points and begins to invest them in the ability he received from the source of mutation for plant fusion. The main character assumes that the golden dragon grass also contains dragon genes, and begins to attract the blood of the black dragon. His body begins to transform, turning into an even more powerful dragon form, radiating an ominous aura. Rick raises his head and warns that time is up, as the eclipse has begun and the hordes will start to appear. The zombies begin to feel the power of the eclipse, and as a result, transform, becoming significantly stronger. Rick warns that the zombies have mutated and their levels will continue to rise, so everyone must prepare. The battle will be difficult. Jessica says she is more than ready, as are Johnson and David, and the entire squad takes up combat positions. The monsters rush forward and the captain responds by ordering everyone to attack. The zombies begin to withstand all of Jessica's shots. As they try to defeat the enemy, Johnson yells for the two to focus on shooting from a distance, forming a defensive line. Han-Woo decides he can't fall behind and delivers a powerful blow to the colossal zombie. As soon as he does, other zombies begin to chase him, forcing him to defeat them one by one. Rick praises him for his excellent work. An hour passes, and the battle continues at a frantic pace. The zombies appear endlessly. At that moment, the captain yells at Jessica to find the mayor and request reinforcements. She immediately obeys the order, asking the others to hold their positions. As soon as she says this, David is hid in the armor and his comrade covers him, asking him to be careful. Rick approaches, noticing how hard it is for his team, and starts shooting at the zombies, also attacking in close combat. Soon, a notification arrives for the main character, informing him that the 10-day recovery period has expired. He rejoices at this and flies to the front line, declaring that he will buy some time for everyone. However, Rick asks him not to overexert himself and to run if necessary. The main character explains that he is also a member of the city guard, so he is obliged to protect the residents. After that, he activates his ability, unlocking the genetic lock. His body instantly begins to glow with powerful energy, and giant vines grow out of him, rushing towards the zombies. The squad is stunned, as no one expected such power from a city guard fighter. Time passes, and the main character grows tired after many battles, but seeing even more zombies standing there, he becomes alarmed. Then Jessica appears, announcing the arrival of reinforcements. Schwarzenegger orders to end this once and for all, but Rick stops everyone because he notices something ahead. The mayor takes out his binoculars to see what it is, but the fog obscures his view. Rick warns that the fog is a problem and asks to use the plant to disperse it. The mayor agrees and takes out a 4th-level wind seed. He places it in a pot and it quickly sprouts, turning into a plant. The main character is amazed at how quickly this happened. The plant instantly jumps up and begins to spin, dispersing the fog and revealing nearby zombies. The system informs us that this is a ceramic flower pot, a container for planting seeds that increases their growth rate 100-fold. At this moment, the mayor notices that he likes the pot and says that he may give him more later, as Rick spoke well of the hero, especially after the night of the eclipse. He considers it a gift from the city. The main character thanks him, and a notification appears stating that friendly relations with Arnold Schwarzenegger have been established by opening a personal store and giving him 100,000 points. The main character immediately opens the mayor's store, assuming that it contains many treasures, and quickly notices a plant of interest. He uses it, and poisonous mushrooms begin to grow on the bodies of the zombies. He comes closer and rejoices at how quickly the Black Plague mushrooms are spreading. Thanks to this, the main character rises into the air and begins to use life sacrifice on the mushrooms that have taken root in the monsters. Immediately, an aura envelops the entire area, and several colossal explosions begin to occur. As a result of the sacrifice of life, the system presents 3 options from which he can choose what to receive. The first is the 9th-level seed of the Tree of Wisdom. By planting it in the divine dimension, one can maintain the stability of the divine world, prolong the life of the clan, and receive the fruits of wisdom after it matures. The second option is a golden flower pot, and any special plant planted in it will gain immortality. Finally, the third option is a 4th-level building, a botanical museum. If you build it in the divine domain, a special seed will be randomly produced every 24 hours. The probability of a 1st-level seed is 50%, the second is 40%, and it gradually decreases to the 9th level, the probability of which is less than 0.09%. The main character admits that the choice is difficult, but decides to take the pot of immortality as in combination with his mutation, endless possibilities may arise, and later he will also be able to obtain 9th-level seeds. Then Rick shouts that they are surrounded, and Han-Woo begins to worry, because he did not expect the power of the Black Plague to be so weak and already dissipating. Because of this, he decides to use a targeted mutation on the mushroom. Its possible useful mutations are a significant increase in spore spread, increased spore activity, and accelerated spore growth. He orders all 3 targeted mutations to be activated simultaneously, making the windflower more powerful and completely dispersing the fog. After that, Rick celebrates, because the speed of the zombie horde has slowed down, and everyone present rejoices. However, the mayor warns that things will get more complicated as the eclipse enters its final stage, making the zombie hordes even more ferocious. The main character is unhappy about this. When the eclipse reaches its peak, one of the zombies begins to mutate, growing enormously, and 2 huge horns grow out of it. The mayor orders everyone to retreat, and people start running, thinking they are about to die. The main character observes the chaos and realizes that if morale drops, the city will lose. Therefore, he must lift everyone's spirits. He takes flight and urges everyone not to be afraid of the zombies because they will surely win. With these words, he rushes to attack the monsters. The people feel confident, and Han Wu is glad that it worked. But suddenly a giant vine grabs him, causing him to feel fear. Jessica rushes to him in panic, but Rick stops her because going unprepared is certain death, and they need to focus their strength, advancing layer by layer. He shouts to Han Wu that he will rescue him soon. However, the main character loses his patience and breaks all the vines around him, flying away from the zombies. He realizes that he is severely exhausted, and theoretically, he just needs to return the same way to reach the city. Half an hour later, he is still flying, not understanding what is happening, because no direction seems right. At this point, the source of the mutation says that if he hasn't figured it out yet, he's trapped. Han Wu is unhappy with this, and asks if there is a way to help. The slime replies that it wouldn't be a problem, but it would require 1 divine point to guarantee a safe exit. The main character replies that he no longer has any divine points, but he has his life, and he can take it if he wants. Kamiya replies that it doesn't work that way, and that he is on his own. However, as a good super genius, he offers free advice. Don't wait until morning to leave, because time stopped for him when he entered the fog. Han Wu is unhappy with this, because if it's true, then he's in serious danger. But he doesn't understand, because no direction, north, south, east, or west, is correct. Only the sky or the earth remain. Thinking about this, he decides to fly straight up, not believing that the fog is endless. After a minute of flying, he notices something strange. A huge barrier. This infuriates him, and he draws his sword, asking if they really think they can trap him like a turtle in a jar. Even one of his strongest attacks only created a small crack. Because of this, he decided to launch multiple attacks at once, wanting to see how long the barrier could hold. As a result, the crack grew until a huge hole appeared in the barrier. He was amazed to see a colossal tree in front of him that shouldn't have been there. Suddenly, a voice in his head welcomed the stranger. This stunned the main character, and he tried to understand if the tree had created all this, and how it even knew who he was, and that he was a stranger. He began to suspect that his identity in the simulation had been revealed, and that now he was finished. However, the tree asked him not to be nervous, explaining that it was not going to kill him, but simply needed a favor to save this world. This piqued his interest. He thought that perhaps it was about destroying all the zombies, but the ancient tree replied that the real task was to expel the inhabitants. He was puzzled, and decided that there was something more to it, so he sat down and asked the tree to explain in more detail. It said that it was the Tree of Wisdom, the guardian of this secret world, which had been alive for 10,000 years, and that it had always been a peaceful place until one day a stranger discovered the secret kingdom and seized it by force. This man also sent many followers to collect the seeds of special plants that the tree grew and sold them as rare resources. Therefore, the tree could no longer bear to see its descendants sold as commodities. For more than 10,000 years, peace reigned in this world, for the tree had no fighting abilities and could not resist the invaders. Because of this, it was forced to turn to the god of death and, at the cost of worshipping him, asked for strength and revenge. From that moment on, it gained the ability to turn living bodies into zombies. After that, a war began between humans and zombies. Over the course of 1,000 years, the number of zombies grew, and humans gradually lost the strength to resist. Then, 30 years ago, the tree led a general offensive. At that time, victory seemed close, but suddenly a powerful man appeared, descending like a comet. This unknown man managed to grow powerful 4th-level plants, such as fire dragon grass, which prevented the zombies from capturing the city. Years later, the tree realized that this mysterious man was probably a stranger, as he possessed different abilities. When the tree launched a new offensive, it realized that the main character was one of these beings with extraordinary power. The main character understood that the tree wanted him to betray the city and help it. The tree offered him 10 fruits of wisdom in exchange. The main character thought about it, realizing that 10 fruits of wisdom were equal to 10 points of divinity. It was truly incredible. Moreover, the tree promised 3 divine bodies, which although dead for 1,000 years, were still active. This dazzled his eyes, for the offer was too tempting. But inside he felt disappointment. He could easily deal with the people, but the zombie city belonged to the Imperial Academy, and the god behind it was probably one of its highest leaders. Otherwise, helping the tree could lead to serious consequences. With these thoughts in mind, he apologized, explaining that he had to refuse. But before he finished, the tree emphasized that if he helped, it could recommend him to the great Lord of Death. The main character was shocked. This gave him a chance to obtain a divine position of the 5th level, associated with death. If he achieved this, he would be revered by all the gods. The tree asked if he was ready to accept the offer, and the main character replied that he would try his best. But first he needed to contact the divine world to find his followers, because otherwise he would not be able to achieve much on his own. The tree thought for a moment and replied that it was not impossible, but he would have to swear an oath to the god of death. If he broke it, the clan of creatures would be subject to the oath of death until they disappeared completely. The main character understood that the tree was indeed afraid that he would take over the entire secret world after gaining power, and realized that it underestimated the appeal of the divine position of death of the 5th level. Therefore, he made the oath. Immediately, a magical mark appeared on his hand, which surprised him. It all happened too quickly. Then vines appeared, forming a passage, and the protagonist's locust flew out of the portal, directly connected to his divine realm. Seeing his fellow creatures again, the main character felt joy, because by this point he was supposed to have attained the lordly form of life. The tree creature declared that it had fulfilled its part of the agreement, and now expected the stranger to fulfill his as soon as possible. Before he could finish speaking, it opened the portal and threw the main character through it, causing him to fall to the ground. The main character thought irritably that this damn tree had been extremely rude, throwing him out like that without even offering him a cup of tea. However, he was more concerned with how to get rid of all the inhabitants of the city. He decided to fly over the city until Rick noticed him, and with him, Jessica, who immediately ran to him, hugged him, and rejoiced when she saw that he was okay. The main character felt awkward about such a reception. At that moment, the mayor approached him and announced that he would be awarded the prize of the year for his great contribution. The main character replied that this was unnecessary and suggested converting the award into money. Then the sun came out, and all the remaining zombies were destroyed. The ranking table was updated. In first place was the main character with 12,300,000 points. In second place was Qin Shuang with 8,720,000 points. In third place was Sun Chinian with 7,920,000 points. And in fourth place was Shu Te with 7,890,000 points. When Shu Te saw this, he couldn't calm down because of the gap in points, and couldn't imagine how he could catch up. He thought that now he would have to resort to dirty tricks. He took a bag of gold and left the house, heading for another dwelling. There he asked if that man was really the strongest assassin in the city, offering 8,000 gold coins for the murder of the main character. The masked man accepted the offer, telling him to wait for good news. However, locusts were flying nearby, and the main character noticed this, finding it amusing that his rival was unable to win fairly and had now chosen the dirty path. He decided that he could not blame him if he died because of his own choice. After that, the main character ordered his creatures to invade his rival's mansion, attacking his plants and destroying them one by one until they had devoured everything. Elsewhere, Qin Shuang asked if it was his locust, and how he managed to summon it there, also wanting to know what he was doing in general. The main character replied that it was a secret, and that if he told her, he would have to kill her. This enraged her, and she began to pull his ear. Then someone shouted, demanding that the main character leave the house. It was Shu Te, accusing him of everything that was happening. The protagonist was pleased to see him and wanted to know if his luck had run out. His rival was indignant, claiming that he knew very well that it was the locusts who had been ordered to destroy all the special plants. The main character said that it was nonsense, because creatures from the divine realm could not enter this city, which meant that it was slander. Moreover, he mockingly remarked that he now had 12 million points, almost twice as many as 7 million, and asked how his opponent was going to respond with only a motorcycle. Shu Te was enraged by such mockery, and decided that he would do everything in his power to ensure that the main character would not see the next dawn. After that, all the residents of the city went to the store to buy insecticide, as the entire city was flooded with locusts. The shopkeeper said that the store was quickly running out of stock, and asked everyone to return to work, promising that the goods would arrive the next day. People asked what they should do, because plants were dying, including 4th-level plants. At that moment, Schwarzenegger appeared, announcing that the city would activate its emergency shelter plan, and that they only needed to survive the ordeal of that night. The main character watched as his plan worked. If the residents did not stay in their homes, the locusts would be able to devour the plants more effectively until they were completely destroyed, and then the residents would not be able to resist the zombies. Therefore, even if they did not want to leave, they would be forced to do so. Night fell, and the main character met with the city guard. Rick said that the task for that day would be relatively easy, as the zombie army had suffered heavy losses the night before, and now they could rest easy. Jessica ran up to him and asked him to stay with her, but the main character replied that he needed to take a walk because he was going to buy something. As he leaves, Locust informs him that Zhu Te and the killer are about to make their move, and he replies that this is fine, as he wants to find a deserted place to wait for them. After waiting for a while, the main character sees them both and says that they have finally arrived, noting that he did not like waiting so long. The student becomes enraged, asking if the assassin leaked the information, but the assassin replies that he would never do such a thing, because one can insult his character, but not his professionalism. After that, Zhu Te declares that Han Wu will not survive the night and must die. The main character asks if he is sure he dares to do it, because the entire lecture is being recorded by the Academy, and wants to know what he will say in his defense. He replies that the killer is the one who will kill him, so it has nothing to do with him. The masked man asks him to stop talking, as he needs to work. He summons thorny vines, takes out a sword, and attacks with his ghostly shadow. However, the weapon immediately breaks in half, as it is not strong enough to pierce the protagonist's dragon form. The latter mocks him, asking if 8,000 gold coins were really worth it. The student instantly retreats, asking how he knows about the 8,000. The assassin notices this and asks if he is really going to betray him like this. Then Han Wu calls on his locust people, because now it's his turn to act. Zhu Te panics when he sees the summoned creatures because this should have been impossible. Before he can comprehend it, Han Wu orders his creatures to kill the assassin, and all the locusts rush forward. Then he flies up to Zhu Te, deciding to deal with him personally. The guy is frightened and warns that he cannot be killed, because the Academy records everything that happens in the city, and if he does, he will have to explain himself. The main character agrees, saying that he doesn't care, and throws him into a pile of zombies, allowing the monsters to devour him. Zhu Te tries to run away and begs him not to come near, but it's useless. The main character, in his dragon form, instantly flies up to him and slams him into the ground. The student begs him to stop, saying that his family will not forgive him, but Han Wu pays no attention, as he is not used to being afraid, and throws the guy straight to the zombies. He checks what is left of him and admits that it was cruel, because almost nothing is left. Having said that, he flies away, ordering his creatures to rest. The day passes, and all the townspeople gather together with the mayor, outraged that their plants are being devoured, and concerned that if this continues, it will become impossible to live in the town. They also note that the church shelter is too small for everyone. Schwarzenegger is concerned, not knowing what to do, until the main character draws attention by saying he has an idea. He suggests that all the residents move to another world. People ask if he is serious, because it is no longer possible to live here. Zombie attacks are so frequent that they can hardly sleep. The mayor replies that they would be happy to leave, but the portal was destroyed during the war with the monsters, and no one knows how to fix it. The main character says that this is exactly what he was afraid of. But if this is a problem, it can be easily solved, because the city of Dolan is ideal for them, and there is a way to restore the portal to other worlds. He only asks for a little time. Schwarzenegger is delighted and promises his full support. After that, Han Wu flies to the ancient tree and explains the situation, asking only to restore the portal so that all people can be taken out of the city, leaving the place free of people. He is happy to hear this, thanks him, promises to fulfill his part of the agreement, and asks him to come to the dense forest at night during the full moon. When night falls, the main character leads everyone to the forest, and the mayor asks if he is sure that the portal will only appear because of the full moon. Then Jessica shouts for everyone to look ahead and asks if that huge tree is really the tree of wisdom. A portal appears nearby, and everyone begins to pass through it. The main character says goodbye to them, saying that they will meet again soon. The residents cry with joy, because now they will be able to live in peace thanks to their benefactor. Jessica kisses him on the cheek and asks him to remember her, then walks through the portal. The main character is happy that the trial is finally over. Soon, Lena contacts all the students, informing them that the trial in the zombie city is over and that everyone will be teleported back to class. She congratulates those who have returned successfully, informing them that 2 students died in the secret realm during the survival test. She wishes them great strength in their next life. The main character reflects, realizing that death in the secret realm apparently leads to death in reality, which is incredibly cruel. However, he is shocked to see Shu Te alive and unharmed, and does not understand how this guy survived at all. The teacher asks for attention as she announces the results of the test. Han Wu comes in first place with 16 million points. In second place is Qin Shuang with 12 million, and in third place is Sun Qinyan with 10 million points. Before she finishes her announcement, Shu Te stands up and shouts, accusing Han Wu of cheating. The main character turns around and asks what evidence he has. Shu Te claims that he saw a swarm of locusts in the zombie city, and personally saw him summoning them. Other students also confirm that they saw it. However, Lena explains that the theme of this test was a simulation of survival in another world, and nowhere did it say that summoning representatives was not allowed. The teacher explained that if Han Wu's student was able to summon his familiars, it was only because of his own strength or luck. Upon hearing this, Shu Te became angry and claimed that she was covering for Han Wu, threatening to complain to higher authorities. The teacher replied irritably that he could complain to anyone he wanted, but reminded him that as a teacher, she had the right to punish him for disrespecting a member of the academy. His punishment was 1 year of forced labor on the Black Prison Planet, where she immediately sent him through a portal, ignoring his cries. After that, she asked the other students if anyone else wanted to join the punished student. The frightened students immediately apologized, acknowledging that she was right and that no one had the right to disrespect a teacher. She accepted their apologies and continued her explanation. After class, the main character was walking around the school grounds when he met some older students. He told them that he had obtained the fruits of wisdom they had asked for, but immediately apologized because his powers were limited. He was only able to obtain 9 divine points. In fact, he exchanged all his friendship points for the fruits of wisdom, including those given to him by the ancient tree spirit, and ended up with 12. The senior students were surprised, because even 9 points was an excellent result. One of them, Ye, explained that thanks to the main character, they were able to win 10 points of divinity from the most arrogant guy in the school, Huang, and suggested that the main character keep his points for himself so that he could enjoy a good life with them. At that moment, Huan Shengjun himself approached them and asked irritably if he was the same Han Wu who had caused him to lose 10 points. Teacher Mammoth stepped forward and sternly asked what this hothead was going to do. The main character did not immediately understand what was going on until the girl standing next to him explained that he was just angry because of his defeat. The older girl added that before the exam, Huang himself had started provoking them and suggested a bet on who would get first place in the assessment, so they beat him by 10 points. The main character was surprised to learn that he had bet on Shu Te and thought that one would have to be blind to do so. After that, everyone started teasing Huang Shengjun, and he, feeling embarrassed, threatened that battles with veterans awaited them ahead, and if the main character offended him, he would send them all to hell. After that, the mammoth guy apologized to the main character, explaining that because of this dispute, he had made an enemy, and now they would not be able to defend him in the next class. The main character just smiled and said that he was used to this. Wherever he went, he was always threatened, but in the end, he only became stronger. He thanked his elders and promised to turn to them if he needed help. Meanwhile, elsewhere, one of the servants reported that a demigod was requesting an audience with His Majesty. The king ordered the guest to be brought in. When he entered, the ruler asked why he had come. The demigod, introducing himself as Zhang, bowed and said that he had come to report a discovery related to the divine river. The king ordered him to speak immediately and promised a generous reward if the information was confirmed. Gan opened a box containing the body of a locust found in the ruins of the divine river, and said that he knew a certain Han Wu, who, in his opinion, was connected with this, as he possessed similar creatures. He also reported that this Han Wu was an orphan and was currently studying at the Imperial University in a preparatory course. Upon hearing this, Advisor Connor cried out in amazement at how a mere divine creature could have entered the ruins of the river and defeated the 6 demigods he had sent there, and to take what rightfully belonged to him. Zhang Gong immediately bowed, asking His Majesty to calm down, as he himself could not believe at first that Han Wu, who was only at the divine level, could be responsible for the events at the divine river. However, he carefully examined the traces and finally came to the conclusion that it was this child who was the culprit. He reported that he had learned about the purchase made by Han Wu at that location through a radioactive ore dealer, and had also found a record of his entry into the divine space of the hotel. After that, the king realized what was happening and made it clear that everything had to be true. Otherwise, he would not spare Han Wu. He ordered him to take his reward and leave. Then he ordered one of his subordinates to bring a signaling device to test Han Wu, because he needed to confirm whether he was guilty of stealing his treasure. If it turned out to be true, he promised to turn him to ashes. Shortly after that, the main character sneezed, noting that it seemed to be getting cold and that he needed to prepare for his next class in order to level up as soon as possible. Then he took the vessel he had received from Professor Lena and was amazed by its properties. This vase could connect to a special seed of jade flowers, and the hero would receive the corresponding plant seed at each growth cycle. The cycle depended on the classification of the plant. The higher the level, the longer the cycle. Realizing this, the main character decided to test the 6th level Shadow Ghost Vine by combining it with the plant fusion technique, as it was supposed to unleash the powerful ability of a phantom flash. In addition, by binding it to the vase, he could permanently preserve this high-level seed. After that, Hanwoo looked at the bodies of the gods, as they could be processed into divine energy of flesh and blood. In addition, the catalyst worked well on grasshoppers, and if given the fruit of wisdom, their combat effectiveness could increase several times over. Suddenly Lena called. The main character answered, asking what had happened. She explained that she had bad news. The zombie city had been handed over to the academy by Mr. Shu Hai, one of the 3 leading professors of the Imperial Academy and a god-level being. However, the city was now lost, as the coordinates had been destroyed, and the professor had discovered that the main character was responsible. Because of this, he was extremely angry. The main character panicked, fearing that he might be expelled, but Professor Lena reassured him, saying that what had happened did not violate the Academy's rules. The only problem was that the angry professor wanted to challenge him to a duel the next day. She also said that she would act as the judge. The main character felt relieved, deciding that if Lena was present, he would not die. However, she strictly emphasized that he should not take this lightly and must give his all in the fight against this professor. Later, lying in bed, the main character realized that it was impossible to avoid the duel, and decided to just get a good night's sleep before the battle of his life. The next morning, on the training field, the senior students cheered on the main character, wishing him luck and advising him to give up if he realized that the fight was impossible to win. Suddenly, Professor Lena appeared and asked Hanwoo to greet the professor who had challenged him. They stood facing each other. Shuhai declared that he would not use any abilities, divine arts, or other measures in battle, but would only summon 1,000,000 beings from his divine kingdom to fight, emphasizing that regardless of the outcome, he was doing this because of the destruction of his secret dimension. The main character replied that he did not dare to object and would make every effort not to disappoint the professor. After that, Lena announced the start of the battle, saying that the terrain would be mountainous and that both sides could summon their representatives. She shouted that the battle was beginning. Shu Hai summoned his army, calling forth thousands of puppets. Meng was surprised by the professor's representatives, sensing a powerful aura from them, and asked what kind of creatures they were. But his friend explained that they were sapiens, a subspecies of humans, an extremely rare related race representing unusual life forms, with innate high intelligence and enormous potential. With sufficient effort, they could achieve a heroic form of existence in adulthood. And although there were no heroic beings among those summoned, their aura remained just as powerful. Knowing this, Mammoth shouted for the main character to surrender immediately, because the enemy was too strong, and even if he lost half his army, he would still remain a prophet. However, the professor told him to be quiet and turned to the main character, asking if he was going to summon his creatures. The main character confirmed this, opening a portal and summoning his grasshoppers, which filled the entire arena with their colossal ranks. Shu Hai couldn't hide his surprise, because this incredible number of locusts represented unusual life forms. He was even more amazed to see that in addition to them, there were lord-level creatures among the army. Moreover, behind the locusts stood an army of red dwarf goblins, whose leader also possessed the level of a lord. He was even more surprised to see that among the Minotaur race, there was also one with the same astonishing level of power. Then the Imperial Sword of Wind appeared, leaving the professor speechless, for before him stood a lord-level life form from the Sword Clan. Because of this, the professor could not contain his surprise and wondered how many races the main character belonged to, as he was at a loss for words. No sooner had he thought this than a clan of skeletons appeared, completely stunning him, for before him stood 5 lord-level creatures and 1 bone lord with the combat power of a supreme hero. This was considered impossible, because even a demigod could not assemble such an army. This made the professor doubt whether this young man was really only at the divine level. Meng, observing the army, admitted to himself that he thought he had barely lost his battle with Hanwoo. However, seeing the entire army, he realized that he did not stand a chance. His friend agreed. noting that there were almost no first-year students who could assemble such a formidable army. Senior E, on the other hand, felt proud to see such a powerful force and believed that if the main character officially joined the university, he would achieve great things. The three comrades began to cheer him on, expecting him to show his full power. The main character decided to launch an attack, ordering his army of locusts to strike. His creatures rushed forward, but the humanoids put their palms together, creating a powerful barrier above them that blocked all external attacks. This stunned the hero, making him wonder what had happened. The puppets counterattacked with fireballs, and the main character instantly realized that the situation was not looking good. He ordered the locusts to retreat and provide cover, and they attempted to form a protective barrier. However, the professor said that this was not enough to withstand the blow of his army. At his command, the creatures rose, creating a giant energy sphere. The main character was shocked by what he saw, realizing that it was a colossal spiritual bomb, and wondered if the professor had watched too much Dragon Ball. Shuhai ordered his creatures to attack, and a stream of energy rushed towards the hero's army. The main character shouted that it wouldn't work, and called upon the divine hammer to fight. The red goblin jumped toward the energy charge, preparing to strike, and smashed the spiritual bomb with his hammer, causing huge cracks on its surface. After that, Han Wu ordered the locusts to attack, as a breach had formed in the enemy's defense, and the swarm rushed towards the enemy army. The elders watched the battle unfold with interest, wondering if the main character could really win. However, the professor noted that the game was just beginning. The locusts advanced, and the main character noticed that their combat power remained too low, despite their enormous numbers. Even if they managed to destroy the sapiens at a ratio of 1 to 10,000, the chance of victory remained minimal. His trump card was right there. He ordered his skeleton lord to join the battle. The main character noted that the sapiens were indeed strong, and their individual combat skills had reached their limit. This was cause for concern, as the number of defeated puppets remained too small. Then he decided to strengthen his locusts by applying a source of mutation. Kamiyama contacted him telepathically, warning that the enemy was extremely powerful and that she would have to remain in hiding to avoid detection. Because of this, the targeted mutation and gene blocking were temporarily disabled. The main character couldn't believe what was happening, considering it absurd, because it meant that she only scared the weak, and when faced with a strong enemy, she simply hid. He felt irritated, realizing that targeted mutation was impossible, and ordered his skeletons to fight with all their might, as now everything depended only on them. Following this, a giant bone lord entered the battle, which excited man, because the decisive move was finally approaching. The skeleton began to materialize, but suddenly numerous explosions thundered in the arena, and the main character did not immediately understand what was happening. The professor explained that the undead race had a huge advantage due to their method of invasion and struggle for survival. Once, tens of thousands of years ago, they were a real nightmare for all civilizations. However, this is now a thing of the past, as numerous studies by players in the field of gods have led to the development of many ways to counter this race. He noted that, starting from the level of true gods, almost everyone has a trump card that is not affected by the undead. Therefore, he told Han Wu that if this was indeed his last resort, the road ahead would be extremely difficult. The main character noticed that the locust attacks were ineffective. They only caused minor damage. Skeletons could not be summoned. The small skeleton and bone lord were completely immobilized, and thousands of minotaurs and gnomes were unable to turn the tide of battle. He wondered whether to give up, watching as the Emperor of the Wind Sword and the Lord of the Minotaurs fought almost alone. With each passing minute, their situation worsened, and the hero realized that if things continued this way, the battle would end in their demise. Then he ordered the Black Locusts to attack. They prepared their arrows and shot them high into the air. Thanks to their dark, corrosive properties, they pierced the shields, and some of the sapien were struck down. The main hero realized how unusual the Fruit of Wisdom was. After all, the locusts had eaten only a little of it, but they had already been able to evolve. The Emperor of the Wind Sword and the Lord of the Minotaurs did not give up, and continued to break through, destroying enemies in their path. But soon the puppets rose again, and Han Wu became alarmed. This race was recovering too quickly. Soon he noticed something in the distance. His great friend, the black dragon Elphys, had come to his aid, accompanied by his fellow dragons. Senior E couldn't believe her eyes. Before him was a purebred black dragon. Then it became clear to everyone that Han Wu had been hiding this treasure from them, one with the potential to rise to the level of a king. Meng, watching this, felt irritated. The more he saw the hero's army, the more clearly he understood that in the past, their duel would have had no chance of victory for him. The professor thought about how, even in its preparatory phase, Hanwu's army possessed boundless power, uniting the strongest races and possessing an incredible ability to regenerate. Meanwhile, the dragons had already descended. Not knowing who would emerge victorious, he offered the hero a truce. Hanwu wondered if he really wanted to stop the fight. However, Elphys strongly objected. The elders were amazed that the god Shuhai himself was asking for a truce. No one expected him to be capable of this, and everyone wondered if he was afraid of Hanwu. The girl waited with interest for the hero's decision, but Lina intervened, explaining that they didn't understand anything. Professor Shuhai was simply holding back. If he had acted at full strength, Hanwu would not have had a chance. The professor was only showing mercy. She explained that the strength shown by the hero had truly earned Shuhai's recognition, and he had no intention of letting such a talented student slip away. In the arena, the professor approached Hanwu, saying that he had calmed down, and added that further fighting would only lead to unnecessary casualties. As a token of gratitude, he intended to give the remaining legion of sapiences to him, but he set one condition. When Hanwu entered university, he must become his student. The main character was taken aback, but Lina immediately explained that he should thank the professor immediately. After all, Shuhai is one of the 3 most famous mentors at Imperial University, an incredibly powerful man. Every year, the line of people wishing to become his students stretches for 500 meters, about 1,000 people, if there are 2 per meter. At the same time, only 25,500 students are admitted to the academy each year. Surprised, Hanwu hurried to bow to the professor, expressing his willingness to become his student, even now. Shuhai understood this as agreement to the terms and ordered the remaining 820,000 sapiens to be brought to his divine realm, calling it a small sign of support. However, training would only begin after official admission to the academy. He emphasized that the others were not important to him, but if Hanwu became his student, he would have to maintain the highest level and achieve perfection at the level of a demigod. Hanwu said he understood everything, because he realized that in order to achieve this, he needed to earn the maximum 10 divine points. The teacher emphasized that, in addition to this, the hero would have to obtain information about the power of the god of death, directly from the god of death himself. This would be an additional test. If Hanwu fulfilled both conditions, he could become an official disciple. After that, the elders appeared, congratulating Hanwu on his magnificent battle. Shuhai asked if they enjoyed the spectacle, and sternly warned them not to let a single word of what had been said leave these walls, especially so that the other teachers would not find out about it. The boy assured him that he need not worry. After all, the professor knew their character well, which meant they would not reveal anything. To be sure, Shuhai threw them a few gifts, after which the trio, beaming with joy, swore that they would not talk even under torture. Lina called them crazy, wondering how they had the audacity to extort gifts from a deity of such a level. The next day, Qinshuang called Hanwu. She needed his help. As they walked, she told him that her family was planning to arrange a marriage of convenience with the Zhute clan. Unfortunately, she was to be the victim of this deal. The main character was surprised, asking if such a thing was still practiced and if her parents really agreed to it. The girl explained that her parents had recently received the power of the gods of light and could not contradict her great-grandfather, the only true god in the family. His decision was a divine decree, binding on all. She also added that initially they wanted to betroth her to Zhute, but after he failed the exam, his older brother, Gang, became the groom. Hanwu replied that he understood and noted that the Qin family was clearly determined to make this union happen, after which he asked how he could help, promising to do everything in his power. He recalled that they had once been husband and wife, which embarrassed the girl. She responded by slapping him and telling him to be quiet. The hero just smiled. That was exactly how he remembered her. Then he promised that if she really wanted to break off the engagement, he would go with her. Qinshuang smiled and thanked him. 3 days later, they arrived in the Qin family's city. The main character couldn't believe his eyes. The city was huge, and he exclaimed, "Are you really a princess?" The girl explained that the city was smaller than the imperial capital, but about 10 million people lived there. Soon, a man approached them and said that the master and mistress had sent him specifically to meet them. When they arrived at the estate, Qinshuang thanked Uncle Zhang and introduced Hanwu. The butler was delighted to finally meet his niece's classmate, whom he had heard of as a genius in the preparatory class, and apologized for any inconvenience. After that, they got into the car and headed for the elder's house. On the way, Qinshuang was visibly nervous, and the hero told her not to worry. If anything happened, he would protect her. The girl thanked him, then turned around and said they had arrived. When they entered, they heard a man's voice inside asking the third brother which of his children had not used the family's resources since childhood. He added that his daughter had used the family's connections and resources to get into the preparatory class, which meant that she was the most suitable for marriage. The main character just sighed, thinking that these families really treat their children like commodities. No sooner had he said this than Qin Shuang knocked, threw open the door, and loudly declared that she refused to marry a member of the Shu family. The man in red sternly told her not to talk nonsense, and not to interfere in the conversation of her elders. The man with glasses coldly stated that she was obliged to contribute to the family. After all, the Shu clan had a true god and immense wealth, and all that was required of her was to marry a young representative of the clan. After that, he ordered the guards to take her to the restroom. When the guards approached, Qin Shuang's father stood up, demanding to know who would dare touch his daughter. His brother stood up and declared that excessive protection only harmed her. Her father shouted in anger that he loved his daughter and only wanted to see her happy. As a future student of the Imperial Academy with the potential to become a true goddess, the mustachioed man called this madness and asked if her father really expected the progenitor himself, a true god, to beg for permission for the marriage. He added that although Qin Shuang was talented, she was not even a demigod yet, and might not be able to become a goddess even in a century. In conclusion, he warned that if the Qin family lost their only true god, everyone understood perfectly well what the consequences would be. Hearing screams coming from the house, the main character asked the butler if this had anything to do with the marriage agreement with the family's only true god. The butler replied that their only true god had caused serious problems while traveling to a foreign civilization, had been captured, and was now awaiting execution. Only another true god had the right to negotiate with that civilization. The Qin family sought help everywhere, and eventually found a god of that level in the Shu family. The main character thought about it. Qin Shuang really did have the potential to become a true goddess, and the Shu family clearly wanted to take advantage of that by luring her to their side. But suddenly he realized something important, and immediately made a call. On the other end of the line, his interlocutor, hearing his voice, asked if he was speaking in the tone of a deity again. The main character replied that, no, he just wanted to ask for a favor. He needed to go to a foreign civilization and rescue a player from the divine domain who had been captured by a true god. As soon as he was about to give the coordinates, his interlocutor said that he had already heard about this civilization and knew about the true god, powerful but slightly inferior to himself. The main character was delighted and asked if he would agree to help. The other replied that they first needed to discuss the reward. If the payment was too small, he would not even bother to move. The hero thought that hiring a true god would be expensive, and the Qin family would have to spend a lot, but it would be worth it. After thinking it over, he said that the reward would be paid in the form of a divine artifact, and asked how much the man would consider sufficient payment. The man on the other end of the line perked up and said that it would take 30,000 units of divine artifact source to restore his spear, and that he agreed to that payment. The protagonist replied that it was a deal, and promised to send the coordinates for signing the contract. Meanwhile, the argument continued inside the house. One of the older family members shouted that Qin Shuang shouldn't be so selfish. Suddenly, everyone turned around. The main character had appeared and calmly asked them to wait a minute. The family was furious and demanded that the stranger be kicked out of the Qin residence. But Qin Shuang stood in front of them, saying that he was her classmate who had come to help. The man with the mustache flew into a rage, deciding that the guy looked more like a schoolboy suitor, and therefore the girl was refusing to marry into the Shu family. Qin Shuang told him not to talk nonsense, but her uncle sternly remarked that she was a descendant of a true god and should seek a husband of a similar status. He then asked Han Wu if there was a true god in his family. The main character smiled and replied that there was only him in his family, neither a true god nor even a demigod, but many bottles of water. The man chuckled and said that marrying such a person would only lead to poverty, then took out a card and said that it contained 500 million units of divine power, more than enough to live in comfort. He suggested that the hero take the card and leave Qin Shuang alone. The main character, still smiling calmly, said that he would accept the card, because now he would have the means to hire a true god and save their great ancestor. The man was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. The mustachioed man asked irritably if he was joking, because true gods cannot simply be summoned from the street like cabbage at the market, and accused the hero of stalling for time. Qin Shuang's father admitted that he was glad to see the young man protecting his daughter, but it was difficult to believe such words. Then Qin Shuang firmly said that she trusted Han Wu, and if he claimed that he could hire a true god for 500 million divine powers, she would believe him to the end. The old man snorted, deciding that the boy was simply bragging, because it was impossible to hire such a powerful being for such a paltry sum. He asked how the hero was going to hire a true god from the Shu family. The main character calmly replied that no one said he was going to hire the god of the Shu family. After all, there are many true gods in the world. This enraged the man, who shouted at him to stop talking nonsense and leave the house immediately. But his brother told him to calm down. Suddenly everyone felt a powerful aura, the power of a true god. The people looked at each other in horror, wondering if this presence belonged to a real deity. The main character calmly said that he had invited an even more powerful being. They ordered him to stop joking at such a tense moment, because the head of the family was in trouble, and when the real god appeared, the boys' lies would be exposed. But the hero just shrugged and suggested that they ask the newcomer themselves. With that, he went outside, where his guest was already waiting. When Yuanzhong finally came downstairs, one of the Qin family members rushed towards him with desperate joy, greeting him and asking if he had come to help find their ancestor. Yuanzhong noticed that he was being addressed by a demigod, and considered such an approach unworthy of his attention. The main character laughed, because this man had been bragging so much just a moment ago. Then the true god asked who among those present was Han Wu. Qin Shuang and her father, watching from afar, wondered if the young man had really managed to invite such a powerful figure, like the rest of the family, not believing it. After the main character replied that he was Han Wu, Yuanzhong approached, doubting his words, thinking that he was just a child who had not even reached the level of a demigod, and wondering why he had previously called him his brother. Feeling embarrassed, the main character confirmed his words and asked if Yuanzhong recognized the source of the artifact he was holding. Yuanzhong was satisfied that everything was true, and remarked that he had not expected to see such a young man. After that, everyone went into the house, and the true god asked if these people were members of Han Wu's family. The main character replied that no, these people had no relation to him. The old man became alarmed, deciding that the young man might harbor resentment for his poor treatment. He hurried to his brother, informing him that the young man had come for his daughter, and therefore they needed to convince him to help. Everyone followed his example, begging the sixth brother to support the family, because if they managed to enlist the help of a true god, they would not have to give their daughter away in marriage. This made the man look closely at Qin Shuang, after which he decided to talk to her. He noted that she had good taste in men, and that she had definitely found a worthy person, and that she should take advantage of this opportunity to save her great-grandfather, and not let anyone else manipulate her through marriage. The girl was confused, not understanding what he meant, because she and Han Wu weren't close. The man said it was only a matter of time and asked if she would take him home if she was interested in him, since he seemed like a decent person. Qin Shuang, still embarrassed, continued to watch the main character until she decided to approach him. However, the main character beat her to it, saying that she had come just in time, because the true god had already agreed to save her great-grandfather, and had only asked the family to provide the necessary information to help. The girl was surprised that everything happened so quickly, because the question of payment remained. But before she could finish her sentence, the main character covered her mouth with his hand, implying that there was no need to talk about remuneration, as there was no need to worry about it. Everything had already been decided. This made Qin Shuang blush even more, imagining that 500 million units of divine power were clearly not enough, and that he had probably paid extra from his own funds. This made her think that her friend was too good for her. Yuanzhong turned to the old man and said he wanted to receive the promised reward, then flew away to fulfill his part of the bargain. The whole family thanked him for what he had done, but he took Qin Shuang aside and said that all the credit belonged to her, because she was the one who had tried to solve the problem. The sixth brother laughed, thinking that this young man was indeed an interesting character. After that, 2 days passed at the Imperial Academy. Shu Te asked all the students if they had seen Han Wu and Qin Shuang. They replied that they had not seen them anywhere. This made him very angry, because if they were nowhere to be found, it meant that they were at the Qin family's house. He promised that he would not let this go unpunished. For this reason, he decided to return to the family fortress and told his grandfather that someone named Han Wu was involved with Qin Shuang, which was disrespectful to their family. Upon learning this, the old man asked his 2 grandsons to accompany him, as they were going to go straight to the Qin family's house, because such a thing could not go unpunished. Shu Te agreed, imagining that this time Han Wu would not be able to escape. Elsewhere, the main character and Qin Shuang were meditating. The main character reflected on the fact that possessing 500 million units of divine power, he had managed to exchange them for 103,000 units of artifact energy, of which 30,000 would go to Yuanzhong, and he would use the rest to develop the gluttony ability to the 4th level, and soon he would have a powerful army. Thinking about this, he looked silly, and the girl noticed it, wondering what he could be thinking about so dreamily that he even drooled. At that moment, Uncle Zhang suddenly ran in, shouting that something bad had happened. Both of them got up, asking what had happened. It was said that the true god of the Shu family was there with his 2 grandsons, and the 6th master had sent someone to hide the 2. Meanwhile, at the Qin family estate, everyone gathered for a meeting. The father demanded that his daughter's marriage be annulled, as the ancestor was about to return. His brother replied that this was too simple a solution, as the true god of the Shu family was not someone to be trifled with. If he found out the truth, he could use it as an excuse to turn all their property upside down. It was suggested that they not tell the truth and stall for time until the patriarch returned. The brother noted that this was easier said than done, because the true god was not so foolish as to believe such excuses, and had most likely already figured everything out. One of those present, concerned about the absence of the true god in their family, said that nothing could be done, and that it was better to support the marriage. Otherwise, if they angered such a powerful being, it would lead to the suffering of millions. The girl's father shouted that this was all nonsense, reminding them that they had Han Wu and that they must not forget that the boy had hired a true god to save their ancestor, thus becoming the benefactor of the family. The brother said he understood everything, but added that, unfortunately, if things continued, everyone would suffer because of his daughter, which greatly angered the father. The father was outraged, asking if his daughter was now to blame for everything, and said he was tired of the constant accusations against her. Suddenly, the man demanded silence, reminding everyone that they all had children, and noting that they could not afford to insult either side. He suggested holding a martial arts tournament for Qin Shuang's hand so that the rivals could fight each other and decide who would become her husband. The 6th brother reacted irritably to this proposal, considering that his daughter was being turned into a commodity. However, the rest of the family agreed, as it was a good way to avoid offending anyone and protect everyone. Suddenly, everyone heard someone ask why they had not yet welcomed the true god. Everyone immediately rushed out, as no one wanted to appear disrespectful. The elder ordered an end to the pointless conversation, as he had come to arrange his grandson's marriage before setting off to rescue their true god, and therefore demanded Qin Shuang's presence. The elder brother informed him that the girl's classmate had already hired someone of the same level to rescue the family patriarch and begged for mercy for the Qin family. This angered Shu, and he wanted to know how a demigod dared to challenge him. His power proved so destructive that the entire surrounding area was transformed into a storm of energy. Everyone immediately fell to their knees, begging for mercy. At that moment, Qin Shuang appeared, begging him not to destroy her home. At that moment, Shu Te informed his brother that the boy was Han Wu. He rejoiced, deciding that this man would not live to see another day. The ancestor asked the girl if she wanted him to spare her family, adding that to do so, she must obediently marry his grandson. The girl refused, calling it madness. The older brother, in despair, rushed to the elder, begging for mercy and saying that the girl was still too young and just needed to be taught a lesson in respect. The true god turned to the main character, asking if he was the benefactor of the Qin family and the one who had destroyed the marriage. He warned that if he did not hear a convincing explanation, the main character would not leave this place alive. The main character made it clear that he had come to help his friend and was not obliged to explain himself to any true god. He asked if there was a law prohibiting friends from helping each other. Zhu Te flew into a rage, demanding an explanation for how he dared to show disrespect to his grandfather. The protagonist replied that he had only spoken a few honest words and did not consider it disrespectful, unless the almighty true god was so petty. Brother Shu gave a final warning, stating that if he left now, they would pretend nothing had happened, but if he refused, the Shu family would take it as a challenge. The main character replied that he didn't care and wasn't going to leave. After these words, the guy rushed at him, declaring that he would die in this room. Qin Shuang's father, seeing that the situation was getting out of control, tried to stop them, but the true god intervened, saying that this was his grandson's battle for the honor of the Shu family, and no one should interfere. When Shu attacked the main character, he opened his divine portal, from which an army of armored soldiers emerged. They were all extraordinary beings. The main character noted that they were powerful representatives in steel armor, much stronger than Shu Te's creatures. The man ordered his creatures to destroy everything in their path. The main character wasted no time and summoned his locust people. When the army of soldiers approached, the locusts prepared their arrows, and the soldiers raised their swords. At the very beginning of the battle, the locust people gained the upper hand, winning both in close combat and in sword fighting. Zhu flew into a rage, realizing that he had clearly underestimated his opponent. Knowing he had reached his limit, he ordered his divine armored soldiers to attack. A huge hand began to emerge from the portal, and soon a giant steel warrior appeared. He immediately rushed at the Locust people. The main character noticed the approach, but due to the high speed, he did not have time to dodge and lost his arm. The main character was overcome with anger, for this was a high-level Locust Lord, the very one who had eaten the fruit of wisdom and possessed unlimited potential for the future. Shu mocked him, claiming that even the Locust Lord was weak, because they were all just trash. The main character felt excited when he heard this and activated their mutation. As a result, his representatives became significantly stronger than before, shocking their opponents. Not understanding what was happening, the main character ordered the swarm to advance, and the entire army moved towards the divine warrior. Shu ordered his representative to activate his protective armor, and at that moment, a divine shield appeared. The main character warned that the counterattack was just beginning, and that the real show was about to start. He ordered his locusts to activate the source of mutation and directed evolution. Thanks to this, the locusts underwent tremendous changes. Their strength increased so much that their attacks easily broke through the defenses of the divine soldiers. The main character demanded that they repeat that insects were weak, but the enemy remained silent. Then he decided to show them something else. He threw 1,000 poisonous crystals at his locust master and ordered him to take revenge. The representative's arm was immediately restored, and his body was filled with immeasurable strength. As a result, he gained the ability to release a highly corrosive poison. Without wasting any time, the Locust Lord soared into the air and unleashed his acid attack on the steel soldier, destroying his shield in an instant. Zhu panicked, not understanding what this power was, and ordered his representative to retreat and return to the divine dimension. The main character noted that this was not so easy, because it was impossible to leave the battlefield at will. His opponent asked what he was trying to achieve and fell into despair when he saw the absurd number of supreme warriors that Han Wu possessed. He couldn't comprehend how so many powerful beings were still on the field and collapsed to the ground. But that wasn't the end. When the guy looked at the portal, a black dragon appeared from it. He was forced to watch as his entire army perished and turned into an army of skeletons, strengthening the main character. Yu shouted that he was giving up and would immediately leave Han Wu's divine dimension. However, the main character said that it wasn't that simple, because now it was his turn to invade. He ordered his army to enter Shu Gan's divine realm. Zhu Gan was in despair, realizing that he could no longer wait, because if things continued, the representatives would attack his own dimension. He gritted his teeth and ordered the portal to be closed immediately. The soldiers heard the command, but the locusts had already rushed inside at full speed. When the portal finally closed, Shu Gang felt relieved, for he had feared the worst. However, soon the divine portal reopened, plunging him into despair. The main character explained that among his locusts there were low-level individuals, and although they were not very strong, they were capable of building a bridge connecting them to the enemy's divine realm, which was impossible to break. In other words, the destruction of his divine dimension was inevitable. Shu Gang fell to his knees, begging for the battle to end and for the creatures to be returned. But the main character had other plans, because it was the enemy who invaded his domain first, so he couldn't complain about the retaliatory attack. These words angered Shu Gang, and he exclaimed that he was offering a way out, to remove the representatives from the divine dimension. He reminded him that his grandfather was outside and was still a true god, which meant that no matter how talented the enemy was, he had no chance against such a being. The main character declared that he was not a fool. He understood that if he severed the connection between the divine worlds, the old man would destroy him with his divine power. Therefore, he needed a hostage, a trump card, so that his grandfather could not kill him. Otherwise, his grandson would also perish. This makes him so desperate that he promises to tell his grandfather not to do anything if he spares him. But it's useless, because the main character only wants silence, since the locusts are searching for the divine core at that very moment and soon find it. An hour has already passed outside, and the true god begins to worry, not understanding why his grandson has not yet come out and whether something bad has happened. No sooner has he said this than the observer's screen appears, causing the entire Qin family to become confused and demand to see what is happening. Everyone in the house is shocked, because the screen shows Shu Gan completely overwhelmed. No one really understands what is happening, but the older brother explains that Shu Gang's divine core is probably now in Han Wu's hands and could be destroyed at any moment. After all, they can see the Locust Man standing right on top of the divine core, which could be destroyed at any moment. At that moment, a hologram of the Elder enters the divine realm and approaches Han Wu, asking him to release his grandson's divine core. The main character notes that he was surprised by the sudden appearance of the hologram, and this caused him dissatisfaction. Therefore, he orders his locusts to speed up the destruction of the steel soldiers. The old man becomes annoyed at being ignored and asks what the main character wants in exchange for mercy. The main character replies that there must be some misunderstanding, because in reality, they should be discussing what the old man must do in order to be allowed to leave. These words enrage the true god. He imagines how, after freeing his grandson, he will torture the boy for 3 days and 3 nights before killing him. Suddenly, lightning strikes, and the true god Yuanzhang appears. Seeing him, Hanwu rejoices, for his colleague has finally returned, and apparently not alone, but accompanied by another true god. The entire Qin family rejoices at the return of their patriarch. The older brother tells Mr. Shu that it is a blessed day, as the ancestor has returned, and the Qin family will hold a great feast, asking if he would like to stay for a drink. He replies that there is no need. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, the elder says that their true god has arrived and now his grandson can be released. The main character replies that he will only let him go when his friend is nearby, because it is unknown what a man with a smile might do, as he could destroy him in a moment of weakness. Suddenly, a hologram of Yuanzhang appears in the divine realm, declaring that he has returned and no one will dare touch his friend while he is there. Moreover, the true god of the Qin family also returns, shouting and demanding an explanation for what is happening. The main character realizes that he now has the necessary protection and orders the poisonous locusts to release Shugan's divine core, as well as his entire army. The boy warns that he will remember Hanwu until their next meeting, and that it would be better if one of them did not leave alive then. He advises him to first take care of restoring the steel soldiers, because they were completely destroyed. Otherwise, he will not even be able to claim a new duel. After leaving the kingdom, the boy is slapped by his grandfather, who asks if he has not disgraced himself enough and is still talking nonsense. After that, he grabs both grandsons and flies away at full speed. The true god of the Qin family starts yelling, calling him a scoundrel for daring to threaten the family in his absence, clearly stating that from now on, all ties between the two families are severed, and the union between Qin Shuang and the boy is cancelled. Everyone watches silently as they fly away. He turns around and throws the object to Han Wu, thanking him for asking Master Yuanzhang for help in the rescue. As a token of gratitude, he gives him an artifact, an ancient tablet capable of returning any living creature to the original blood of its ancestors. After reading this, Han Wu imagines that he will be able to transform the locusts into their ancient, most ferocious form, because if so, they will become a terrifying force. 3 days later, at the Imperial Academy, his senior comrades come to him. The main character is happy to see them and asks what good news they have brought. Meng explains that the next major exam is about to begin, and Huang Shengjun will definitely choose him as his target. Therefore, they have prepared a detailed intelligence guide to help deal with this man. Although no one likes to admit it, this guy is the best freshman. That is why Meng asks him to be extremely careful. The main character reads the instructions and is surprised to learn that Huang Shengjun's representatives are ordinary goblins, and that to reach such a level, he must be a true genius. The girl notes that maybe it's just her imagination, but the locusts seem to have become even stronger, which is surprising. The guy agrees, noting that the enemy army consists of hundreds of lord-level creatures, 3 king-level creatures, and 3 high-ranking priests, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Hanwu begins to worry, because in reality, these are things that are truly worth fearing, but his friends just laugh. After that, at the main character's residence, he continues to meditate, imagining that Huang Shengjun will definitely target the 3 lord-level locusts, and that he cannot lose them under any circumstances. He also thinks that he will be able to use the super regeneration ability created by using a large amount of radiation crystals during forging, but this will probably not be enough to withstand the attacks. At that moment, he sees the Black Death mushroom and remembers that it had a weakening effect during the battle with the zombie army. If it can also deal significant damage to goblins, it will be interesting. He decides to look for something suitable in the system store until he cries out that he has found what he needs. He then uses his magic to combine the new resource with the mushrooms. The next day at the university, Lena explains an important lesson on countering invasions. The first-year seniors will test this class and will be able to use their full power against them. However, she makes it clear that students who successfully defend their divine domains will receive great rewards. Those who fail to resist the invasion of the seniors will spend some time in a black prison. Therefore, she asks everyone to be prepared. The main character begins the trial and, passing through the portal, enters the divine realm, where he encounters Huang Shengjun, who immediately warns him that he will show him a sample of hell. Hanwu does not hide his surprise at the size of the army, which includes many different types of creatures. from goblin melee fighters to goblin archers attacking from a distance, as well as squads of fire mages, ice mages, and goblin horsemen. He realizes that he cannot fall behind and decides to form his own swarm of locusts. With these words, he opens a portal and orders his swarm to line up in units. All the locusts line up according to their abilities, leaving the 3 locust lords behind him. The red-haired enemy admits that he is impressed, because to achieve such success with trash representatives, Han Wu must possess true mastery. Therefore, he decides to take serious action and orders his squad of goblin mages to attack. Immediately, both sides unleash their forces of fire and ice, striking the locusts one after another. The main character quickly realizes that the enemy is trying to overwhelm him from the start and orders the subordinate locusts to prepare for defense, while the heavenly demon locusts attack the enemy's rear. The army prepares its defense, while the others fly over to the goblin archers. The enemy orders his melee goblins to retreat, but Han Wu declares that this will only happen in his dreams and orders his representatives to intercept them. The locusts surround the enemies, and the main character orders them to seize the moment and destroy the ranged combat unit. Huang Shengjun is extremely dissatisfied, but warns that he is not Meng, and therefore will show his true strength. He orders his army to form a 3-sided formation with concentrated fire. The armies of fire and ice begin firing again, striking directly at Han Wu's barrier. The main character begins to worry because the defense is about to collapse. The attacks continue fiercely, and all the locusts holding the barrier begin to take damage. Huang Shengjun excitedly declares that now he will pay for his previous insult and summons the goblin lords to the battlefield. Huge monsters appear, ready to destroy the locust lords. The main character realizes that there are 2 of them, and that his heroic locusts will not be able to withstand them, as they cannot damage them. However, he considers the possibility of dividing them, which would be convenient. Therefore, he orders his army to lure the goblin lords away. They obey and begin to retreat, drawing their enemies with them. The main character immediately orders the rest to load up on black plague mushroom spores to infect the entire enemy formation. A black glow begins to fall from the sky, and black mushrooms begin to sprout on the goblins' bodies, causing confusion among the enemy, who do not understand what is happening. Han Wu realizes that the moment is almost here. Soon he will be able to enjoy the spectacle. Explosions begin to flash in the ranks of the enemy army, and the goblins panic, not understanding what is happening. Huang Shengjun laughs at first, thinking that he was worried for nothing. After all, at first glance, these explosions hardly cause any harm to his army. The main character calmly explains that this is a chain cannon of stable regeneration, a spell in which the explosions do not stop, but become more powerful with each new cycle. Therefore, he wonders how many rounds the goblins will be able to withstand. Before he can finish speaking, the battlefield is shaken again by stronger explosions, destroying many goblins. Enraged, Huang Shengjun activates his divine technique, which begins to heal his wounded soldiers. The main character watches what is happening with interest, and asks mockingly if these armies are too friendly. The enemy catches the sarcasm and asks if Han Wu is afraid. After all, according to him, each new explosion only helps his army recover, and therefore these attacks are useless. But immediately after these words, a colossal explosion occurs, destroying half of Huang Shengjun's army. Stunned, he does not understand how this is possible, because, according to his calculations, the power of the explosions should only increase slightly. Han Wu agrees, but notes that his opponent himself helped to enhance the effect by using divine healing. Now the mushrooms on the goblins' bodies have grown to gigantic sizes. The main character warns that the situation is getting out of control. If the process is not stopped, the next wave of explosions could wipe out the entire army. The red-haired commander is worried, because this lesson was supposed to show the newbies an example of strength, not end in his defeat. He realizes that now he will have to use all his trump cards, otherwise he will lose face. Gathering his strength, he acknowledges that Han Wu is indeed powerful, but still not powerful enough to defeat him. He then activates a new ability that boosts the army's fighting spirit, speeds up their movement, and reduces their perception of pain. Then he uses the God of War technique, putting his soldiers into a state of rage where they can restore their health by absorbing 25% of the damage they deal to the enemy. To this he adds the Earth God technique, creating a protective film that absorbs damage and continuously feeds the fighters with the power of the earth. Exhausted after using so many powerful techniques, he loudly announces that the counterattack is now beginning. Under the influence of divine powers, the mushrooms begin to fall off the goblins' bodies. The main character is astonished to realize that his technique has been so easily neutralized. The Goblin Lord orders his comrades to destroy all insects, and his army rushes forward with full force. The main character immediately orders his warriors to fight to the last. Meanwhile, outside the divine world, Lina discusses the exam results with the other teachers. The first professor is impressed by Qin Shuang's representatives and asserts that they fully deserve a place in the Imperial Institute. The blonde notes that Shu Tei's army is also extremely strong, and the Shu family as a whole is one of the most influential, so they can be accepted without hesitation. Another professor notes that Sun Qinian's creatures have average combat power, but are distinguished by their exceptional intelligence and enormous potential. Lina asks what they think of the student Han Wu. For a moment, silence reigns in the auditorium. One of the professors remarks that Han Wu's battle strategy was a failure, and that this only proves the student's weakness. The bald professor disagrees, arguing that the fight was against Huang Shengjun, the best rookie of the year, who was forced to use his strongest abilities without breaking the rules. This in itself proves Han Wu's strength. Lina reminds everyone that Han Wu still has 5 powerful representatives who did not even participate in the fight, and therefore everything he showed is only a small part of his capabilities. Despite his defeat, he deserves an excellent grade. The others agree. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Huang Shengjun once again orders his army of goblins to finish off the locusts. The reinforced fighters approach to destroy the locust lords, when suddenly a voice in their minds announces that the exam is over. The enraged enemy realizes that he was so close to victory, but now it's all over. He has lost 100 million goblins. More than half of his army has been killed, including several heroes and even one lord, while all of Han Wu's locust lords have survived. Later, in a lecture, the professor announces that students who failed the test will be expelled, and those who received excellent grades will be able to participate in the extraterrestrial war. Among those who received the highest scores are Qin Shuang, Shu Tei, Sun Qinian, Chen Lili, and Niu Fang. At this moment, the main character sinks into thought, believing that his result is terrible and that he will probably be expelled now. Next to him, Shu Tei mocks him, asking if that's all he's capable of. Qin Shuang tries to calm him down, reminding him that everyone saw how strong he is. After all, he had to fight the best senior in the university. But Shu Tei just smirks, saying that a defeat is still a defeat. The main character barely had time to think about it when the professor announced the last student to receive an excellent grade, who turned out to be Han Wu. She congratulated everyone who achieved such results. Shu Tei couldn't believe it was possible and raised his hand because he wanted to ask a question. He was allowed to do so, and asked what the criteria for a great grade were, since some students had been defeated by their seniors, but still received excellent results. Lina explained that all grades for all students were determined jointly by several official university professors, and that, although Han Wu had been defeated in the test against Huang Shengjun, his performance was commendable among the professors, and therefore everyone agreed to give him an excellent grade. After that, she asked Shu Tei if he was satisfied with this explanation, exuding a terrifying aura. Frightened, he replied that he was satisfied, and that he had no further questions. Lina continued, informing them that the grades were final, and that students with excellent results should prepare themselves, as in one day the university would send them out into the outside world to participate in a real extraterrestrial war. With that, she left the room, slamming the door so hard that she broke the table. The students were stunned, as the table was made of wood that was 10,000 years old. No one expected anything less from the goddess of war. Zhu Te got up to leave and warned Han Wu not to rejoice too soon, because they would meet again in the outside world. Soon, Sun Qianyan ran up to the main character to share some gossip. He reported that Shu Tei had reunited with Huang Shengjun, and they were trying to figure out how to deal with him. After that, he left the room, deciding to find the crown to have some fun. At that moment, Qin Shuang approached the main character and asked if he was jealous, because if he was, he could just go with the blonde guy. The main character stood up and asked what she meant. At that moment, a senior student appeared at the door and invited his colleague to take a short break. They went outside to a secluded place, where the seniors explained that there were 3 suitable worlds that the university was going to take over: the civilizations of Rune, Totem, and Biochemistry. The seniors emphasized that they could not reveal all the details, but they could share some information. They handed over 3 bags containing information about the 3 civilizations mentioned, as well as some support. However, they clearly stated that the bags could only be opened after entering the corresponding world. The main character received the bags and thought about it. To officially become Professor Shu's student, it was necessary to achieve the status of a perfect demigod. This was the primary condition, and for this, it was necessary to show outstanding results in this military test. He had barely had time to think about it when the 3 seniors wished him luck. After that, he and Qin Shuang met with Lina, who handed them a device for entering the simple world. This device was supposed to help preparatory students who had not yet become divine beings to maintain communication within the divine world. Lena asked them to go up to the top floor, as everyone was already waiting. They went to the top of the university and boarded a ship that began to ascend into space. After landing at their destination, the main character opened the door, and from that moment on, the extraterrestrial war officially began. Already in a new place, the main character decided to see what was in the bag he had received from his elders, but he did not understand why there was only one left, since he had originally received 3. He opened the small bag and felt confused, as he did not quite understand what it was. After reading the instructions, he realized that they were dry cards that stored a special kind of energy called measuring principle. It was a source of power that could help increase the will of the plan. The more measuring principle a user had, the higher level of life form they could create. During the war in the outer dimension, the original energy of measurement was a consumable material used to communicate with the realm of the gods. The most common way to obtain this energy was to hunt and explore local life forms. Knowing this, the main character threw all the cards into the air, and with a grim expression on his face, ordered the slaughter to begin. An hour later, he laughed to himself, as even after 60 minutes he had only managed to accumulate 5 units of measurement, and did not understand the point of it. Realizing that he needed to increase his investment, he summoned his locusts, of which 5 cards remained. He spotted the camp and ordered his representatives to destroy it completely. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Shu was pleased with the gift he had received from the elder Huang Shengjun, as it truly seemed powerful. Inside was a demonic power of the Lord level, which was definitely strong enough to destroy Han Wu. He also noted that it seemed to require placing the protagonist's hair in the vessel and then simply directing it at the target to finish him off. Because of this, he put a strand of Han Wu's hair inside, and a demonic aura began to pour out of the container. In a panic, he ordered one of his creatures to break the vessel, as he sensed something was wrong. As soon as the vessel was destroyed, a colossal monster burst out of it, letting out a mad scream. After leaving the container, the demonic beast ran away, and Shute was sure that Han Wu would not be able to escape now. At that moment, the protagonist directed energy into the object in his hand, and decided that it was time to upgrade the Black Dragon's transformation unlock. He ordered 5 units of measurement to be used to summon 5 powerful warriors. At that moment, his wolf approached him, joining the army with its powerful aura. The main character ordered his strongest monsters to attack, and the camp was completely destroyed. After that, in the cave of the Wolf King, the main character was checking the rewards he had received when he noticed a scroll. Unfolding it, he was surprised to find that the text was written in the runic language. After arranging the runes in the correct order, he received a notification from the system that the effects were a 10% increase in strength, a 20% improvement in physical defense, and a 20% acceleration in wound recovery. Additionally, there were effects for blade-type weapons, a 20% increase in the chance to cause bleeding, a 15% increase in attack speed, and a 10% absorption of life. Realizing this, he took off his shirt and ordered the effects of the runes to be applied to his body. After receiving them, he immediately felt a change within himself. Suddenly, he sensed something strange and soared into the air in his dragon form. Upon arriving at the scene, he noticed that his representatives were being attacked by some kind of wild cat, which, as it turned out, could kill a locust with a single blow. The main character was alarmed because these creatures were Lord-level life forms, demonic cats. His army continued to advance, but was easily destroyed until one of the creatures distracted the cat by acting as a decoy. Irritated, they turned their attention to Han Wu and rushed at him, which only pleased him, as he had long wanted to fight. The demonic cat attacked him with full force. The main character gathered his energy and struck his opponent directly on the cheek, killing him with a single blow. The system reported that the Lord-level life form had been successfully destroyed, resulting in 2 units of original plan energy. The main character found this interesting, because if things continued at the same pace, he would be able to summon small skeletons. If the situation did not change, he could soon become a demigod in the outside world. 3 days later, while exploring the surroundings, one of the locusts told him about a cave of fire crystals nearby. The main character ordered his representatives to head for the cave. As he approached the place, he sensed that the aura emanating from the depths of the cave was human, which meant that someone had discovered this place before him. Despite this, he decided to go in. Soon he felt intense heat coming from the depths of the cave and saw a giant lion rushing towards him, forcing him to take his dragon form and provoke the beast. However, something suddenly stopped the lion. Only then did the main character notice that someone was pulling the monster by its tail. A horned woman yelled at the lion, trying to understand why it was behaving this way. At that moment, the main character realized who she was and learned that the girl was a newcomer. Without further ado, she demanded that he leave the place, as it was her territory. The main character, ignoring her, decided that he could simply take this place for himself and provoked her by asking what she was going to do about it. This greatly annoyed her, and she let go of the lion's tail, rushing at the main character and threatening to kill him if he didn't leave. Suddenly, green energy began to envelop the main character's body, and a vine burst out of it, wrapping itself around him. The girl was confused, trying to understand what this power was. The main character replied that this power was created specifically to kill her. She ignored this and struck the ground with her fist, blowing up everything around her. However, she was stunned when something came at her. It was the main character's sword, which cut off one of her horns. The main character warned that the next blow would be aimed at her neck. This paralyzed the girl so much that she gave up, realizing that she could not win. She acknowledged that the fire lion now belonged to him. The main character showed no interest in this lion, as it was only a Lord-class creature, and killing it would not bring much origin from the plan. He stated that he actually wanted all the fire crystal ore. New Fan considered this an excellent deal, as she could keep the fire lion, and even offered future cooperation. However, the main character did not pay much attention to this, and ordered the skeleton army to enter the cave to extract the fire crystals. Suddenly, a black cloud appeared, and a portal appeared at the entrance to the cave. The girl was surprised, and thought that this was also one of his tricks. But the main character denied it, as he himself was terrified by the size of the portal that had appeared. A monster exuding a terrifying aura emerged from the portal. It was a demon created by Shu Te. Anu, a giant monster, smelled Han Wu and shouted that he would use his blood to wash away the shame. The main character, not understanding anything, used the plant fusion ability, Golden Dragon, and attacked with all his might. However, the demon not only defended itself, but completely neutralized the power of the attack. The main character became alarmed and decided to use another ability, the Phantom Flash. At the same time, New Fan used her fireball. Hanwoo thought that perhaps the attribute of destruction could counter the demon, so he decided to summon the Battle Hammer, Scarlet Blacksmith Orc. He ordered it to tear the demon to pieces. The Battle Hammer replied that he would obey immediately, and began to gather all the power in his body. The monster called him a pathetic worm, and released a multitude of spikes, but the Scarlet Orc responded with a discharge of his snakes, which pierced the demon with numerous holes. Then he jumped with tremendous force, prepared his giant hammer, and delivered a direct blow, causing a devastating explosion in the area. The main character was happy because everything was going very well, but he ordered his men not to give the monster a chance to recover. Because of this, the battle hammer continued to strike repeatedly, leaving Han Wu stunned by the ferocity of the battle. After some time of attacks, the demon turned into spaghetti. The main character approached and noticed that the demon's soul was still intact, which meant that it was immortal. He realized that if he left things as they were, the monster would one day return for revenge. Therefore, he decided to allow the Lord of Bones to devour the monster's soul. Anu despaired upon hearing this, and declared that he would surrender, and even become his slave, if only he would spare his soul. The main character did not trust empty words, and said that he would only agree if a contract was signed. The demon had no objection, and Han Wu began to draw up the contract. Nu Fang read what he wrote, and couldn't believe how someone could be more cunning than the most terrifying merchant who ever lived. When everything was settled, they sealed the contract. Only then did the main character decide to ask what abilities this monster had. Anu replied that he was an iron rust demon, and could turn his body into rust, as well as corrode metal objects and living beings. Hanwoo acknowledged that this was a good ability, but there were many players with fire abilities in the divine domain, and fire completely neutralized the iron rust demon, so this weakness was a problem. The demon said in despair that if it pleased his master, he could only exist as a weapon of the iron rust bloodline, capable of corroding any weapon it touched. Han Wu liked this suggestion and agreed. After that, Anu turned into a sword. The main character picked it up and realized that his combat capabilities had increased significantly, and his chances of ascending to the status of a perfect demigod had greatly increased. His new goal was to return to hunting creatures to collect origins, and thus expand his army. A few days later, in the forest, the man moved stealthily until he experienced terror. Before him stood a huge legion of undead, probably numbering about 500,000 soldiers. Therefore, he had to urgently report this to the lord of the city. He headed to the castle and immediately reported everything he had seen. The king asked if he was sure that the undead legion really had about 500,000 soldiers. His subordinate, kneeling, assured him that he had not made a mistake in his calculations, and also reported that this army was located several dozen miles from the castle. Hearing this, the king became alarmed, for there were only 50,000 guards in the city, and even with mercenaries, the total number of troops barely reached 100,000. Thus, if the undead army attacked the city, it would lead to its complete destruction. Because of this, the king ordered that a request for help be sent to his neighbors immediately. A day later, a subordinate standing on the walls reported that neighboring cities had already sent reinforcements, and now the army numbered 300,000 soldiers, as well as 50,000 clerics sent by the church. The king was pleased with this news, for clerics were extremely powerful against the undead. Therefore, he ordered everyone to fight the enemies to the death, and demanded that the army march out and completely destroy the undead. Elsewhere, the main character was resting with Niu Fang when one of his locust scouts approached, reporting that 350,000 human soldiers were moving towards them. Han Wu immediately jumped up, excited that it seemed the humans were coming to fight him. Niu Fan was surprised, not understanding what this meant, and he explained that one of his spies had reported that the human army was heading to destroy them. He asked if she wanted to fight and get more resources. She replied that she didn't consider herself stupid, as it was obvious that he just wanted to use her as a weapon. The main character hid in the bushes and noticed her presence, surprised because she claimed she didn't want to get involved. Niu Fan replied that she was just curious and didn't necessarily have to help. He was satisfied with this excuse and noted to himself that he liked her rebellious nature, which annoyed her, causing her to demand that he not touch her and focus as the enemies were approaching. Before them stood a huge line of knights, accompanied by a massive army. Han Wu immediately ordered his army of skeletons to ambush the enemy troops, and they obeyed, leaving their opponents with no way out. The people began to scream that they were being ambushed and started praying, wishing to return home. However, it was too late. The giant army of skeletons rushed at them and began to finish them off one by one until the skeleton lord appeared and used his magic to summon new skeletons from the bodies of the fallen. The commander of the human army ordered his holy knights to use purification, and they began to gather energy and then directed it at the skeletons. The main character did not like this at all, because the holy knights had an advantage over skeleton-type creatures. Therefore, he realized that it was necessary to destroy this particular unit. No sooner had he realized this than Niu Fan rushed into the attack. The main character noticed this and took his dragon form, deciding not to fall behind. She reached the battlefield, crushing everyone in her path. Just like Han Wu, flying at breakneck speed, they reunited, and the main character ordered all his forces to attack. His skeletons rushed at the soldiers again, finishing them off one by one. A guard in the castle ran to the king and reported that their troops had been defeated by the undead army. The king realized that they were fighting against a multitude of skeletons and ordered everyone to retreat, as they were surrounded. A few hours later, after capturing the castle, Han Wu admitted to himself that he was disappointed because, despite receiving 350,000 skeleton soldiers, he only got a few thousand resources as a reward. Niu Fang couldn't hide her excitement, because now they had truly become rich. The main character asked her not to dwell on this, because the runes were much more important, and suggested that they share them. While Niu Fan was checking her system, Han Wu noticed that his rune was low level, but of the extreme type. It affected the body, increasing muscle strength by 40%. Its effect extended to hammer-type weapons, adding an additional property, crushing. The main character realized that the effects were quite weak, and decided to leave this rune for his representatives. In contrast, Niu Fang was delighted with her loot, because now she was one step closer to becoming a monarch-level creature, and she thanked her companion. Han Wu just winked slightly, considering it a trifle. She noticed his charm and understood why Qin Shuang was so fascinated by him. Later, in another castle, the king of that place received a report about what had happened and asked if it was true that the undead army had captured the city of Lingdong. The soldier confirmed the news and reported that not only the city of Lingdong, but also 4 neighboring cities had been completely destroyed, and the skeleton army now numbered nearly 10 million soldiers. Upon hearing this, the king immediately rose and ordered the archbishop to be summoned, as well as the kings of the kingdom of the elves, the kingdom of the minotaurs, and the kingdom of the werewolves. After that, everyone gathered in the conference room. The king of the werewolves declared that they must unite to fight the enemy, and that his army was already ready. The leader of the elves said the same thing. Then the human king proclaimed that an alliance between the 4 nations had been formed to destroy the undead. At the mansion, the girl announced that her father would unite the sacred order, the elves, the minotaurs, and the werewolves against the army of skeletons. The guy next to her thought about it, wondering who else could command such a huge army of skeletons besides the main character, Han Wu. He had no idea who else could be capable of this, and came to the conclusion that it really was him. This struck him, because only a few days had passed since the invasion, and the main character's power had already grown so much that it would take the 4 great kingdoms to unite to fight him. Because of this, he felt genuine admiration for him as a friend. In addition, after spending so much time with this princess, he finally gained some insight into how to ascend to the level of a demigod. He discovered that in the civilization of the divine domain, only divinity was required to become a demigod. But in the outer domains, one must also meet the requirements of the current civilization. In this runic civilization, one must possess a special runic word to ascend to the level of a demigod. However, he faced a dilemma, because even the royal family was unable to obtain such a word, which showed how difficult it was. Then he began to think that he needed to team up with the main character. He would provide information, and his friend would provide an army. Thanks to such cooperation, they would surely be able to obtain a special runic word. Therefore, he could not allow anything to happen to the main character, and had to come up with a way to protect him. Suddenly the princess turned to him, asking why he was so distracted, and informed him that the Queen of the Elves would visit her father the next day. The young man took advantage of this to charm her even more, believing that there was no one more beautiful. He was happy to know that the queen was coming, because it meant safety, as there was no woman with whom he could not establish a connection. Meanwhile, not far from the castle, Niu Fan asked the main character what he was afraid of, since he had a huge army of skeletons. He replied that the skeletons were too weak and would be completely useless against a well-trained force, so he realized that he was facing a serious problem. At that moment, the source of the mutation asked if he understood that in critical moments, he was the one who could help. The main character asked if he had any good ideas. The source replied in the affirmative, but stated that a fee of 1 point of divinity must be paid in advance. Han Wu did not like these conditions. He wanted the source to reveal what it knew first, otherwise he would not understand whether it was worth 1 point of divinity. The green substance replied that it had heard of the runic civilization and knew that one of its words could lead to very good mutations, and immediately demanded payment. The main character, annoyed, still made the payment, after which the source of the mutation told him everything he needed to do. Han Wu found this very interesting and decided that the point of divinity had not been wasted. Niu Fan, curious, asked why his expression had suddenly changed and whether he had found a way out of this impasse. Inspired, he asked her to wait, because she would soon see everything. After that, the army arrived to attack the locusts and skeletons at the same time. They launched their attack and rejoiced that they had prevailed. However, the main character noticed something strange happening to the locusts, and realized that mushrooms had begun to grow on their bodies. The soldiers removed the mushrooms, and a dark aura began to emanate from them. The skeletons appeared, frightening everyone. The main character just watched, thinking that these black plague mold spores had indeed proven effective, and that thousands of units of divine power had not been wasted. After all, the spores of black plague mold could turn into a virus, and when combined with the catalyzing runic word of the plague, the mushrooms affected the body, turning the carrier into a spreader of the infection, with every cell carrying the plague virus. The main character decided to end this once and for all, and ordered his skeletons to destroy all enemies. With the blessing of the plague rune, Han Wu destroyed all enemy forces in just 3 days, successfully capturing 10 neighboring cities. 5 special undead heroes were born in his army. Meanwhile, in the castle, the king was looking for a solution. Otherwise, the kingdom would perish. At that moment, there was only one option left, to try to achieve a truce. The allies wondered who they should negotiate with, since no one had seen the leader of the enemy army on the battlefield. At that moment, Han Wu's classmate entered the hall with the princess and the queen. He declared that the negotiations should be entrusted to him. The leader of the werewolves thought it was a joke, because the boy had not even participated in the battle, and now he wanted to negotiate with the one who stood behind the army of skeletons. Another high-ranking advisor expressed the same opinion, and ordered Sun Qinyan to leave, considering him to be just a handsome young man. The boy just smiled calmly, watching as important people rushed to condemn him. The princess turned to her father, claiming that her companion was capable of fulfilling the promise. The young man expressed doubt that the king trusted his own daughter's judgment. The elven leader supported him, noting that he could prove that this boy was smarter than everyone present. The king and the human princess agreed to give him a chance. Realizing that there were no other options, His Majesty stood up, and with the approval of everyone present, allowed Sun Qinyang to try. After a while, the blonde man arrived at the main character's territory. The main character immediately sensed his presence and felt satisfied to see him in the outer lands. Sun Chinian said that it was a long story and that he would explain everything later. He also explained that he represented the allied forces of the Four Kingdoms and the Church, which is why he had come for negotiations. The main character expressed his willingness to conclude a truce if the price was right. Sun Chen asked him to specify what exactly he wanted as a reward. The main character wanted gold, silver, treasures, and the runic words he needed. He noted that ordinary copies would not do. Rare and valuable ones were required, and the number of runic stones had to be at least 5 digits. The blond man suggested that the king pay compensation of 20 runic words, among which there should be at least one high-level one, as well as 200,000 runic stones. He assumed that, having spent a long time with the princess, he had managed to obtain important information from her. In addition, he suggested that the elves, werewolves, minotaurs, and priests pay double the specified amount. He also thought that he might have a connection with the queen of the elves, so it was not worth making her lose too much, because the profits could be shared later. The main character thanked his friend for coming, especially, and assured him that he would not let him down. Sun Chinian asked him not to be so formal, reminding him that they were friends. He also explained that the only reason he had contacted humans was to search for clues on how to become a demigod in the runic civilization, and now he had finally begun to obtain the necessary information. The parties reached an agreement on further actions. The blond man intended to return and convey the terms to the important people. The main character agreed on the condition that the allies understood that if they did not accept the proposed terms, the legions of the undead would march through their cities and turn all the inhabitants into the dead. Upon returning to the kingdom, the leaders listened to the main character's demands and stated that they did not have enough high-level runic words. Sun Chinian noted that in this case, information about ancient wonders or images of the imagination could be used. If this proved impossible, then, according to the elf queen standing next to the young man, their compensation had already exceeded even her expectations, and therefore she did not understand why people were paying so little. The blond man reminded her that many people had already been turned into undead, and that was why the king did not want the same thing to happen to the elves. The princess standing next to the young man believed that her father would not object to the demands. Sun Chinian concluded that the negotiations had been successful thanks to his efforts, and asked if there would be a reward for this. The princess, embarrassed, admitted that there would, of course, be a reward. At that moment, the doors flew open and the Pope entered the hall. He declared that the conditions put forward were nothing less than armed robbery, and expressed his outrage that everyone had agreed to them. He made it clear that the church would never bow down to undead creatures. Blondie believed that they could do as they saw fit. The Minotaur and the werewolf decided that it would be interesting to let the church take part in the battle, because if it won, they would not have to pay the required reward. Moreover, if the outcome was successful, they could help destroy the legion of skeletons. If the church lost, then they would be able to come up with something later. Soon, the entire undead army lined up before the gates of the kingdom. The Pope recalled that in the previous war with the allied forces, the church had already sent many priests, but the central forces had not participated at that time. Now everything was different, as he had called on elite priests to participate in the holy war. The main character stood before his 3 elite legions, realizing that the power of these commanders was close to that of demigods, and that they had never known defeat. This was the territory of the church, and therefore the outcome of the coming battle remained unknown. Carefully examining the place, he noticed that all the buildings around were built of light crystal ore, and the atmosphere itself was saturated with the power of light that suppressed his undead. He understood that the Pope had summoned his best troops. Fortunately, however, Sun Chinian had warned him in advance about the possibility of such a turn of events. And yet, the main character could not hide his surprise at the power he saw. It seemed to him that the harbor of light had turned into an impregnable iron wall, but he did not rush. He ordered his skeletons to surround the city without making a reckless attack. He knew that before attacking, he needed to find a breach in the defense, a moment when the enemy would lose its organization. With these thoughts, he took out a purple crystal and placed it in his mouth. At that moment, the genetic lock fell from his body, and dark vines began to sprout from his chest. Focusing his power in his hand, he tested his abilities, destroying the light crystals with a single blow. What he saw inspired him. The power of the phantom shadow vines exceeded his expectations. Encouraged, he rushed forward, determined to destroy the priests, who were caught off guard. While the priests were trying to understand what was happening, the main character raised his sword and struck a blow reinforced by the vines. The curse immediately manifested itself at the point of impact, and one of the priests desperately asked his companion to clean the wound. Seeing this, the elite warriors raised a cry, calling for an attack, and rushed forward with fury, eager to see how the enemy would try to escape. But just as the heavy axe was about to reach its target, the main character disappeared. The blow fell to the ground, and the soldier looked around in confusion, certain that he had hit his target. Suddenly, the main character appeared out of thin air and struck the enemy directly in the body with his sword. The enemy screamed in pain, clutching the wound, but soon collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The next elite warrior seized the moment and rushed to attack, but again he was too late. The main character moved with incredible speed, ending up behind the enemy and striking him with a cursed blow that brought him to his knees. Now, there was only one enemy left, but he was clearly stronger than the others. The main character felt uneasy. His last opponent possessed a sacred light capable of suppressing the aura of the undead. The priests, noticing the moment, tried to immobilize the invader, but he did not wait. He was the first to attack. The elite warrior met his blow and nearly missed, but the main character still managed to cast a curse on the priests, then retreated using a giant vine and ordered the army of skeletons to attack. The undead obediently carried out the order, and a deadly battle began. Many were destroyed, but others rose again from the bodies of the fallen clerics. More than 2 million priests were destroyed in this battle, and 3 legions of the church were completely defeated. However, the undead army also suffered huge losses. 15 million skeletons were destroyed forever. The Pope bitterly realized what had happened and wondered if he had made a mistake. After all, if he had agreed to compensation from the outset, such losses could have been avoided. Now he was faced with a choice: continue to resist and suffer disaster, or surrender completely. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a voice promising help in repelling the army. Papa asked who it was and realized that it was Shu Te standing before him. Meanwhile, the remaining healers desperately tried to save the wounded, but soon began to scream. The undead army was approaching again. The main character, tired of the protracted confrontation, ordered an all-out attack. His troops moved with tremendous speed, sweeping away everything in their path. Suddenly, a projection of the Pope appeared before them, ordering the monsters to leave Port of Light immediately if they wanted to save themselves. Otherwise, the gods would bring righteous judgment upon them. The undead froze when lights began to flash on the battlefield and giant metal warriors appeared from them. The Pope ordered them to crush all the undead with the fist of justice. The main character was struck by what he saw, and glancing to the side, noticed the Pope. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that Shu Te had formed an alliance with humans? The metal titans began crushing the skeletons one by one, and the priests took advantage of the moment to unleash light magic, which was so effective against such creatures, on the undead. Irritated by what was happening, the main character ordered his giant skeleton to enter the battlefield. A crystal began to materialize in the sky, and from it emerged a giant skeleton that began to crush the iron men around it. However, something strange soon appeared before him. A huge cyborg emerged from the light and attacked the skeleton. The Pope was pleased with what he saw and ordered Shu Te to continue producing iron men, assuring him that the church would provide as many sources of origin as he required. The boy agreed and began to summon more and more metal soldiers. Even before the battle began, during Shu Te's meeting with the Pope, he stated that his army of iron men would be able to hold back the skeleton army, but in return, he would demand sources of origin. The Pope asked why he should trust him. Shu Te replied that he was willing to allow the Pope to inspect his troops if he wished, warning that if he refused the deal, Han Wu would surround the kingdom, and nothing would remain of it. The battle continued, and the priests successfully neutralized the skeletons, taking advantage of their enormous superiority. The main character did not like this at all and ordered the army to retreat, deciding that the church could be dealt with later. The army obeyed the order without question. He joined Niu Feng, and she asked what he was going to do now that Port Light was completely protected by iron men. The main character was furious with Shu Te, saying that they should have gotten rid of that guy a long time ago. Niu Fan asked him not to mention that boy, because now the Minotaurs and werewolves realized that the church had gained the upper hand and would once again begin to flatter the Pope, declaring that they were on the church's side in the fight against the skeleton army. The main character replied that there was no point in worrying about such indecisive creatures, because he would deal with them himself later. At that moment, one of his skeletons appeared and reported that the human king had sent someone to negotiate. The main character ordered the passage to be cleared, thinking that the humans had come to finish them off in their moment of weakness, or perhaps for another reason. It turned out to be Sun Qianyan, who conveyed the king's words. He agreed to all the conditions put forward earlier, provided that the war would no longer be waged on human territory. Han Wu acknowledged that the king was very clever, because it cost him nothing to accept such an offer. His companion asked how he intended to deal with the church. The The main character replied that he would give the Pope a little time to enjoy his imaginary victory, as he first needed to deal with his subordinates. Sun Chinian said that he would go with him, as he had found a divine relic, and as soon as he was ready, he would only need to say the word. After regaining his strength, Han Wu led the remaining legions into the land of the werewolves. The battle lasted 5 days and 5 nights. The werewolves, having no effective means against resurrection and infection with the black deadly mold virus, were completely destroyed. 12 million elite werewolves became part of the legion, and their kingdom was wiped off the face of the earth. The kingdom of the Minotaurs, seeing the tragic fate of the werewolves, was so frightened that it stopped supporting the church and immediately surrendered to the army of skeletons. The main character asked if they were afraid, because it was already too late, and added that there would be no mercy if they did not agree to double the compensation, as previously agreed. The king immediately replied that he agreed to everything without exception, as long as they were spared. After that, he began to regret his decision to support the church together with the werewolves, because they were completely destroyed, and the church did nothing to help them. Then the main character examined the high-level runes he had received. He understood how valuable they were, but he also knew his limitations, so he decided to choose only the most useful ones. The first rune increased the power of all mastered skills by 100%. Applying it to the body of fire, he comprehended the rune word of the Emperor's skill. His level rose to the aura of the dominant Emperor. The higher his physical strength became, the more insane the battle became. It was the embodiment of a battle maniac. The more lives were destroyed, the stronger the passive skill became. He also enhanced his physical attributes by applying the rune to his eyes. When they saw the color red, his strength level increased to 500%. He gained the ability to communicate with any living being through consciousness. His power became part of nature itself, at the highest level. After he finished pronouncing the runic words, a tremendous force, like a tornado, burst forth from his body. He felt incredible power and ordered his army to attack Port Light again, to avenge the humiliation he had suffered. He also swore that this time, Shu Te would not escape. However, when they arrived at Port Light, they were stunned to find the priests already lying on the ground, defeated. Sun Kenyan couldn't believe his eyes. There wasn't a single survivor left. The main character ran up to a priest lying on the ground and noticed that the wounds on his body had been left by a huge fist. They both came to the conclusion that the perpetrators of this massacre were the Iron Men. Suddenly they heard someone's voice and hurried toward the sound to find out who was speaking. There was Papa standing in front of them. Coming closer, the main character asked where Shu Te was. Papa replied that the boy had disappeared, emptying the church's source of origin and destroying all the clergy in the city. Sun Chinian said that the fault lay with him because he had let a stranger in so easily. But now it was too late. The Pope no longer belonged to this world. The main character noted that now everything was clear. That was why the church had not shown the slightest interest when the werewolves were being exterminated, because once upon a time, the same thing had happened to it, through the fault of Shu Te. The boy with blonde hair said that they needed to forget about all this, and find the divine relic as soon as possible, because this place had already turned into ruins. The main character agreed, but added that they would not leave until they had collected all the crystal ore, because it would be too wasteful to leave it behind. After that, they began to wonder what ancient divine relics might be found in these parts, not ruling out the possibility of numerous traps. Therefore, they decided to explore the surrounding area first. They marked each area they passed through, and Sun Qianyan explained that he had instructed his fox spirit to mark all the places to avoid problems. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they suddenly encountered a huge monster that appeared unexpectedly quickly and frightened them. The cyborg prepared to attack and struck with his claw, but missed. The main character activated his high-level rune, enhancing all his abilities, and forced the monster to instantly drop to its knees. Sun Qianyan praised him, noting that the rune word used by the main character made him incredibly strong. However, he told him not to talk nonsense, and they continued their journey deep into the forest. The main character noticed even more advanced Iron Men and decided to use the runes again. He concentrated, gathered energy in his fist, jumped, and struck, crushing one of the enemies, then challenged the rest. The more they defeated, the more new monsters appeared, and soon they began to feel cornered, as there was no end in sight to their enemies. Then Han Wu decided to start the real fun, and summoned an army of skeletons. The blonde boy also wanted to take part in the battle and summoned his forest people. The battle between them began, and they took the opportunity to penetrate deeper, glad that they had brought their runestones with them. Without them, they would have had a hard time. Once inside the cave, they saw many colorful portals. Sun Chinian explained that these were fields of trials, and passing them not only allowed them to reach the level of demigods, but also gave them the corresponding rune word. At that moment, the passage through which they had come closed completely. The main character noticed that now they would not be able to return, but his companion rushed to the portal that he considered suitable for himself, and, passing through it, warned the main character to be careful when choosing. The main character was surprised at how quickly the little blonde man disappeared, and he himself headed for the portal that seemed most suitable to him. Once on the other side, he heard a system warning that this was the kingdom of hunger, and that in order to survive, he would need to constantly consume food. Almost immediately, he felt his stomach rumble, and he was not surprised, because the kingdom of hunger fully lived up to its name. He had barely arrived and was already hungry. Nevertheless, he was happy to realize the connection with his divine world. However, his joy quickly turned to irritation when he tried to check something and realized that the connection to the divine world had suddenly been severed. In addition, he noticed something approaching him. Turning around, he saw a disgusting creature, the Hungry Ones, undead beings who were once humans who had died of starvation. The test was to withstand the attacks of the Hungry Ones without dying of hunger. The main character began to worry, as his situation was getting worse by the minute. He wondered if he would have to resort to extreme measures in order to survive. The monster prepared to attack, but was instantly destroyed by one of the skeletons. The main character threw the sprouts on the ground, and soon a flower grew from them, huge compared to himself. He thought that he might have to destroy someone, but he would never become a person. Therefore, he decided to use 3 types of plants to absorb nutrients from the ground, and thus sustain his life. He ordered his soldiers to hold back the Hungry Ones and guard him. After that, he closed his eyes, deciding to put his body into hibernation to minimize energy consumption. He planned to hold out for 30 days, and then the test would be over. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the city was destroyed by the invasion of the Tin Men. Shu Ti watched all the destruction he had caused, rejoicing that now the real city belonged to him. He had captured everything, from the church to the kingdom of the Minotaurs, because everything had been destroyed by his tin soldiers. He noticed that the kingdom of the elves was protected by a magic circle, but he knew that this protection would not last long. At that moment, Newfon was captured. Shu Ti admitted that this was an unexpected encounter and asked if she had really fled to the kingdom of the Minotaurs and was now trying to become queen. She insulted him, saying that she wanted to see how long his self-confidence would last, and demanded that he wait for Han Wu's return. The boy replied with a malicious expression that her lover would not return. He warned that he already knew about Sun Qinyan, who had helped the main character go in search of ancient relics. He also knew that in such places, people lost their skin, even if they did not die, and that Han Wu was not capable of defeating the rusty demon. Therefore, he would not be able to leave such a place alive. After saying this, Shu Te ordered his army to lock her up in the dungeon. One of his robots reported that Qian Li had surrounded Qin Shuang in the valley, as ordered. Hearing this, Shu Te was delighted, because although he knew that Lily was extremely greedy for money, she at least knew how to carry out orders if she was well paid. He happily declared that this time Qin Shuang would not be able to escape. Elsewhere, there was an explosion as stone golems fought tin men. Qin Shuang was surprised, not understanding why Shu Te's army had suddenly started fighting Lily. However, she felt happy because it gave her a chance to escape. Looking up, she heard a voice behind her, turned around, and saw Shu Te standing in front of her. He said that he had learned of Lily's plans to ambush her and had rushed here. She thanked him for his concern, glad that she was okay, but he smiled and said it was only a small favor and called her cute. She began to climb onto her bird, and then he came closer, asking if she was really going to leave, and suggested that they join forces to lead the local forces of the runic civilization and divide the profits equally. At the same time, he thought about how much money he had spent hiring Lily for this performance, and he couldn't let her just leave. Lily had indeed met with Shu Te earlier. She reported that, as he had requested, she had forced the girl to go to the valley, and now demanded payment for the last part of the deal. Shu Te praised her for a job well done, but said he still needed her help before he could make the final payment. When asked what kind of help he meant, he replied that her army must perish at the hands of the Tin Men. Lily thought this was madness, and asked if he was joking, since she had summoned 2 million stone giants and spent enormous resources on the plan of origin. But Shu Te didn't care. He declared that he would summon an army of 30 million tin men to talk to her properly. The girl begged him to at least keep 5 million stone giants and double the payment for the losses incurred. She thought that she couldn't quarrel with this man, because although her stone giants were strong, the tin men had numerical superiority, and if they really went into battle, not a single giant would survive, and she would be left without money. Zhu Te replied with a grim smile that he liked her agreement. Returning to the present moment, Qin Shuang said that she appreciated the help, but she had her own business to attend to, so she would take her leave. Zhu Te asked if she wanted to meet Han Wu, and informed her that he had already fallen at the hands of the rusty demon. She turned and said that her comrade was too strong to lose to a demon, for he had a destructive army of skeletons. Zhu Te objected that this army of undead would not withstand even a single blow from the Tin Men, let alone the rusty demon. Qin Shuang replied wearily that she was not going to explain anything further, and turned to leave. But suddenly she froze when she saw that the Tin Men were holding her bird. She demanded an explanation. Zhu Te said that naturally he wanted her to stay with him, because now he was the strongest, and therefore she had to do everything he said. Otherwise, she would never leave this valley. He grabbed her by the neck and asked where she was going to run to. The girl began to cry and scream, calling on Han Wu to save her. At that moment, the main character woke up, shouting her name, and looked around to see that he was surrounded by flowers. He wondered if it had been a dream, because he had been in isolation for so long that he now had no idea how things were going with Qin Shuang. Then he looked at his hands in surprise and realized that he had become much thinner. Shortly after that, he noticed that the monsters were dealing with his army of skeletons, and he was glad that 30 days had passed so quickly. Then he used his special rune word, Foma, on his body. The effect allowed the host to control the digestive abilities of living beings. He rejoiced at seeing this power in his hands and concentrated on his forehead, glad that everything seemed to have gone well. Reaching the level of a demigod, he discovered a portal nearby and decided it was the exit, so he crossed it, leaving the verification for later. The main character and his army headed for the portal. After crossing it, he decided to check his progress after ascension. His wallet now indicated that he was a demigod of the outer domain, as well as a third-level super warrior. He now possessed a variety of divine abilities along with a significant increase in all his skills. His faith power, divine power, and core were at level 10, along with other information. Although he was happy to have ascended to demigod, he admitted to some disappointment that he had only gained one new ability. The only notable plus was the upgrade of his mutation to level 2, granting him the ability of a genetic block. However, this did not bother him much, as he had become a demigod, and upon his return, would be able to completely absorb divinity and achieve perfect demigodhood, which in itself seemed incredible. Suddenly, a portal opened behind him, and his friend flew out of it, falling right onto his knees, which surprised him. Sun Qinian, though a little dizzy, announced that he had finally become a demigod. The main character lifted him off his knees and laid him down to rest, noting his pitiful appearance. Suddenly, there was an explosion outside, which caught the protagonist's attention. It seemed that someone was there. Going outside, he ran into Lily and asked her why she was there. She said she knew about his connection to Qin Shuang and had come to tell him about the girl's life or death situation, asking only for 10,000 dimensional sources of origin in return. The protagonist immediately transferred the requested amount and demanded that she speak quickly. Lily was amazed at how quickly the payment arrived, and regretting that she could have asked for more, told him that Qin Shuang was imprisoned in Shuti Valley and feared she would not be able to escape. Hearing this, the protagonist transformed into his dragon form in anger, burst into the sky and began flying over the area, calling out to Qin Shuang, until he finally landed in that very valley. He closed his eyes, trying to focus solely on her scent, but became upset because he could not sense anything, as if she were not there. Soon he was struck by something powerful rushing towards him. He wondered if thunder was coming from the golden crown, and flew into a rage when he noticed that several tin men were holding the bird. He attacked, and one of the robots transformed in response to counterattack. Annoyed by what was happening, he used his skill to end the fight, as time was running out. The bird seized the moment and attacked the remaining tin men, then turned around and saw the angry protagonist demanding that they hurry and take him to Qin Shuang, otherwise it would be too late. They flew up, soaring through the air, and finally reached the cave. Inside, Qin Shuang was in despair and begged to be let go. But Zhu Te persistently tried to tear off her clothes, claiming that no one would come to rescue her. The main character, in a rage, kicked a rock which flew straight into Zhu Te's head. Zhu Te turned around, surprised by the appearance of the attacker, and was shocked to see that the main character was still alive. In anger, the main character ran and punched the student in the face. Zhu Te, slightly injured, assured him that today he would destroy him once and for all. But the main character only smiled, not believing his words. Then he used his ability directly on Zhu Te's body, and Zhu Te began to tremble, feeling hungry and not understanding why. Zhu Te, looking ahead, blamed the main character for what had happened, and was horrified to see a powerful red aura, which made him nauseous and vomit. Still in fear, He stared ahead again and wondered if the main character had become a demigod. The main character noted that the rusty demon he had sent to destroy him had proved useless and had only become a slave. After that, he struck a blow, wanting his opponent to feel what rusty decay was like. The main character says this and plunges his sword deep into Shutei's body, then approaches Qin Shuang to make sure she is all right. She asks him not to worry, saying that she is more or less fine. He then carries her outside and notices that the Iron Men outside the cave are confused. The main character notices that Shutei is already dead, and now his followers no longer feel his presence, which means that no one can control them anymore. Having said this, he jumps onto the thunder of the Golden Crown to fly away. During the flight, Qin Shuang asks if he has really become a demigod in such a short time. Han Wu replies that he has, and explains that he knows the location of an ancient divine relic. He says that they will gather more of the plan's origin, and when she has accumulated enough followers, she will also be able to ascend. Qin Shuang says that of the 4 kingdoms and the church, only the half-destroyed Elven Kingdom remains after the chaos caused by Shuti. She asks where more origin of the plan can be found now. The main character smiles and says that it's not a problem, because they can go to the uninhabited lands and try their luck. They fly to a place full of precious stones. The main character notices that there is a lot of iron ore there and says that it can be used as a component to destroy the golden crystal. Suddenly he draws Qin Shuang's attention to a huge bear growling near the crystals. The main character points and says that this is where the origin of the plan lies. He asks Qin Shuang to wait, but she does not want to just watch. She snaps her fingers, summoning her divine birds, which fly straight towards the bears and engage them in battle. At the same time, the skeletons also attack the monsters, who begin to roar, but their life energy gradually drains away until nothing remains of them. Now the bears, struck by magic, begin to attack each other. The battle turns into chaos, and the main character and Qin Shuang rejoice that they have worked together perfectly. Their army remains on guard, and the main character suggests taking a short break and gathering the origins of the plan. Qin Shuang agrees with embarrassment. Time passes, and their followers continue to tirelessly gather resources. Qin Shuang says that 10 days have passed, and they have almost gathered everything they need. She expresses her desire to go to the ancient relic. The main character just smiles and asks her not to rush, because her wounds have only recently healed and she should rest a little. Suddenly, Sun Qinian appears, loudly declaring that he has slept well. The main character shudders, because he appeared literally out of nowhere. Qin Shuang greets him and says that they haven't seen each other in a long time. The blonde man looks around, not understanding where he is or how he got there. The main character is annoyed, because he could have woken up earlier or later, but chose this particular moment to cause inconvenience. Then Sun Qinian asks if they have become too complacent, because his beloved Emerald Princess has been defeated by Shutei, and the Queen of the Elves has also perished. He is frightened, not understanding why all this has happened, and immediately imagines Shutei destroying all the kingdoms. These thoughts enrage him. After all, he had only been asleep for a few days, and this scoundrel had managed to destroy 4 kingdoms and a church. He says that perhaps the princess cannot be saved, but they must try to rescue the Elf Queen because they slept together. After that, he takes off at tremendous speed. Seeing this, Qin Shuang admits that she did not expect such devotion from the blonde man. The main character assumes that he is simply obsessed with his desires and says that she should not pay attention to it, because she needs to rest for a few more days. However, Qin Shuang reminds him that they should be worried now, because after the main character killed Shutei, his family will surely cause them problems when they return to the academy. The main character replies that he is not afraid of Shu's family, and is only worried about whether the academy will punish him for what happened. No sooner has he said this than their teacher joins them, demanding that they return to the academy immediately, as there are important matters to discuss. They reply that they will arrive as soon as possible. Meanwhile, at the university, someone is banging on the table with all their might. It is Shutei's father and mother, overcome with rage. They demand that the teacher make a boy named Han Wu pay with his life for killing their son. Meanwhile, in the hills, the main character says that Qin Shuang's wounds have healed and asks her not to worry about him, because he is not afraid of the Shu family. She replies that it's not about him, because even before entering the Imperial Academy, her dream was to become a demigod. The main character is surprised to hear this, but she presses her finger to his lips and tells him not to worry. After all, he gave her all the cards and information about the relics, which means she will definitely be able to ascend. Having said this, she heads for the portal, and the main character says he will wait so that they can return to the academy together. He also summons several skeletons and orders them to protect the girl at all costs. 30 days pass, and the main character remains in front of the portal the entire time, admitting that he is very worried because Qin Shuang has not yet emerged. His anxiety grows with each passing day, as there is no news from the skeletons he sent either. This could mean that she is in danger. Then he decides to go through the portal himself and immediately encounters a multitude of monsters blocking his path. He instantly takes his dragon form and, using his dragon power, attacks all the monsters around him. Moving through the cave, he notices a sphere radiating a strange power. Touching the magic stone, he notices that the gates to the trial area are closed and cannot be opened from the outside. So he starts attacking them, but to no avail, and wonders if it's because those who have passed the trial cannot enter again. Changing tactics, he concentrates his semi-divine energy and directs all his power into the magic stone. The stone instantly shatters, opening the way into the testing area. Upon entering, he sees many portals, just as he did during his own trial. He tries to figure out which portal Qin Shuang chose and decides that it must be the blue one, as it emits the most powerful aura. At that moment, the girl is thrown out of the portal. She has completed the trial. The main character is surprised but glad to see that she is okay. He runs up to catch her, because falling from such a height could be dangerous. However, distracted, he stumbles over a rock and falls, almost touching her with his lips. Qin Shuang blushes, pushes him away, and asks what he thinks he's doing. She demonstrates her newfound power. Her thunder ability has now reached a special level, and the power of all her lightning-related abilities has increased by 500%. The main character admits that he is impressed, as her current energy has almost reached the level of a monarch. At that moment, his teacher contacts him, informing him that the academy requires his immediate return. He ends the call without waiting for a response, and a portal opens before them. Qin Shuang says she will return with him. On the other side, 3 people are already waiting for them, and one of them orders the immediate arrest of the main character. Qin Shuang steps forward and declares that Xu Te tried to rape her and that the main character was only defending her. The boy's parents are outraged and claim that this is a lie, merely an attempt to exonerate him. Then Qin Shuang desperately asks the principal to read her memories, because they cannot be faked. The principal agrees, raises his hand and uses his mind-reading magic, after which he sees everything that happened, how Xu Te really attacked the girl and how the main character came to her rescue. The parents continue to shout that this is impossible, but the principal orders them to leave the hall, stating that everything has been clarified. He then turns to the main character and says that although he acted with good intentions, he went too far because he took a person's life. Therefore, he will face severe punishment, suspension from classes until the university entrance exam. Qin Shuang approaches him and apologizes, considering the punishment too severe. But the main character asks her not to worry. He was going to take a break anyway, and will use this time to absorb divinity and achieve the status of a demigod in the civilization of the divine world. Later, he heads to the place of ascension and informs the statue that he has completed the absorption of divinity, reaching the required 10 points, and asks to be elevated to the perfect form of a demigod. The statue changes color, shines brightly, and light envelops the hero's body. He rejoices. This means that his request has been accepted. Rising, he feels his aura become similar to what he felt in dragon form. His power now truly reaches the level of a monarch. At that moment, something nearby begins to glow, attracting his attention. It turns out to be the system screen, which now displays the main character's name and new level, demigod, as well as a list of all his abilities, divine techniques, blessings of life, and other information. Only then does the main character realize that after ascending to demigod, he has gained the divinity of defiance and awakened a gaze that devours souls, and his spiritual energy now floats freely in space. However, one of the listed properties puzzles him, the point about merging, and he is not sure if it is related to his divine energy. To check, he decides to activate all his new abilities at once. A dense energy sphere begins to form around him, shimmering with all the colors of his powers, until he once again takes on his dragon form, combined with the enhancements of all his abilities. As a first test, he makes a simple hand movement, and even without using his power, a crack appears in the temple. He realizes that his power has increased dramatically, thanks to the fusion with the dragon form. Returning to his normal state, he summons the locust, deciding to test whether it is possible to merge with his followers. After a dark aura envelops the insect, the locust becomes huge and incredibly strong. The main character is amazed, because this is already a heroic form of life, capable of destroying the heroic form of the Minotaur in an instant. Han Wu is pleased because his abilities have indeed improved, although he notices that the fusion consumes a huge amount of divine power. But even after all the experiments, he still has millions of units of this energy left. He takes out the fire crystals he collected earlier and notes that one crystal can be sold for almost 2 million divine power, and in a year he can earn more than 100 million, which is enough to exchange for 1 point of divinity. This thought pleases him, because now he has a new way to earn money, which means he will be able to perform more and more mergers. Meanwhile, at the university gate, a guard stops someone, warning that entry is prohibited to outsiders, and adds that he should not get cocky, because even if he is a true god, there are many such gods at the university, including lords of gods and even divine kings. However, Hu Hai is annoyed, because the frequency of the returning signal shows that he is getting closer to the thief who stole the treasure of the king of gods, and he is sure that this thief is Han Wu, who is studying at this very university. He just needs to find a way to get inside. At that moment, Shu Tei's parents appear, shouting that the university is a disgraceful place because it protects their son's killer. Their cries attract the attention of Hu Hai, who approaches them and offers to cooperate, promising a generous reward, because his goal is also the main character. Joining forces, the trio sneaks into the university again. Shu Tei's father begins to loudly accuse the administration of harboring a criminal. Lena, a teacher, replies that everything has already been investigated, and further complaints are useless. Meanwhile, Hu Hai, standing nearby, takes out his phone and takes a picture of the main character, rejoicing, because this is indeed the one who stole the treasure of the king of the gods. He is sure that if he catches him, he will receive a huge reward, although he does not yet know how to get him out of the university. Zhu Tei's father continues to shout that he will not allow Han Wu to escape punishment, but the teacher demands that he leave the room immediately, because the university is no place for hysterics. One of the true gods puts his hand on his shoulder and asks him to leave. As they walk away, the man with grass-like hair asks if it is really worth letting Han Wu go unpunished, since he is right inside. Hu Hai replies that they should not interfere, as he will achieve the desired result himself, but warns them not to get in his way. Annoyed, they leave. Meanwhile, the true god remains nearby and eavesdrops on the conversation between the teacher and the main character. She asks him not to take the words of those around him seriously, but admits that he himself is to blame for Shu Tei's death, because Han Wu was only defending Qin Shuang. The main character replies that his conscience is clear, because he did the right thing. The teacher is glad that he is fine and says that now he is a perfect demigod. She advises him to seek new divinities and informs him that he will be evaluated at the Imperial Academy, and if he fails, he will be expelled. After that, she shows him a pass to an ancient battlefield in the Outer Kingdom, saying that he can try his luck there. She smiles and adds that it will be excellent preparation for life in the competitive environment of demigods. The protagonist thanks her and says he will not disappoint her expectations. Hu Hai, who overheard this from outside, was pleased because he heard mention of the ancient battlefield. Seeing Han Wu leave, he thought that they would meet there, even if the main character himself did not know it. Walking around the city, the main character realized that each ticket was valid for 2 people, and it would be wasteful to go alone. He took out his communicator and called his teacher. The teacher answered and asked how his student's life at the Imperial Academy was going. The main character replied that he had reached the level of a perfect demigod, and now wanted to invite his teacher to join him in exploring the ancient battlefield of the Outer Kingdom. He asked if his teacher would be free. Tianwen was delighted to hear this and said he agreed, as he himself was interested to see how strong his former student had become. The main character said that the meeting was scheduled for the next day at 8 in the morning at the teleportation station of the Imperial capital. After that, he returned home and began to think about what relics to take with him. Raising his hand, he noted that he had become a rather unusual creature, and this time he was determined to win. Then he remembered that Qin Shuang would be going into seclusion for several months, and wondered if she would be absorbing divinity all that time. Because of this, he decided to meet with her. When they met, she asked why he had come. The main character replied that he was leaving the next day to train on the ancient battlefield of the outside world, and had come to say goodbye, as he was worried that he would no longer be able to see her because of her seclusion. She was surprised to hear this and asked if he was leaving too soon. The main character replied in the affirmative, and added that when he returned, she would probably already be a demigod. Before he could finish, she grabbed his hand and suggested they take a walk together, saying that she would not go into seclusion until the next day and had almost missed his farewell. She also asked if he was ready, because the battlefield was extremely dangerous. The main character assured her that he was completely ready. Qin Shuang activated the seal and said that it had many limitations, but it could be useful. It was a 4th level relic, the Hell Seal. After charging it in the core of the divine world, It could turn the main subordinates into souls at the moment of death. The main character was amazed, because his divine rebellion required the absorption of souls through divine techniques, and the more soul energy he absorbed, the faster his development became. Therefore, he thanked her, realizing how valuable this thing was. She hugged him, saying regretfully that she could not go with him, and asked him to be careful. Without hesitation, the main character put his hand on her shoulder and kissed her on the lips. He was happy that she did not reject him, and they remained standing in an awkward but warm embrace. He asked her to wait for his return, and she replied, telling him to be careful. The next day, Hanwoo met with the professor and was surprised that he had come so early. Tianwen admitted that he couldn't sleep, and that was why he had arrived early. The main character activated the token and bit his finger. The professor did the same, and both dripped a few drops of blood onto the talisman. It instantly crumbled, opening a portal to the outside world. They arrived at an ancient battlefield, where they were immediately shown their temporary place of residence. The attendant added that if they needed anything, they could contact him. He was in charge of customer service. The main character was annoyed that their tent was too small and started yelling, demanding that it be replaced with a larger one. The professor laughed and suggested they look inside first. When they opened the door, they were surprised to find that it was huge inside. The main character said he would stay there until he saw the instructions on the table. After reading it, he learned that the tent was capable of blocking the scanning of the ancient battlefield, and the training area allowed him to summon subordinates. But the size of the field limited their number. This last condition infuriated him, and he threw the instructions on the floor, because until then, his strategy had always been based on numerical superiority. If the number was now limited, he did not know how to proceed. The professor calmed him down, saying that there was no need to panic, because the instructions said that they could connect to the tent's control system to find out more. The main character was still angry and decided to check the tent's system. Opening it, he saw his data as a participant and the option to choose how his army would be summoned. The system had limitations. Each race of creatures had its own maximum number. The main character didn't think twice, and chose the option that allowed him to summon the largest number of subordinates. Tianwen also chose the most suitable option for himself. The system issued a warning. Only those main subordinates who had been summoned inside the tent in advance could be controlled. If a subordinate died outside, it was impossible to replace them immediately. It was necessary to return to the tent to replenish the losses. The system also reported that fragments of divinity appear on the ancient battlefield. The rarer the fragment, the higher its value. These fragments can be combined into full divinity, as well as exchanged for other types of fragments or materials to improve the tent. The main character and his teacher were delighted, because by collecting a lot of divinity, they would be able to significantly improve their equipment. After that, they went to the battlefield together with the chosen representatives. The professor explained that he had previously studied the nature of these fragments. They are formed from spirits that remained on this field. Therefore, you need to defeat the spirits to get the fragments. The spirits were divided into levels, distinguished by the aura under their feet. A white aura meant the first level, and gave fragments of the first degree. Blue meant the second, and the most powerful spirits with a red aura could give fragments of the fifth level. Suddenly, the main character's attention was drawn to some movement. He demanded silence and, peeking out from behind a rock, saw a spirit with a white halo walking towards them. Tianwen noticed that although the halo was white, judging by its glow, it was probably a low-level but fairly powerful creature. The main character agreed, and ordered his shadow locust to test the enemy's strength. The representative did not hesitate and attacked with a shadow strike. However, the spirit raised its weapon and blocked the attack, breaking one of the locust's legs. Then it gathered more shadow energy and continued to attack, but all the blows were blocked again. One of the shadow fragments fell to the ground and began to climb up the enemy's leg, completely enveloping it like a trap. The shadow locust took advantage of this moment and delivered a powerful blow, piercing the spirit's chest. It disappeared, leaving fragments behind. The professor told them to quickly collect them and noted that although they were only first-level fragments, there were 8 of them, and the result was not bad. The main character took one of them and wondered if this energy was the essence of divinity itself. Tianwen explained that the fragments combine into a single divinity that gives divine techniques, and by collecting them, it will be possible to summon these abilities. Despite the fact that the fragments are of a low level, such techniques are very useful and therefore valuable. The main character admired the teacher's knowledge and thought that he had made the right decision in joining forces with him. Now their loot would be much greater. At that moment, the shadow locust returned and indicated that it had discovered a new target. They headed there, and the professor noticed that all the spirits in this place were also low level, and the profit from them would not be too great. The main character asked if they should leave, but Tianwen replied that there was no need. Even a small profit, accumulated gradually, would become significant. They agreed and began their attack. First came the rabbits, then the shadow locusts, and the destruction was so extensive that all the spirits around were destroyed. The professor calculated that they had obtained 30 fragments, defeating more than a dozen spirits, and noted that this was not much. The main character agreed. At this rate, it would take forever to obtain high-level fragments. Suddenly, one of the locusts approached and reported something. Tianwen asked if this was a new discovery. The representative said that 2 people were watching them from a distance of 30 degrees. The professor suggested that these people wanted to steal their fragments and asked what to do now. The main character replied that if anyone dared to steal from him, he would teach them a lesson they would never forget. Meanwhile, behind a rock, one man told his brother that the 2 they were watching looked like novices and would be easy prey. He added that, watching them, he noticed that they had only killed a dozen low-level spirits, which meant that their power was not great. He suggested following them and attacking when they had accumulated enough loot. His brother agreed, calling it an excellent idea. The teacher asked the main character if it would be better to return to camp first and deal with the fragments of divinity that had already been collected. The main character put his hand on the teacher's shoulder and asked him not to worry, as everything was under control. The dark locusts were constantly reporting on the movements of the 2 suspects. Tianwen asked if he was serious and relaxed a little, realizing that his student really did have the situation under control. After a while, one of the locusts returned with new information. The main character reported that his creatures had found a purple spirit. He was surprised because this meant that at least 1 fragment of 3rd-level divinity could be obtained. Therefore, they both immediately headed for the indicated location. When they reached the mountain, they saw the defeated players and a majestic purple spirit standing among them. The main character quickly realized that it had survived a fierce battle. The teacher agreed and noted that the servants who had died at the hands of this spirit were high level, and the spirit itself seemed to possess the element of wind. However, he was confident that his rabbit people would be able to fight it. The main character suggested wearing down the enemy in a protracted battle. Tianwen advised using the creature's abilities to clone, strike with thunder, and self-destruct, while he himself was going to continuously launch rocket carrots until the spirit weakened. The main character just smiled, saying that this spirit was too weak to waste so much time on. Immediately after that, he took his dragon form and flew into attack at tremendous speed. Noticing this, the spirit prepared his fan and summoned a sandstorm. The main character activated the Hungry Dead technique, which struck the purple creature directly in the body, giving it no time to react. Then he drew his sword and, without wasting a second, struck with the Black Dragon Slash, cutting the spirit into pieces that scattered in all directions. The 2 hiding observers saw some of the fragments flying in their direction and rejoiced. After all, these were fragments of 3rd-level divinity. They considered themselves lucky. Seeing that the main character had 8 fragments, they felt annoyed. They had much less. The fat one was also dissatisfied, but he admitted that there was nothing they could do, because they had seen what the dragon form was capable of, and understood that they didn't stand a chance against it. They decided to leave, thinking that they had earned quite well, and without any risk. But suddenly a huge shadow fell over them. It was the main character. He asked where they were going with his fragments. They replied that this was a battlefield, and the fragments of divinity that had fallen to the ground belonged to whoever picked them up first. They demanded proof that the 3rd-level fragments belonged to him. Losing his patience, the main character raised his hand and used the giant dragon strike technique. The blow caused a colossal explosion and cut both opponents to pieces. After that, the fragments rose into the air and gently fell into his hands. The main character just smiled, finding it amusing that such weak players had even dared to steal. The teacher approached, and using his power, joined the fragments together, then told the main character that they should be sold at the camp so that they could improve the tent. Meanwhile, a portal opened in the camp, and Teacher Lu passed through it with Gan and his men. One of the escorts said that the demigod was impressive for being able to get a ticket, since it was difficult to get onto the battlefield. Gan replied that it was not such an achievement, since a simple ticket to the ancient battlefield was not particularly noteworthy. He reflected that after passing on the information to the Divine King, he had received many rewards and resources. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a conversation between the main character and the professor. They were discussing that they could now expand their tent to a radius of 2 kilometers, and therefore intended to collect even more fragments. At that moment, the eyes of both groups met. Tianwen was surprised to see them here. Liu and his companions remained silent, while the demigod said that it was great luck to meet the professor and his student, and mentioned that since they parted ways in the ruins of the Divine River, he had been unable to find him for a long time. The main character smiled and replied that he did not understand what he was talking about, although inside he wondered how he had guessed that it was him, since he was wearing a mask at the time. Believing that his opponent had no evidence, he decided to deny everything to the end. Gan asked if he was serious, and said that he had probably just confused him with someone else, but added that his progress was impressive. After all, he was the same age as his son, and had already reached the level of a demigod. Inside, he was consumed with rage because his son had lost his divine kingdom and was now doomed to a mediocre life. At that moment, Tianwen intervened, saying that he and the main character had business to attend to and needed to leave. He understood that they had to hurry because if they delayed, a fight would inevitably break out. As the two were leaving, Liu asked Gan if he would really let the boy just walk away, since he had essentially crippled his son. Gan replied that there was no need to rush, because if they were all on the same battlefield, sooner or later they would meet again. The teacher smiled in agreement and added that when he renovated his tents, he would definitely find a way to destroy both of them, because he did not believe that the recently ascended demigod was capable of anything serious. The main character arrived at the tent with the professor, and Tianwen immediately noticed that Gan and Liu would be a problem for them on this battlefield. He emphasized that even though the main character had become a demigod, he still did not have divine techniques, and therefore it was better to avoid confrontation with Gan. Han Wu was surprised why Tianwen was cheering everyone up, since they were the first to arrive and had not yet seen how strong this man was. The professor explained that the main character simply did not know Gan well. As far as he knew, even before they appeared on the battlefield, Gan had received generous support from the God King, who even had a monarch-level creature. Therefore, the professor asked Han Wu to save his strength, because he would soon have to undergo an assessment by the Imperial Academy. The main character replied that the opportunity to visit an ancient battlefield was rare, and he was not going to miss his chance just because of the presence of some annoying guy. He asked for understanding and soon ran away. Tianwen just sighed, wondering how a child could be so stubborn, because everything he was doing was for his own good and to prepare him for his meeting with Gan. In just a few days, the main character used the soul-devouring gaze to strengthen his rebellious divinity. After 6 consecutive sessions, the rebellious divinity accumulated enough experience points to advance to the next level, thus awakening a new divine technique of rebellion. First opportunity: Divine Technique of Rebellion. Sword of Rebellion. This is a powerful weapon summoned by divine technique, capable of converting physical damage into magic damage and vice versa. It can merge with other swords, and the effect remains forever. Second possibility: Divine Rebellion Technique. Twin Guns of Rebellion. This weapon, summoned through divine technique, converts long-range physical damage into magical damage and vice versa. It can merge with firearms, and the effect is also permanent. Han Wu did not understand why he had to choose between them, because he had not yet decided whether to follow the path of a warrior or an archer. Without thinking twice, he chose the sword, because he had many skills related to this weapon, and his favorite weapon had always been a great sword. Therefore, he decided that the Sword of Rebellion was the most suitable option. The true function of the Sword of Rebellion was to enhance the owner's close combat skills. The sword could absorb the souls of different races to unlock new weapon forms. At the moment, the Sword of Rebellion had the form of a long blade. The main character understood this and rejoiced, knowing that as it absorbed souls, his sword would change. With these thoughts in mind, he left the tent, gripped his new sword tightly, and delivered a powerful blow that easily cut the tree in half. Han Wu noted that he had not even enhanced the sword with any attributes, yet its power was already impressive. Then he decided to conduct another test. He turned around and struck another tree, putting his energy into it. But the corrosion effect did not work properly. Then he applied another effect and struck a stone, completely destroying it. The main character realized that the destructive power of the heavy sword was very interesting, and also noticed that the weapon had natural dark attributes, but at the same time did not obey the rules and did not exhibit the typical effects of darkness. In fact, the Sword of Rebellion truly lived up to its name. It was truly rebellious. He came up with an idea, deciding that it would be interesting to use it to deceive people because it would always work. At that moment, the teacher appears and says that he has sold the fragments of divinity, so now they will be able to improve the tent. However, after inspecting the place, she notices that everything is destroyed and asks what the hell he has done there. The main character replies that he has developed a rather amusing technique for living that suits him perfectly, and now his motto is to never play by the rules. Tianwen asks if he really wants to go down this path. The main character replies that he is now even better prepared if Gan suddenly appears and starts causing trouble, and, still excited, calls his teacher to go and see how the renovated tent has changed. When they arrive at the camp, they are congratulated on the improvement, as the training ground has now been expanded to 4 square kilometers. The main character is amazed. It's a huge area, and now they will be able to call in more representatives. The teacher agrees, saying that they need to hurry. After a few days of practice, the main character gains a lot of experience from the rebellious deity. Tianwen also receives the living form of the Lord with impressive combat power. At this moment, Hu Hai passes through the portal to the training ground, confident that this time he will capture the main character and deliver him to the God King. The portal remains open, and the parents of the deceased Shu Te follow him through, asking if there is a way to destroy Han Wu. The true god replies that he will of course find a way to avenge Shu Te. The boy's father agrees, and at that moment, Gang and the teacher also come through the portal. Liu says that he has been watching Han Wu for a long time, and wants to know when they will start acting. Hu Hai asks them not to rush, because they need to get used to the new situation. Internally, he feels irritated. After all, he is a true god, and he has to deal not only with 4 demigods, but also with some boy who has only recently risen to the rank of demigod. But, realizing that this is an order from the God King himself, he is forced to obey. They are all determined to destroy Han Wu once and for all. Meanwhile, fighting 3 high-level spirits, the main character summons his army of locusts, and Tianwen summons his human rabbits. Without much difficulty, they defeat all 3 spirits at once. After collecting the fragments, the main character notices that over time, they will be able to improve the tent again and summon even more creatures. In addition, their combat power has also increased. The professor acknowledges that Han Wu's body, which had evolved the day before, proved to be very effective. After all, in just a few days, he mastered 3 divine techniques. Suddenly, 2 figures emerge from the fog. They are Shu Te's enraged parents. Han Wu wastes no time and rushes forward with a rebellious sword in his hands, realizing that they have come for revenge, and deciding to act without further ado. The man immediately draws his sword to block the blow, but soon his weapon begins to crack due to corrosion. He curses Han Wu, shouting that he lost his son because of him, and vows to tear him to pieces. The main character finds this amusing and says that he will send the old man to his son himself. He then transforms into his monarch-level dragon form. Those present are amazed that such a young demigod has been able to reach the power level of a monarch life form. That is why they are convinced that he must be destroyed, otherwise he will become a threat in the future. The man orders his army of metal men to attack. The main character just laughs, because he can fly. Tianwen sees the situation his student is in and sends an army of human rabbits to help. Shu Te's parents join forces, forcing all the metal men to merge into one colossal creature. The main character summons one of his locusts and orders it to attack, but it is destroyed with a single blow. The 2 rejoice in their victory, calling Han Wu an arrogant boy, but the main character knows that everything is under control and summons the supreme locusts, who destroy the giant metal man. At that moment, he teleports behind the man, smiling, and strikes him with a single blow. The woman seizes the moment and attacks, but the professor suddenly appears and stabs her in the back with his sword, ending the battle. The main character immediately thanks his teacher. Tianwen understood that the situation would worsen, and ordered them to leave immediately, but it was too late. Gan and Liu appeared on the battlefield, asking if they really thought they could escape. The professor demanded an explanation of what they were trying to achieve this time. Seeing the destruction of the metal men, Liu was amazed and noticed that their opponents seemed to have grown rapidly stronger over the past few days, as they had managed to destroy 2 demigods without suffering the slightest damage. The main character watched them and came to the conclusion that there were too many of their servants, which meant that it was extremely disadvantageous for him and Tianwen to engage in battle, as they had lost most of their strength. Tianwen realized that they were weaker than their enemies and that they needed to find a way to retreat. He warned that after a while, he would use all his strength to open a rift, and then the main character would have to fly as high as possible, where the enemies could not reach him. The main character was surprised that the professor was willing to sacrifice himself for him, but the professor told him to stop being silly, saying that they only had one chance and needed to make the most of it. The main character interrupted him, saying that he was not yet ready for someone to sacrifice themselves for him, and assured him that he could handle it himself, asking only that he trust him. The professor replied that he did trust him, but urged him to be careful. Liu laughed and asked what he was going to do, since they had 40 million strong servants. Gan caught Tianwen's attention and said that their only goal was to capture Han Wu, and if he did not interfere, they would not complicate the situation. The professor replied that he would never stand idly by and watch his student die before his eyes, and that was his final word as a teacher. Liu laughed again and asked if he was going to pretend to be noble, because in the end, all resources would run out, and then there would be no point in talking about nobility. Gan added that they could have been good friends, but told him not to blame him. The professor himself had failed to appreciate the opportunity offered. After that, he ordered his wolf cavalry to attack. The professor and the main character did not hesitate, and also went into battle, because the wolves were already rushing towards them. The wolves began to destroy the rabbits one by one, and the professor flew into a rage, unable to understand how anyone could kill such cute creatures. The main character seized the moment and created an enchanted leaf. His sword immediately changed shape, turning into a ghostly scythe of souls. He launched an attack, destroying all the wolves nearby, and their bodies, falling to the ground, took root and began to attack other approaching wolves. Gan began to get annoyed, because every time he met Han Wu, he was faced with a new trick. The Lord of the Wolf Cavalry began to tear up the roots, but the main character appeared behind him and cut the monster in half with a single blow. He smiled and stood before his opponents. Gan immediately activated the talisman, creating a huge protective shield. He sighed with relief, for he had received this artifact of protection from the fallen king. However, he suddenly felt pain in his side and saw Liu's head fall to the ground. At that moment, the main character felt a strange sensation in his hand, and realized that the genetic block of the ghost vine had expired. Gan took advantage of the situation, declaring that the price would be high, because he had destroyed many of his cavalry's wolves. After that, he summoned Fenrir, a colossal wolf of a completely different level of power. The giant beast attacked both of them at the same time. The main character's transformation dissipated, and he fell to the ground in severe pain. His genesis time had expired, and he would not be able to use this power for a long time. Trembling, he looked to the side and saw the professor lying on the ground, not knowing if he was alive. But he couldn't do anything, because Fenrir's huge mouth was looming over him. Gan looked down from above, deciding that if he didn't finish off Han Wu now, there would be no second chance. However, at that moment, the real god appeared, and demanded an explanation of what was happening. Because he had clearly ordered Han Wu to be captured alive, Gan was embarrassed and replied that he had simply misunderstood the order and was going to take him alive. Hu Hai grabbed the main character by his clothes and said that Gan would be generously rewarded by the God King. He thanked him for the opportunity and looked at Tianwen, thinking that if he destroyed him, a demigod, he would be able to gain additional advantages. However, the main character directed his power to his throat and warned that if he killed him, he would take his own life. The blonde laughed, saying that in his current state he would not even be able to kill himself. The main character made it clear that if he died, no one would gain anything. After that, he used the divine hunger technique on himself, becoming weaker and weaker. Hu Hai immediately noticed the problem this could cause and shouted at Gan not to touch the professor. Immediately after that, he rushes after him and, looking at the falling Tianwen, utters a small curse, deciding not to finish him off right away. It all depends on his fate, whether he survives or not. After that, everyone heads to the portal to visit the God King. After passing through the portal, Gan notices that the teleportation back will take several days, and asks irritably if he will have to carry the boy in his arms all this time. The true god replies that, of course not, and casts a spell sealing all of the main character's powers. Then he throws him into a portal that sends him straight to the divine realm of Hu Hai. The main character regains consciousness and finds a monster in front of him. He tries to use his abilities but notices that they have all disappeared and falls into despair. His power is completely sealed. He cannot cast a single spell. Now that he is in the divine realm, he realizes that he poses no threat. Suddenly, he notices a bowl of water nearby, and next to it, a wild tiger holding it out. The hero hesitates to drink, but the tiger grabs him by his clothes and forces water down his throat. Hu Hai informs him that the tiger cannot speak or hear and only demands obedience, promising that it will not harm him. The main character is amazed. This servant is both deaf and mute. He realizes how cautious the true god is. At that moment, the source of the mutation appears, asking if his master needs help. The main character rejoices, although he is sure that this one must have been sealed as well. Kamiyama warns that if he allows it to absorb some of his power, the stored divinity may evolve, helping to restore some of his power and possibly escape from here. The hero reflects that he still has some divine energy left and decides to take a chance. asking only that they not make a sound and act quickly. He hears the demigod report to the true god that they will reach the village in 3 days. Therefore, the main character asks the source of the mutation if he will have time to do everything necessary during this time. Almost immediately, he feels changes in his body. The source of the mutation informs him that it has helped him evolve successfully. He is now a 3rd-level genetic warrior from the Divine River civilization. The hero asks what advantages he has gained, and the green slug replies that with this evolution, a new ability has appeared, a genetic combination that allows him to combine different genes, changing the structure of the target without damaging the original ones. The main character does not fully understand how it works, and asks how to use this power. At that moment, the tiger reappears, offering food. The hero accepts it so as not to arouse suspicion and decides to test his ability. He grabs the tiger by the arm and notices that his physical strength has increased significantly. Even with his power sealed, he is now on par with the heroic creature. The tiger becomes enraged, but then the army commander appears, growls, and demands silence. The main character realizes that he is facing a transcendent being and decides to test his new ability on him. He takes both servants by the hands and activates the genetic combination. Before everyone's eyes, ears begin to grow on one creature, while they disappear on the commander. Everyone is stunned and does not understand what has happened. One has gained ears, the other has lost them. The main character pretends that this was all planned, saying that it is a gift of gratitude for the water and food. At that moment, he begins to absorb the monster's energy and realizes that even other people's servants can become his own. If the plan succeeds, he will be able to reach the divine core of Hu Hai and destroy it, escaping from here. The white tiger furiously demands that his ears be returned, but the main character just looks away and kicks him hard in the stomach. The army commander orders the soldiers to attack and they approach, but the hero uses his power to establish a connection with all the attackers. He begins to change their life form by rewriting their genes. The white tiger screams, calling him a heretical god and demanding that he be captured, but the main character only smiles. His newest servant steps forward and crushes all opponents with a single movement. After that, the tiger kneels and begs to be accepted as a servant. The main character replied that he accepted the offer, but warned that he would need help to get out of there. He said that they should start by showing him where the core of this divine kingdom was located. His companion agreed to help find the core, but immediately warned that it was guarded by high-level guards. The main character just smiled and said that first they needed to find the core, and then he would decide what to do. However, as soon as they left, they were approached by troops of heavily armed warriors. Their leader shouted to capture them both. The main character just smiled at the challenge, and the two of them immediately rushed into the attack, instantly destroying the werewolf warriors. One of them remained alive and, without hesitation, fell to his knees before the main character, begging for mercy. The others followed his example, asking only that their lives be spared and promising to obey all orders. The main character used his faith, the faith of light, and warned them that they must become his servants and obey unquestioningly, or no one would be spared. Everyone immediately obeyed. Han Wu understood that he was doing this reluctantly, and only because he needed people at that moment, and that was the only reason he was accepting them. After that, the main character began to recruit new followers on a large scale, changing them to infiltrate different corners of the divine kingdom of Hu Hai, and finally learned where the core of this kingdom was located. The Tiger Man reported that the location of the core had been discovered. It was hidden in a restricted area outside the royal city of tigers, and guarded by dozens of monarch-level creatures and hundreds of lord-level creatures, and no living creature had the right to even approach it. Han Wu said that this posed a serious problem, because with so many powerful opponents, they would be noticed as soon as they approached. His order was to immediately go to the surrounding area, catch several birds and moles, and combine their genes. After completing all the preparations, they headed for the royal city of tigers. He imagined that he had successfully transplanted the genes of moles and birds into tigers so that they could dig and fly, facilitating stealthy infiltration. One of the soldiers caught his master's attention and reported that the divine core was directly beneath them. The main character immediately realized that the 3 guards at the core were at least at the monarch level, and realized that it would not be easy. The tiger took advantage of the moment to note that the next day, the royal city would hold its annual festival, during which the Tiger King would make sacrifices to the gods, and then the elite squad would be able to go out and watch the ceremony. The main character became interested and decided that they would act according to the circumstances. The next day, Han Wu stood by the walls and, using his divine eye, noticed that only 1 elite guard remained at the core. He felt relieved because it meant that there were 2 fewer opponents. Therefore, he ordered his troops to jump and focus their attack on destroying the divine core. He himself climbed onto one of his soldiers. At that moment, the guard noticed the movement, looked up, and shouted that invaders had entered the restricted area. The army continued to move forward quickly, while the main character coordinated the direction of flight. When they got closer, he ordered his servant to hold off the enemy, while he went to look for the core of the divine kingdom. The Tiger Man took up a fighting position, and the main character also prepared himself, imagining how a pair of arms, enhanced by mole genes, would be especially useful at this moment. The elite Tiger Man shouted to stop, but Han Wu paid no attention and continued to search for the center of the divine core. Meanwhile, the two warriors were fighting, and Han Wu knew he had to hurry because his servants would not last long. After a long search, he finally found the path leading to the core. Concentrating powerful energy in his hand, he directed it straight there, destroying the core to its foundations. He was annoyed because he had used genetic modification to merge with tiger claws, but despite their sharpness, they did not work. The entire area began to shake. Hu Hai senses that the main character has managed to escape, and does not understand how he got to his core, because even from a distance he feels strong tremors. Then Han Wu realizes that he has succeeded and begins to laugh, causing confusion for the true king. The crystal continues to crack, and Hu Hai despairs, considering it impossible, because the main character has used his own power. The main character realizes that although the core of the divine realm has been destroyed, he can now escape. He will be transported to where the true king is. Since he is still sealed and cannot fight two deities at once, he decides to find a safe place first. He approaches his tiger, thanks him for helping him buy time, and thinks that the king of the tiger people may put up for sale today a certain artifact that will be useful in his escape. Meanwhile, in the Tiger Kingdom, the king does indeed announce the artifact, boots that cut through the wind, a 4-star divine relic. At that moment, Han Wu suddenly appears and steals the treasure. The enraged monster demands immediate surrender, but he ignores the order. He bites his finger, drips blood onto the boots, and activates the artifact, soaring into the air effortlessly. Hu Hai sees that the main character is trying to escape and declares that it is impossible. The main character realizes that he cannot win, and there is only one way left. At that moment, he teleports to the bloody arena, where he records the coordinates that allow him to move regardless of location. As soon as he arrives, he receives a notification that he has been challenged to a duel by another heir, and a warning. If he refuses the challenge 3 times, his status will be revoked. He refuses anyway. However, a second challenge soon arrives, then a third, and the main character becomes angry, realizing that they want to eliminate him without explanation. Realizing that he has no choice, he accepts the fight. A girl emerges from the darkness, introducing herself by the nickname Night Shadow. She asks him for his code name, and he replies that his name is Locust. She is pleased that he has accepted the challenge and warns him that he must prepare to die. Han Wu is excited to see a multitude of bats in front of him. For the first time, someone has challenged him with a numerical advantage. The girl asks if he is afraid and advises him to surrender. Otherwise, all her mice will suck him dry, and she does not want to waste time. After these words, her servants attack. The main character instantly moves towards her and says that such tricks will not make him retreat. She notices the movement and sends him into the wall with a powerful kick. She warns that she has trained specifically for this fight, and that hand-to-hand combat is suicide for him. The main character knows that close combat is his weakness, so he decides to destroy the bats. But there are too many of them. While he is thinking, one of them bites him. Then he grabs it and, using gene synthesis, bites it back, absorbing its energy. The girl is stunned and asks if he has gone mad. Han Wu is filled with confidence, his power spreading in all directions. The girl is alarmed to see him absorbing the energy of her creatures. She concentrates and summons the Lord of the Eternal Line, a vampire with huge fangs, who begins to suck the life force out of the main character. The protagonist panics, realizing that the vampire is drinking his blood. But this thought only excites him, and he responds in kind, biting the enemy and beginning to draw energy from him. Activating the Genesis gene combination, he sees the vampire disappear right in front of him, easily defeated. Then he asks what the next move will be. The girl is furious that her plan has been thwarted, and summons even more creatures and new vampires to attack. He tried to run away, but his blood was stolen again. However, the power that had previously raged to its fullest suddenly dissipated, and he remained unharmed, with a frightening smile on his face. The main character tried to suck her blood, but at that moment, the girl surrendered. He stopped, satisfied that he had stopped in time, and she asked if he was a student at the academy. Then the main character realized that she was talking about the university, and asked if admissions were already over. The girl replied that yes, 10 days had passed. He was stunned by what he heard, realizing that he was completely behind, because, focusing on the ancient battlefield, he had missed the entrance exam and final assessment at the capital Imperial Academy. Saying goodbye, he hurried away so that he would not be expelled, and the girl warned him that she would defeat him next time. After a while, he arrived at the gates of the capital, but was stopped. Annoyed, he declared that he was a student in the academy's preparatory department and demanded to speak with Professor Lina. The guard did not believe him and said that he would not let anyone through without permission, even if they knew the teacher's name. At that moment, Sun Qinian appeared and asked if it was Han Wu standing in front of him. The main character was surprised to see his friend, who asked where he had been all these days, as everyone had been looking for him. The main character replied that he needed to talk to Professor Lina urgently, but they wouldn't let him in. The blonde man said that it was not a problem, and that he could easily take him straight to the professor's office by opening a portal. Han Wu thanked him for his help, and the blonde man promised to tell Qin Shuang about what had happened at the academy. He told the professor that Hu Hai and Gan had captured him on the ancient battlefield, and although he had managed to escape, he had been unable to destroy the seal. Lina slammed her hand on the table and was outraged at how 2 adults dared to intimidate a student of the Imperial Academy. She told him not to worry. The academy would achieve justice. Then she commented on the seal, noting that even as a true goddess, she was unable to remove something created by another true god, and advised him to seek help from Professor Shu Hai. The main character thanked her for the advice, and Lina immediately contacted the professor, informing him that Han Wu needed his help. A portal opened, and Shu Hai emerged from it. The main character watched silently, and the professor said that the situation seemed complicated. He explained that returning alive after staying in the divine world was a real miracle and promised to speak to the rector personally to achieve justice. Lina agreed, and added that because of this, Han Wu had missed his final assessment at the academy, and now they needed to find a way for him to continue his studies. Shu Hai replied that the academy must follow the rules to maintain fairness, but acknowledged that the main character's strength was second to none among the official students. However, since he did not participate in the entrance exams, there was not much the academy could do. Nevertheless, Shu Hai told him not to worry, because he is a valuable student and help will be provided. The main character thanked them both for their understanding, and the professor remarked that they were one family and there was no need for formalities. First, they would help him restore his connection with the divine world, and then they would take care of everything else. After a light touch of the palm, Han Wu felt that he could once again communicate with his divine world. Lina laughed, because that light touch of the palm cost the professor 300 million units of divine power. Shu Hai only asked him to hurry back and check if everything was in order, because new problems could have arisen during his absence. Han Wu thanked them both again and entered the divine world, where chaos reigned. Different kinds of creatures were fighting each other. He flew over the area, not understanding what was happening, and became concerned when he did not see his locusts. Turning his head, he noticed that the locusts had weakened considerably. The main character was struck by the fact that the number of his creatures had increased, but their strength had weakened, and they no longer resembled the elite they had been before. He decided to immediately sacrifice the useless ones in order to keep only the strong ones, and activated the Seal of Power. At that moment, the elite locusts appeared, and he realized that only a few transcendent beings remained. The others sensed his presence and hurried to greet their master. One of the skeleton kings also greeted him, and the system asked if he wished to evolve into an Ice Emperor, a first-level divine life form. He was pleased with what he saw, and even though it was only divinity, which was so rare at the moment, he decided to choose this ability, especially since, when divinity was upgraded, rebellion would be able to absorb the divinity of destruction, and he still had the introductory entry for death activity. As he made his choice, a bright light flashed in his divine world. The main character became alert, trying to understand who dared to attack the core of his divine world. He immediately rushed over and shouted for them not to destroy the core when he saw his fierce dragon fighting the supreme skeleton, a monarch-level creature. The main character asked in confusion why it was trying to destroy the core, since it had never harmed its creation. The skeleton replied that it existed only to destroy divine cores, and that the gods did not need any other races except creatures like itself. Han Wu was confused, not understanding what was happening, but said that it no longer mattered to him why this had happened, because now his representative could not remain in this world. He ordered him to go to the city of Dolan, and he was forced to pass through the portal. The main character looked at the crystal and thought that everything had happened only because he had trusted his subordinates too much. Now he needed to add protective measures to the divine world. He surrounded the core with a barrier, extending it throughout the castle, and then summoned the entire army, and they swore eternal allegiance. After that, he decided that the affairs of the divine world were temporarily settled. However, there remained the problem of Professor Tianwen and his students, who were still on the ancient battlefield. At that moment, the main character teleported to the academy to talk to his teacher, and was surprised to see Qin Shuang in the room. Without hesitation, she ran up to him, saying that Sun Qianian had passed on the news of his return, and so she had rushed to Lina, worried about him. He assured her that everything was fine, and both were embarrassed to notice that the teacher was watching them. The teacher said she had heard from colleagues that Professor Liu had died in battle, and the protagonist confirmed this, asking if she had a pass to the ancient battlefield as he had to return Tianwen. Without hesitation, Qin Shuang said she would go with him and not leave him again. When they arrived, they hurried to the hut, but found it empty. The main character said that the professor had apparently not returned. Apart from fragments of divinity, there were no resources left on the battlefield, and he knew that it was impossible to survive there for long. Therefore, he summoned his representatives, deciding that he must find the professor at any cost. After a while, he felt a strong pressure, and shouted that it was the resonance of the Sword of Winds cutting through iron, and ordered to check the source. Qin Shuang agreed, noting that the signal was coming from underground. The main character ordered the place to be searched. The locusts struck the ground, creating a passage through which they could enter. After a while, they came across a door, and the main character immediately sensed that a powerful special force was hidden behind it. He realized that his sword and representatives were locked there. Radiating energy, he tried to destroy the barrier, but to no avail. Then Qin Shuang asked to try herself, and, focusing her energy in her eyes, launched an attack that neutralized the door's defenses. The main character made another effort, and the door opened. They went inside. At that moment, a scorpion monster appeared and attacked them, but it was instantly destroyed. However, its fragments scattered in all directions, and the main character realized that something was wrong with this place. He quickly realized that the monster was instinctively trying to kill them. Qin Shuang said anxiously that the gate had disappeared, and they would not be able to return the way they came. The main character thought for a moment, realizing that someone was deliberately trying to drain their strength. He knew that the connection to the divine world had been severed. Their supplies were almost gone, and if things continued this way, they would die of starvation. Then Qin Shuang summoned her phoenix and decided to scout the area. During the flight, she said that things were bad. They had been flying for a long time, and she was beginning to fear that they were stuck in this deserted place. But the main character sensed something and said that there was a resonance of a sword cutting through iron nearby. Before he could finish speaking, the shadow of a sword appeared before him. His representatives rushed to help, and he himself used his power to free the spirit of the sword from its torment. Without wasting any time, he asked if the spirit had seen Professor Tianwen. The spirit replied that they had been walking together until 3 days ago, when they were separated near the giant mountains, where the professor was taken away, and now there was almost no time left to save him. The main character said that everything was fine, and asked only to be shown the direction in which he had been taken. The spirit showed him the right way. After traveling some distance, they noticed a small village. Descending from the phoenix, they flew over the area, and the main character noted that there were many sand giants around, which meant that the professor was most likely there. At that moment, the cactus began to glow and grow rapidly, surprising both of them with its spiked attacks, which the main character instinctively repelled. At that moment, even more monsters appeared, and the main character noted with some pleasure that they had decided to compete in numbers. Then he ordered his army of locusts to attack, completely devouring all the cacti. After that, he ordered his representatives to explore the interior of the city and, using his shared vision, saw that inside there was a huge monster guarding the city along with other creatures, and the professor was on their side. At that moment, the main character became alarmed, and Qin Shuang asked what had happened. He ran, realizing that Tianwen had to be sacrificed, and there was no time to lose. He ordered Qin Shuang to wait outside, realizing that there were too many unknowns in the city, and she should not be put in danger. His first order was to cover the entire city with his locusts, but this proved difficult, as the enemy representatives began to devour them one by one. At that moment, Phoenix Qin Shuang appeared to help, and the girl made it clear that she was not going to leave them so easily. She declared that she would save the professor together with him. The main character apologized and agreed to work together. Together with the representatives, they began to destroy all the monsters they encountered along the way, of which there were many. The main character took the pill because he understood that the fewer wolves remained at the altar, the higher the chance of saving the professor. The pill activated his genetic seal, transforming him into the Black Dragon King of the vampire domain, a monarch-level creature. He rushed forward, shouting to the professor who was still there, and using all his strength began to destroy the wolves one by one, cutting them to pieces. After that, he freed Tianwen from the chains that held him. The professor, confused, asked if he was dreaming. The main character replied that he had only been having nightmares and that he had come to wake him up. After that, he flew to Qin Shuang, as they needed to retreat, and the three of them left the city together. Once they were far enough away, the girl asked about the professor's condition, and the main character replied that there was no need to worry. He had recovered, and congratulated them both on reaching the level of demigods. Qin Shuang said that she was only able to evolve thanks to the main character, but quickly changed the subject, as they needed to find a way to get out of this place. The professor said that while in captivity, he had learned something from the Divine King, and knew about a mirror that would help them cross the secret realm, and he was sure that this was the only way to leave this place. The main character became alarmed, realizing that the wolves already possessed red souls of the highest rank, and could not even imagine how powerful their king was. Qin Shuang admitted that she was also worried, because if they continued on their way, all the servants working here would die. The professor took out a bag and said that all his servants were already dead, and the only way he could help was with what was inside the bag, fragments of divinity that he had collected, and that was the only way he could be useful. The main character told her not to worry, because he had also obtained several fragments, and assured her that together they would find a way out. Qin Shuang approached, and said that although there were many fragments, it was still not enough. Moreover, they were in the divine realm, where it was impossible to sell them. The main character smiled, and explained that he would try to use his fusion ability to combine them. The girl was surprised to see the result. A 5th-level essence appeared before them. The professor was also amazed, because obtaining a 5th-level entity was incredible. The main character said that he would quickly fuse several suitable divinities for them, and they needed to find a mirror. 2 days later, they gathered again, and immediately encountered a sand giant. The girl admitted that she was excited, because she wanted to test her new divinity. She summoned the Spear of Thunder, eager to test its power. When Phoenix approached, several huge sand golems appeared. The main character said not to rush to throw the thunder spears, because they were facing a giant deity with the ability to regenerate, and throwing the spears at the same time would not work. The girl asked what they were going to do, and he replied that he would add a little of his divine technique called rebellion. He concentrated his power and shot at the sand golem, piercing its body through and causing it to disappear completely. Immediately after that, a multitude of wolves appeared and attacked immediately. The professor told them to deal with the situation and attacked, creating many thorny vines. Qin Shuang praised him, then used her thunder power to summon lightning from the heavens, which destroyed the monsters down to the last particle. She said she was happy, because with their new divinity, they no longer feared monsters. No sooner had Qin Shuang said this than a loud rumble sounded, and everyone realized that a new colossal creature was forming out of sand. It was the great demon emperor of scorpions. Qin Shuang was struck by the power of this monster, which, on top of everything else, attacked them, hitting all those closest to it. The main character immediately took his dragon form and ordered everyone to stand behind him. Using his divine technique of rebellion, he summoned the soul of the scythe sword. The Scorpion King prepared to attack, and seeing the danger, the main character counterattacked. The two blows collided, destroying everything around them. Qin Shuang was worried about the outcome of the battle until the main character appeared unharmed, even after the devastating blow. The Scorpion noticed that no human had ever withstood his attack before and attacked again, this time with his stinger. The main character realized that the situation was dire and summoned a locust to block the blow, but was forced to retreat as the attack was too powerful. Then he clenched a special object between his teeth and began to move even faster, using his Phantom Flash ability and engaging in close combat. This enraged the Scorpion, as the man managed to dodge its attacks. The main character struck first, and although the monster noticed the attack coming, it was unable to dodge completely. Its body was cut in two. Meanwhile, another giant scorpion approached the group and attacked Qin Shuang. She realized that the monster was blind and couldn't see, so everyone had to attack together. The three joined forces and simultaneously struck the Scorpion King, whose body was destroyed instantly. The main character and Qin Shuang rejoiced in their victory, but he soon warned them to be careful as wolves were approaching. However, the monsters, on the contrary, began to sweat with fear and ran away. The three were confused and decided not to pursue the beasts, as there were too many of them. Suddenly, the main character fell to his knees from exhaustion and asked them not to worry, explaining that he had simply used too much divine power. He asked Qin Shuang and the professor to check if these were divine fragments, as something useful could be obtained from them. Qin Shuang examined the debris that had fallen from the monsters and discovered 4 5th-level divine fragments: the Golden Spear, the Emperor, the Sandstorm, and the Lord of Demonic Scorpions. She showed this to the main character, saying that they had found many treasures. The main character asked if she wanted to keep any of them. Qin Shuang replied that her spear already interacted well with lightning, so he gave her the lightning-type divinity. She was happy and asked if she could really accept such a gift, because it was a divine artifact, and if she combined it with her weapon, her power would increase significantly. The main character told her not to worry, because he had the Sword of Rebellion, which, by absorbing the souls of other races, was capable of creating many types of weapons. He then gave the Sandstorm's divinity to the professor, as it suited her best, and Tian Wen thanked him for his generosity. After that, the main character suggested entering the city to find the mirror. They approached the altar, and without wasting any time, he struck the ground with all his might, creating a huge crater at the bottom of which lay the mirror. He ordered his locust to examine the object, and the creature immediately headed for the mirror, trying to enter it. Qin Shuang noticed that something was wrong with the mirror, but the main character said that everything was fine, because the threads of faith were still present, which meant they were safe. After that, he announced that it was time to return to the main world. The three passed through the mirror and soon found themselves back at school. At that moment, a loud shout rang out above their ears. The teacher sensed the presence of the main character and demanded that he come to her office immediately, as she had something to say. All three laughed, because Lena always made a strong impression. The professor told the main character to go talk to her, while he went to rest. Upon arriving at the office, the main character learned from Lena about the kidnapping arranged by the true god. The school investigated the case, and it turned out that the true king of gods, Marshall, personally apologized and sent an item as compensation. The main character was amazed, because a gift from a real god is a great rarity. He looked at the card and learned that it was the same bankrupt king of gods who had invested billions of units of divine power in a farm for breeding mutated creatures and lost everything. The main character considered this gesture worthy, but when he looked at the contents of the card, he was surprised, as the item showed Hu Hai surrounded by dark energy. Lena explained that the true god Marshall said that Hu Hai had acted arbitrarily and deserved punishment. The main character agreed, noting that Hu Hai had devoted half his life to serving God and ended up becoming nothing more than an apology gift, an ironic fate. He asked if this divine realm now belonged to him, and Lena replied that the corpse of the true god was a precious thing, so she asked him not to waste it. The main character assured her that he understood and was only expressing his thoughts. Qin Shuang asked if he knew how to purify the body of the true god, and the main character summoned his subject, politely asking the teacher to explain how to do it so as not to spoil the valuable find. Lena called him an opportunist, but still agreed to teach him the method of transforming the body of the true god into a clone of the same level, adding that with the investment of resources, the clone could be strengthened. The main character was touched and agreed, thanking her for her help. Lena took out a scroll and said that Marshall's apology meant the kidnapping case was closed, but the academy administration had not yet decided whether he could re-enroll, as some teachers were upset about all the trouble he had caused. She threw the scroll into his hands. The main character said that those who were dissatisfied would face difficulties, because he himself would prove his rightness by force, and asked only to watch his future achievements. Lena was pleased, saying that she believed in him and was waiting for good news after the clone was completed. After that, they went to an abandoned house. Qin Shuang asked anxiously if he was really going to live in such an old place. The main character replied that he had not been accepted back into school, so he had no dormitory, and asked her not to worry, as he would be busy creating the clone. She was delighted and said she would wait. He replied with a smile that he would not keep her waiting long. The main character summoned the clone from the scroll, and using his purification abilities, created a perfect double with the same appearance. The clone knelt down, and the main character named him Han Wen. After checking the characteristics, he realized that the clone's level was equal to that of a true god, and also noticed many other indicators: divine abilities, talents, and development. All this delighted him, because he expected nothing less from a creation of this level. He was particularly impressed by the fact that the clone had 42 points of divinity, an almost unrealistic indicator. He began to use his abilities to merge divine powers, and the system notified him that his current skills had been combined into 2 advanced abilities. 2 higher beings were summoned, Holy Chaos and True Tiger Martial. The main character decided to test the latter's abilities and ordered the clone to use them on himself. The clone raised his hand and activated the 3rd level ability, Flaming Fists. The main character ordered an attack and received a blow with full force, after which he used his healing skill, thinking that if he applied it to himself, he would be able to fight Emperor-level beings in the future, without turning into the Dragon King. After that, he noted that he had enough Tiger Warriors that could be created from faith, and decided to take on the appearance of Hu Hai in order to enter the Divine Realm and subjugate his relatives. Changing his appearance, he jumped into the realm of the True King's life, destroying the ground with a blow upon landing. After landing, the main character asked if his clone was okay, to which he replied that he was fine. At that moment, representatives of Hu Hai appeared and asked who he was. Seeing that their god was standing before them, he could not believe his eyes, and thought that he had worked so hard to make the other tiger people believe that he had taken the place of their deity, after which he realized that he could not allow him to destroy all his plans. Unable to think of anything better, he said that it was an evil deity and ordered his men to seize it. All the tiger people immediately pounced on Hu Hai's clone. After that, the main character asked if they dared to attack their god and if they had forgotten whom they should worship. The chief tiger man told them not to give in to the evil deity's insidious words, for he was trying to cloud their minds, and ordered them not to trust the monster's words. At that moment, a hologram of the main character appeared and told Hu Hai's clone not to fight them personally, because it would be better to summon the messenger of Holy Chaos. After that, he gathered strength in his hand and summoned the Holy Chaos, frightening the chief tiger man. His roar raised a lot of dust and destroyed the ground around him. Immediately after that, Hu Hai's representatives bowed their heads before him and begged for forgiveness. The main character told them to find their former king and bring this pathetic traitor to him. He would punish him personally. Holy Chaos had already approached the city of the tiger people. The white tiger ordered his subordinates to stop them, but Holy Chaos and Hu Hai were already standing before them. The leader of the tiger people was not going to give up so quickly and release the ruler's aura, which spread throughout the surrounding area. At that moment, Holy Chaos gathered his energy and released it into the tower, destroying it. The white tiger understood that if he killed Hu Hai now, no one would prevent him from becoming the true deity of this world. After that, the main character appeared and told his clone in the form of Hu Hai that now he could hit him. Hearing this, he gathered energy in his fist and prepared to launch an instant attack of a divine warrior. As soon as he did so, he immediately flew into the wall of the tower, destroying it. After seeing this, everyone else fell to their knees and bowed their heads before their god, begging for mercy from their ignorant servants and vowing to serve him until their death. Then the main character reappeared and said that now he must send them to his divine realm, as this would increase the flow of faith points. The clone immediately began to gather energy to open the portal. Seeing this, the creatures sensed the aura of their god and jumped into the portal. After that, another tiger man flew in and did not understand why this creature emanated the power of his god. The clone of Hu Hai smiled and said that he had a keen eye, pointing to the portal and saying that his god was already waiting for him. Passing through the portal, the main character met the tiger man and noted that he was glad that he was still alive. At that moment, Teacher Lena ordered Hanwu to come to her office immediately, as it was urgent. Arriving at the office, the teacher said that the faculty, having studied his situation, had decided to show leniency and allow him to enroll in the academy, but only on one condition: he must pass a test. Hearing this, the main character was encouraged and said he was ready, asking to be told what he had to do. Teacher Lena said that he would be sent to one of the unknown outer worlds to gather intelligence. For obvious reasons, the level of danger had not yet been determined. If he gathered enough valuable intelligence within a year, the board would allow him to enroll in the academy as an official student. The main character wondered if they wanted to make him a guinea pig. The teacher put her hand on Hanwu's shoulder and said that the difficulty of this test is impossible to assess. Moreover, during the test, he will not be able to take advantage of the benefits of their world of deities. It is up to him to decide whether to take this test or not. To which the main character replied that no matter how dangerous the test was, he was ready to take it, just to get into the capital's academy. After that, he thought about the fact that, besides being a resident of the world of deities, he had many other advantages. He was sure that his genetic modifications and other abilities would be more than enough. Concerned, Lena told Hanwu that he had already achieved what even second-year students at their capital academy could not dream of. If he continued to train hard, his progress would be on par with that of the Academy's students. Then she asked why he was taking such a risk, since he could just wait until next year and reapply as an applicant. After that, he said awkwardly that she was right, but he didn't want to keep someone waiting. Teacher Lena immediately understood who the main character was talking about and told him to do as he saw fit. Then she wished Hanwoo patience and luck, because she was sure that he would cope with this test, and then noted that he was leaving tomorrow. Hearing this, he said that he would do everything in his power. After a while, he finally landed in the outside world. He gathered his energy into his fist and rushed at the wolf, realizing that these were ordinary creatures and must have been attracted by the sound of his fall. After that, he destroyed all the wolves, and the essence of life began to flow out of them. And then he noticed a table in front of his face, not understanding what it was. His level was 10, his life title was Wolf Exterminator, which he received for killing wolves, and his damage to wolf-like creatures increased by 10%. At the end, he saw a question about whether to wear the title. He realized that everything in this world was tied to titles, and agreed to take the title. After that, his transformation began. The main character smelled something, and didn't understand if the scent was coming from him. Then he realized that now any wolf that smelled this scent would understand that he was the one who killed its kin. Hanwoo saw the table again, which said that killing one bronze-ranked wolf would improve his rank. Seeing this, he snapped his fingers and said it was a piece of cake. 3 hours later, he had already killed 300 wolves, but he hadn't noticed a single bronze wolf among them. After that, the main character thought that a bronze-ranked wolf was just the same as a regular wolf, only slightly stronger. After that, he said that nothing ventured, nothing gained, and began the gene fusion. As soon as the fusion began, a wolf attacked him. Hanwoo kicked it, not understanding how it dared to attack its creator. As soon as he did so, a table appeared immediately, stating that his rank had risen to 16, and the damage to wolf-like creatures had increased by 20%. After that, he jumped onto a tree and thought that all humanoid creatures were flocking to the teleportation gate. Then he began to wonder if this was some kind of hunting ground, and if all these creatures were coming to kill wolves, raise their levels, and earn titles. He understood why titles needed to be earned. They made you stronger, but he was curious about the meaning of levels. The main character leveled up all night and managed to reach level 16, but he didn't feel any changes in himself, and became curious about why this level was needed at all. After thinking about it, he decided to ask someone about it. Passing by a guy, he couldn't understand what was wrong with him. Turning around, the main character noticed someone else behind him. They immediately attacked Hanwoo. The guy, in turn, thought that the main character had decided to run away, but he began to transform into a black dragon. After the transformation, he attacked all 3 of them. Seeing such a powerful attack, they decided to just run away. After seeing this, he realized that they had chickened out, but that was even better. The 3 killed the guy and wanted to take all his equipment. After that, they just ran away. At that moment, the main character appeared, who saw all this and realized that these guys specialized in murder and robbery. After that, he realized that this place was probably really created for hunting and leveling up. He went down to the dead guy, picked up an item, and then thought that he still didn't understand what these levels were for. But that wasn't a problem for him. Hiding behind a rock, he decided to just follow them and gather as much information as possible. When he reached the cave, he didn't understand why they had come here at all. At that moment, huge spiders came out, catching the main character off guard. One of them decided to attack him with a web. This was unexpected for Hanwoo. Dodging the attack, he didn't understand if these spiders were somehow connected to the wolves and how they had smelled him in the first place. He apologized to them mentally, but he couldn't let some spiders eat him, so he attacked in response, destroying them. A table appeared in front of him again, saying that he had received a new iron title, Spider Terror, and he said that it wasn't bad. Hearing screams, he turned around and saw that the spiders had already grabbed the 3 guys. The main character understood that he couldn't let this cannon fodder die until he found something new or learned something useful, so he decided to help them, and at the same time, he decided to test his new toy. The table appeared again, saying that the iron title of Spider Terror had been upgraded to bronze rank. After reading this, Hanwoo said that he was beginning to like this world. After that, he saw that the fire in his hands had disappeared, but the system explained that after use, the title would recharge in 1 minute. After that, the main character began to run away from the spiders, shouting that they were disgusting. One of the spiders opened its mouth to eat him, but the recharge ended in time, and he managed to destroy it. A table appeared, informing him that the bronze title Spider Terror had been upgraded to silver rank, and a new skill, Wolf Spider Summon, had been added, which the main character really liked. Hanwoo thought that even if he saved them, They should not know that it was he who did it. After that, he set fire to all the cocoons, and people began to crawl out of them. Then the Viking killed the guy with the wolf's head and said that there was another one with excellent equipment. After that, the trio noticed that he was not alone and considered themselves very lucky. Seeing this, the main character, who was hiding behind a rock, said that it was disgusting and realized that he would probably have to give up his meat shield after all. Then Han Wu decided to attack them, and one of the trio, seeing him, did not understand how he ended up here in the first place. Then he finished off the guy with gray hair. What they saw frightened his companions, and they decided to flee. But the main character was in dragon form and quickly killed the guy in the blue jacket. This really scared the Viking, who turned around and saw it. Han Wu approached him and told him to behave himself. Otherwise, he would make sure that his death would be much more horrible than that of the other two. Frightened, he said he understood, and the main character asked what this place was. He said that it was the realm of civilized titles, where under certain circumstances, one could obtain various titles, which could subsequently be upgraded. The lowest ranks of titles were iron and bronze, followed by silver and gold, and the highest ranks were platinum and diamond, and they were now inside a place for upgrading these titles. The main character decided to ask what the rules for upgrading them were. The latter replied that if you kill local creatures, such as spiders and wolves, you can increase your level. When you reach the 100th level, your title will be upgraded. Han Wu immediately thought that if he could get a diamond-ranked title, it would probably be enough for a good report to the Academy's top brass. However, in all the time he had been killing here, the main character had only managed to rise to the 40th level, and he was still very far from the diamond rank. But his thoughts were interrupted by the words of the Viking, who said that titles obtained by hunting creatures were worthless. Truly powerful titles were in the hands of the great families. Ordinary people like them would never be able to obtain them. This greatly angered the main character, after which he wondered if there were rich people in every world who monopolized some kind of power. Then he saw something in the Viking's hands and decided to ask what the iron plate was. The man replied that it was an ID card, which was required for everyone who came here to level up. Ordinary people receive iron ones, but those from great families, such as the blue-blooded family, or those with outstanding power, receive badges made of higher quality materials. These give greater freedom of action and movement around the world. After his explanation, the main character thought that if he could get such a badge, he might be able to get into other places. At that moment, the man took advantage of the situation to escape. The main character immediately noticed this and decided to finish him off, saying that he had told him to keep quiet. After that, he decided to approach his body and take the badge. Immediately after that, Han Wu went to the portal. But at that very moment, as soon as he approached, 3 giants appeared and asked him who he had stolen the badge from. After that, he started to run away and thought that he couldn't reveal himself right there, because if he showed his true power, they might send much stronger hunters after him. The main character ran into a cave and they followed him. As soon as they ran into the cave, Han Wu immediately killed them. Leaving the cave, he realized that he couldn't just leave this place. He couldn't waste too much time here. He needed to get useful information as soon as possible. After that, he thought about Qin Shuang and realized that he needed to finally return to the Capital Academy, because she was still waiting for him. He immediately came up with the idea that if he couldn't leave the usual way, he would simply cause a small commotion and escape during the confusion. Then he went to the creatures and began combining genes. At that moment, a 3-headed wolf with spider legs appeared. He immediately ordered the new creature to show the main character what it was capable of. His creature made a hole in the wall, and the guy seized the moment and slipped through it. After that, a system appeared, stating that the level had been completed. An upgrade to bronze rank was taking place, and the system offered to choose the next location for leveling up. The main character was surprised by what he read, and couldn't believe that this was all it took to level up. He immediately clicked on a location, and decided that this would be the place. Immediately after that, the teleportation process began, and upon arrival, the system said that he had arrived in the Greenland Forest region, and that his rank was bronze. Upon arrival, the main character heard a voice and saw another newcomer, who was also alone. Han Wu immediately asked who was there. A white-haired guy appeared behind the main character and said that they already had a warrior, a marksman, and an assassin, and the only thing they needed was a healer, after which he immediately asked if he knew how to heal. Another guy approached him and asked if he wanted to join their team, but he refused and said he wasn't interested. He then sank into his thoughts, realizing that he was in an unfamiliar place surrounded by strangers. He would be a complete fool to go anywhere with any of them. At that moment, he noticed a man offering decomposition gloves, which came with the title of Destroyer, and could easily decompose corpses into the necessary materials. The main character realized that he did not have a storage ring, but these gloves of decay should solve his problem with storing loot, so he decided to take them. The merchant told him that they cost 2,000 gold coins. Hearing this, he wasn't angry that they were so expensive, because he had barely scraped together 1,000 gold coins from the pockets of those unfortunate murderers. Then he approached the merchant even closer and asked for only one glove, to which the merchant replied that he had never sold them that way before. Then the main character told him to think for himself why he would need a pair right away, since one would be enough to deal with the decomposition of corpses. He was sure that people would start buying them more often if he started selling them individually. After all, 1,000 coins is not 2,000. After that, the merchant thought about it and said that it sounded quite logical. After that, he sold one glove and thanked Han Wu for the merchandise. After a while, the main character went into the Greenland forest and didn't understand what sound he heard. Turning around, he saw goblins. They immediately attacked the guy. The main character thought about how long it had been since he had fought such insignificant creatures. And at that moment, the aura of a monarch-like creature began to appear. The goblins were frightened by this black aura. And then Han Wu remembered that the title he had received for killing the spiders had the ability to summon them. After some thought, he decided to try it. He summoned spider wolves, which easily killed all the goblins. After that, a system appeared, stating that he had killed more than 10 goblins and received the title of Iron Rank Goblin Slayer. The first ability was to summon a wooden club, and the second ability was that all goblins were initially hostile towards him. But the main character was only concerned about why he had not yet been given a badge. Immediately after he said this, an iron token appeared, and the guy wondered if he should have just asked for it. After which, he said that it was a crazy system. Then the main character put on his glove and decided to try to get all the titles he could, hoping that someday they would come in handy. After that, he began to decompose. Before he could even begin his technique, new goblins attacked him. He decided not to waste any time and summoned his club. But as soon as the main character saw its size, he was very disappointed. One of the goblins decided to attack the main character, after which he hit him with a club, which immediately split his head open. Looking at his weapon, he said that it felt good in his hand. Seeing this, all the other goblins were frightened, but the main character killed them all. After that, he sat down on a rock and used his new ability to decompose. Suddenly, a team came out, and one of them said that this newcomer had done well. The main character immediately noticed that only one warrior had a silver token, while the other 3 had bronze tokens. The red-haired guy told him to leave all his loot and get out of there. Otherwise, he would lose his head. After that, Han Wu noticed that these people were quite strong. He then decided to ask if he had a storage ring. The red-haired guy replied that he was the holder of the silver title, and of course, he had one. After that, he showed the main character his ring and said that it was a storage ring with a volume of 10 cubic meters. Then he said mockingly that he probably had never even seen such a thing before. After listening to him, the main character said that 10 cubic meters was not enough, but it was better than nothing, and attacked the guy. They started fighting, and the red-haired guy's buddies joined in. He didn't get what the main character, a newbie with an iron rank, was thinking, and said he'd pay for his overconfidence. Han Wu's club and the guy's sword collided, but the main character's strength was so great that it knocked the sword away, and it flew straight into the head of one of the guy's comrades. He didn't understand how the simple recoil from his blow could have killed his man. He was also curious as to how a newcomer with an iron rank could be so strong. After thinking it over, he ordered his comrades to join the fight. Everyone obeyed his order and immediately attacked the main character. Han Wu dodged all the attacks and killed another of the red-haired guy's comrades, but the guy couldn't believe his eyes. He thought to himself that he himself was not sure he could dodge that fireball. After that, he wondered if this guy was a wandering student from some noble family. While he was thinking, the main character killed his last teammate. Seeing that his team had been wiped out, he trembled, fell to his knees, and said that he was a blind nobody who had failed to recognize His Highness right away. He began to beg the main character for mercy and asked him to spare such a pitiful bug, to which Han Wu said that he should give him his spatial ring and everything else he had. The guy cried and was upset, but he still gave everything away to save his life, then immediately ran away, and the main character, looking at what he had given away, noticed that he had quite a lot of good stuff. He noticed an ingot and said that it looked quite expensive. It said that if someone could collect the remains of 10 gold-ranked monsters, they would receive the title hidden in this scroll. If someone exceeded the mark of 10 gold-ranked monsters and above, they could improve this title. The owner of this scroll receives the function of automatic identification of gold-ranked materials. The main character considered himself very lucky, but now all that remained was to find these gold-ranked monsters. After that, he went further into the forest to look for gold-ranked monsters, and stumbled upon a thunder goblin, a gold-ranked monster. Seeing it, Han Wu said that it would be his first. To begin with, the main character decided to get rid of the ordinary goblins so they wouldn't get in the way. After that, he noticed that it was now much easier to collect drops from monsters. Then a system appeared, stating that he had reached level 76, and his title of Goblin Slayer had been upgraded to silver rank. The title granted him new skills, the first of which was stone throwing. When used, a solid stone forms in his hand almost instantly. The second skill was magma clot throwing. When used, a solid piece of magma formed in his hand almost instantly. The main character decided to try out his new skill, then launched it at ordinary goblins, destroying them. After that, the Thunder Goblin attacked Han Wu, but he just said that he had good abilities and decided to try out his lightning bolts on his own kind first. The main character thought that his lightning bolts weren't deadly, but they slowed down movement and caused shock. At that moment, the red-haired guy met the blonde guy and told him that the main character had killed his comrades and robbed them blind, then asked him to finish off Han Wu, promising to repay him for his help later. Then they saw lightning in the sky, and the guy asked if it was really the lightning of the Thunder Goblin. He couldn't believe that someone had decided to test their strength against this creature. After that, he noticed the main character, and told his brother Jin that this was the one they needed. The blonde guy asked if he was so cocky that he decided to take that lightning bolt to the forehead. He then added that he wouldn't even have to do anything because he was already dead. The Thunder Goblin's lightning struck the main character directly, but he didn't even flinch. Jin couldn't understand how this was even possible. The Thunder Goblin was confused because he had simply taken his Thunderblade and didn't even flinch. At that moment, the main character thought that this goblin's pathetic parody was no match for her element of thunder. It wouldn't even break through his passive defense. He took out his axe and began killing ordinary goblins. At that moment, Han Wu thought that he had had enough of experimenting, because he still needed to kill a couple hundred ordinary goblins to improve his title and raise his level. The Thunder Goblin, in turn, was very frightened. At that moment, the system announced that the silver title of Goblin Slayer had reached its maximum level. The main character warned the goblin that now it was his turn. Then he hid behind his back. The goblin did not see where Han Wu had disappeared to, and this made him very angry. At that very moment, he hit him on the head with a bat. After the blow, he immediately said that he did not want to die, but the main character just stood there and smiled. Immediately, the system announced that the main character had successfully reached level 100, and his title of Goblin Slayer had been upgraded to gold rank. He gained the skill to summon a Thunderblade, which allows him to summon lightning for a certain amount of time. He received the remains of a gold rank monster, a goblin skin. Han Wu noted that he finally had a decent weapon. The main character was pleased, because he only needed to obtain a couple more gold-ranked monster remains, and he would be able to improve his title. At that moment, Jin told the guy that it would be better for him to forget about his revenge. The main character immediately walked past the bushes where the two were hiding, and the blonde man ordered them to hide, otherwise they would be finished if he noticed them. But he immediately realized that someone was there. And then he summoned the Thunderblade, struck the bushes where the two were hiding, and told them not to hide, and to come out. They immediately saw the main character behind them, and were very frightened. Han Wu immediately recognized the red-haired guy, and asked if he had decided to enlist the support of someone more powerful to take revenge on him. But the guy denied everything and said he wouldn't dare do such a thing. Jin immediately started to run away, saying that he didn't know him, and that he was just passing by. The main character said that since he had come here, he should be kind and give him all his equipment, and don't forget about the monster drops. He just asked him not to do anything stupid, so that he wouldn't have to use force. He gave him everything he had except for his spatial ring, which the guy immediately noticed and asked about. The blonde thought about how his spatial ring contained all the savings he had managed to accumulate over the past few years. He had to at least try to keep them. After thinking it over, he said that in such matters, it was necessary to leave room for maneuver, because he didn't know what might happen in the future. The main character told him to shut up and hand over his spatial ring, saying that he shouldn't make him repeat it a third time. Since Jin just stood there silently, the main character took his hand and cut it off. After that, he said he would give him the ring. He took the ring and was very pleased while his comrades led the blonde man away from him. Then he was surprised to see it in his hand again. In the shelter, Jin ordered his comrades to immediately gather all the guys and find traces of that guy. He just told them not to go after him themselves, but to simply report back to him. After that, While restoring his hand, he promised to definitely take back everything that he dared to take from him. At this time, the main character had already arrived at the dwelling place of the demon cats, took out his thunderblade, and killed the cats. A system appeared, stating that the title of enemy of the demon cats had been added, and new effects had been obtained. The first effect was an increase in speed, and the second effect was that all demon cats were initially hostile towards him. But he didn't care much about these functions, and for the sake of this title, he decided he could put up with it. After that, he decided to read the scroll, which said that the way to obtain the platinum rank of exterminator was to combine 3 diamond titles belonging to different races. Han Wu decided that exchanging 3 diamond titles for 1 platinum title was absurd, so he decided that they had completely lost their minds. The system reappeared, stating that one of the activatable effects was a slaughter weapon, which could take various forms and had only one ability. When someone killed a creature with it, it absorbed 1/1000th of that creature's power. And when each diamond title associated with a particular race was absorbed, this ability could be improved, or new effects could be added to it. The main character was very pleased with this, and decided that he simply had to obtain this title. Immediately, a huge cat appeared behind him and immediately pounced on Han Wu. He immediately realized that she was their leader and struck her, killing her, saying that she had asked for it. Seeing this, all the other cat demons immediately fled. After that, a system appeared stating that the main character had killed the king of the demon cats, a gold-ranked monster, and received a gold-ranked poisonous bag. He was very happy about this, but his current strength was still not enough to openly hunt diamond-ranked monsters. However, instead, he could use a combination of genes and collected the small souls of the slain cat demons. After that, he created a platinum-ranked demon cat. It tried to attack the main character, but he destroyed it. After that, the system announced that his title as an enemy of demon cats had been raised to platinum. After a few more kills, his title as an enemy of demon cats was upgraded to diamond, which made him very happy. The system appeared again, stating that the main character had gained new abilities, namely increased agility, cat claws, increased combat power, and the ability to summon a gold-ranked poisonous cat demon for support in battle. The main character thought about how he needed to quickly collect 3 diamond ranks and obtain the title of exterminator, as this would make him significantly stronger. Using his gene combination ability, Han Wu systematically tracked down and killed the diamond-ranked goblins and minotaurs he had created himself. As a result, he not only obtained 3 diamond titles, but also accumulated 10 remains of gold-ranked monsters of different races. As a result, he was able to obtain the gold title of Monster Hunter. First effect, significantly enhances the individual power of the title holder. Second effect, the ability to summon gold-ranked monsters absorbed by this title. Third effect, by constantly sacrificing gold monsters to this title, it can significantly enhance the title holder for a short time. The main character received the title of Exterminator. Now his weapon can change according to his will. At that moment, Jinya's men appeared behind Han Wu, who was very happy to have finally reached him. The main character understood that the strongest of them were at most silver rank, so he had nothing to fear from them, but his thoughts were interrupted by a blonde man who told him to hand over everything of value he had on him. But Han Wu just asked mockingly how he could see that his hand had already healed. But Zhang didn't like the main character's self-confidence, and he said that now they would knock the arrogance out of him, after which they all summoned monsters. But he didn't lose his composure and decided that everything had turned out conveniently, as he had wanted to try out his new weapon, the Slaughter Sword, in battle. He killed all the monsters with one blow. His comrades and Jin himself were frightened, and he ordered them not to approach the main character, but to attack him from a distance. 2 of them simply ran away, fearing death. At that moment, the main character summoned golden-ranked monsters. Then he asked if they still wanted to take anything from him. Jin and his team trembled in fear, begging for mercy and swearing that they would never dare to take anything from him again. Han Wu immediately finished them off with his new sword, and as he left, said that they were weak. He had outgrown this place, and it was time to check out the higher-level zones. He arrived at the golden leveling zone, the Heavenly City, when suddenly a guy behind him asked if he was new, what his rank was, and where he had been before. Turning around, the main character said that his story wasn't that interesting, that there wasn't much to tell, and asked the guy to tell him what reward he could get if he passed this place. The guy put his hand on his shoulder and told him not to get carried away, because no one had ever managed to pass the Heavenly City. An entire race is imprisoned on each floor of this zone. But, if he was so interested, rumor had it that whoever managed to pass this one would receive a blessing and a diamond title. He was curious to hear that it was a 7-level tower with 7 different races. At that moment, the manager asked what the low-ranking guy was doing there, and ordered him to leave, as he didn't belong there. The guy started laughing at his rank. The main character asked if there was a rule prohibiting low-ranking people from entering. He walked away from the guy, and said sadly that he had spent a lot of gold on this trinket. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the fact that the merchant was selling a platinum-ranked title scroll. A girl approached him and asked him to name his price, because she wanted to buy it. But immediately another man shouted that the Great Pan squad would buy this platinum-ranked title scroll. Behind him stood another guy, a guy who started laughing and wondered if his fierce tiger squad would be strong enough to compete with them. The merchant said that this scroll was his family's heirloom. They would never have sold it if they hadn't been in a desperate situation. The man shouted at him to stop playing on his pity and name his price. But he said he didn't want gold. He would only exchange the scroll for one thing: the crystal ball of prophecy held by the Lord of Light on the 3rd floor of the heavenly city. The others were shocked because this crystal ball could only be obtained by killing the Lord of Light. The merchant confirmed this, but then added that he would bow and hand over the scroll with the platinum rank title to whoever brought him the crystal ball of prophecy belonging to the Lord of Light. The girl decided to ask the merchant what title was inside his scroll, because she didn't want to take such a risk for a pig in a poke, in case the title was completely useless. He opened the scroll, and it said that it was the platinum-ranked title of Spatial Wanderer. First effect, grants a personal subspace and allows it to be opened at any time and in any place, ignoring any barriers. Allows teleportation to any area they have already visited. Energy costs are proportional to distance. Second effect, point teleportation in space. But the specific content will be visible after receiving the title. Everyone else decided that it looked decent. The main character was very interested in the Spatial Wanderer and teleportation, because it would save him a lot of time. The others began to gather their troops for the Lord of Light. Hanwoo decided that he should at least try to get this title. If it worked out, great. If not, it wouldn't be a big loss. In the worst case, he could just take it by force. Meanwhile, the main character had already arrived on the 1st floor of the heavenly city, and began to look around. He immediately saw a shadow, but then a monster appeared in front of him. The main character decided to attack the monster and cut off its tail. He thought that this monster could easily pass for the boss of the previous areas he had visited, but the progress bar had moved less than 1%. 3 more monsters appeared, and he was very surprised that they had skills. The main character summoned his monsters and ordered them to deal with the monsters. After killing all the monsters, a system appeared, stating that the number of Nagas killed had reached 100 and that he had received the silver title of Cry of the Nagas. First effect, gained the skill to transform into a Naga. Second effect, all Nagas initially treat him with hostility. He decided that the transformation sounded quite interesting and needed to be tried out. Hanwoo realized that he could now activate his skills instantly, and his Black Dragon transformation had also improved. He was very pleased with this, because in this form, it would be much easier for him to slay monsters in his path. At that moment, new monsters appeared, and the main character began to attack. But then the Lord appeared, who had been told that this was the very invader who had killed more than 100 of their kin. Bakal told his subordinates that he forbade them to fight him until they found out who he was and what he wanted. The main character noticed how strong he was, his aura and powerful body. He was different from all the other neg dragons he had fought before, which meant that if he killed this guy, his progress bar would skyrocket. Hanwoo decided to attack the Lord first, but the Lord used a lightning shield. However, the main character had something similar, and the entire room was filled with bright light and numerous bolts of lightning. Because of this bright light, he could hardly see anything. The main character decided that he needed to move behind him, but Bakala surprised him with his incredible speed. He began to thank him in advance for the level up, but the Lord pushed him away with his tail and said that it wasn't so easy to deal with him. The main character began to activate the effect of transforming into a Naga dragon. Bakal noticed that he was clearly human, but dragon blood flowed through his veins. After that, he suggested that they stop this useless battle and discuss everything calmly. At that moment, the main character told him to order his subordinates to step back 100 paces, then thought about how he didn't seem like someone who would resort to tricks and might listen to him. The Lord ordered them to do as he said and not to worry about him. After that, Bakal bowed before the main character and asked him to help them. This stumped him. The main character became curious about what exactly he needed to help with. The Lord asked him to help him and all the Nenjie dragons escape from this dungeon, that is, from the heavenly city. He continued his story, saying that their race of nag dragons was the result of the union of several races, and they sincerely revered the blood of dragons. Therefore, they are locked up in the heavenly city from birth. Freeing all the Nag dragons from the prison of the Heavenly City had always been his most cherished dream, but he was well aware that he did not have the strength to make it come true. However, the incredible fighting talent of the main character and the dragon blood that flows through him gave him hope for the salvation of their race. Han Wu was surprised that he could sense his dragon blood. He transformed into his normal form and was ready to listen to him. Bakal said that if the main character agreed to lead his people out of captivity in the Heavenly City, he would swear allegiance to him and serve him. He asked if the Lord was afraid that he would turn out to be a liar, because he could simply kill him when he let his guard down. Bakal admitted that this was a possibility, but he had no other choice. As the ruler of the Nag dragon race, he was willing to sacrifice his life for even the slightest chance of escaping from this dungeon. He said that if he agreed to help them, he would share with him a secret related to the title of Diamond Rank. He then revealed that the Heavenly City was actually alive. However, no adventurer who entered the Heavenly City could understand this until they received recognition from the Heavenly City itself. The main character asked if the rumors about the Heavenly City's blessing for perfectly completing all 7 floors were true. Bakal agreed and said that in order to receive this blessing, one must kill the strongest representative of each floor's race on the first try. He said that if he killed him, he would achieve a perfect passage of the first floor of the Heavenly City. Han Wu said that there were still 6 floors ahead, and the rulers of the other races were unlikely to willingly ask him to kill them. Bakal said that it was okay. He felt that the dragon's blood inside the main character would soon awaken. If the protagonist killed him, he would be able to improve his title, and then the rulers of the other races on the other floors would no longer be a problem for him. He was intrigued by the fact that he was truly willing to accept death in order to make him stronger and secure the future of his people. He realized that he was a strong and, most importantly, wise leader. He didn't particularly want to kill a potential subordinate with a good head on his shoulders. The main character asked again if, in order for the passage to be perfect, he needed to kill the strongest representative of the floor's race. Baka replied that this concerned his life and the salvation of his people from captivity, and he would not lie about this matter. Then Han Wu said that this problem could be solved without killing him. He had a way to create a Naga dragon that would be stronger than the Lord. He did not understand how this was even possible. After that, the main character explained that it was true, but it would require sacrifices from his people. However, he guaranteed that the number of victims would be kept within double digits. Bakal said that he could just take his life, but the Lord simply said that he needed him alive at the moment. The Lord's subjects said they were ready to sacrifice themselves so that their families and future generations could live in freedom. Bakal replied that their people would never forget their sacrifice. After that, the main character began combining genes and created a diamond-ranked Naga dragon. Everyone else was very surprised to see this with their own eyes. The main character immediately killed it, and the system announced that the title of Executioner of Naga Dragons had been raised to the diamond rank of Hope of Half-Dragons. First effect, the dragon's blood was fully awakened. Second effect, all Naga dragons initially treat him with adoration. After that, Han Wu turned into a black dragon. The first floor was completed, after which teleportation to the next level began. The main character promised that when he returned, he would grant them freedom. Bakal bowed and said that they believed he would definitely return and free his kin from centuries of imprisonment. Han Wu had already arrived on the 2nd floor of the Heavenly City, and as he approached the entrance, it seemed to him that some kind of monster was hiding inside. He thought about how he should have asked Bakal about the other floors before going up to the 2nd floor, but now it was too late to think about that, and he just had to be more careful. Going inside, he noticed that it was very dark and he couldn't see anything, so he lit a flame. Walking a little further, he saw 3 identical entrances and did not understand which one to go through. As a precaution, he summoned minotaurs, goblins, and golden-ranked demon cats to send them on a reconnaissance mission. They all jumped into different rooms, and the main character began to sense the aura of creatures on the other side of the passages, after which he realized that they were spirits. Immediately, a system appeared, stating that he had received the title of Silver Rank, Banishing Spirits. First effect, the Gift of Spirits. A passive ability that allows him to randomly obtain one piece of equipment that the spirit used during its lifetime after banishing it. Second effect, the Trust of Spirits. All spirits initially treat him with friendliness. He was curious why their attitude towards him improved as they were destroyed, because this had never happened before. In that case, he decided to bring his creatures back first and see what was going on. He didn't know how they got there, but it wasn't a threat to him. The spirits rejoiced as if he had not killed them, but saved them. Then he thought that maybe they were also locked up here and could not find peace. His progress was already at 11%. Now everything was clear to the main character, and all that remained was to find the strongest boss on this floor and deal with him. He decided to follow the principle that if you don't know where to go, you have to choose at random. The most important thing is to leave marks and move on. Sooner or later, he would find what he was looking for. The deeper he went, the more spirits there were. It was a good thing he had thought to leave marks, otherwise he would have definitely gotten lost in these dark corridors. Han Wu saw a mark on the wall and didn't understand how he ended up here again. He stood there with his monsters, completely baffled. Then he decided to try another corridor. The main character noticed a light ahead and realized that this was the exit he was looking for. He ran straight to the door from which the light was coming. Upon entering the room, he was struck by some kind of shadow that threw him straight into the wall.